ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ku uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai, e hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei mauri ora. Wow, tēnā koutou katoa, no mai ki te hui o te Pūroro Āmua, the last one for the Triennium, and boy do we have a lot of work to do, so very much looking forward to it.
I've got an extraordinary, sorry I haven't mentioned that, no, I'm joking.
Right, I have got three... But that's why we're going to finish today. Right, I've got three important announcements that I'd just like to make. So first of all, I'd like to recognise that we've got a very important week going on at the moment, Te Wiki o Te Reo Māori, and Karapa was kind enough to give me some words, which I'm just going to give a go. So, me mihi ki te kaupapa nui o te wiki. Te petihana reo Māori, e tika ana tā tātou whakanui e a te wiki o te reo Māori, me te huhua o rātou kua para kei tēnei hura rahi. I'm sorry, that wasn't perfect. But what I was trying to do was get Karapa to help me with recognising the importance of this week of our Indigenous language and to recognise the struggle of so many people to keep the language alive. And I was just reflecting on that those who did that faced severe social sanction. And so 50 years of a hard fight have borne fruit, and personally I'm very grateful for that. And it's going to be, I'm talking, and very grateful. And, and I'm sure they'll hopefully, in the next generation, most people will be speakers. So that is wonderful. And now, on a sad note, I am just going to recognise there have been a number of tragedies. Councillor Wolf, I'm particularly sorry. The tragedy down in Kaikoura, and then we had a tragedy, of course, in Pukehino, Lambton as well. So I just want to acknowledge that and to think of the families and friends of the victims. And then my final announcement on a more positive note is it is my custom to say thank you on the last meeting of the Triennium. So first of all, I'm going to say thank you to the staff because we are so lucky to have you all. So this is why it's good to be a public servant. So I want to thank, obviously, Liam and Vida, Moana, Faz, all the people in the planning team who did all the hard work on the district plan. Thank you so much. Siobhan and Brad have been amazing. Chris, Suntek, and you are mouthing. Sean, I did have a list. Sean or Dane, the other Sean. And, of course, our wonderful Democracy Services staff who are organised, calm, efficient and know all the standing orders. So I just want to give you my deepest thanks for all the work that you have done. We've done a heap this Triennium and I'm really grateful. And so I'm just going to invite you to Itu for a bit of applause to say thank you to our staff. So just acknowledge that. And my final thanks is to you, my colleagues. So a little koha will be given to you today, and it is my tradition to give one, but we've upgraded this year because Councillor Paul had an inspiring idea. So you will be receiving that, and I can assure you there was no snarkiness involved in the choosing of the gifts. They are a genuine koha. Yes.
Thank you for making all those announcements. I think that was really, really appropriate. But I think we should also acknowledge the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, which is, and the upcoming funeral. I know we'll have a council meeting, but that's at the end of the month.
No, I stand corrected. Thank you, Councillor Calvert. And yes, acknowledging the many years of service and dedication of the Queen. Absolutely. And of course, most importantly for her family, losing a much-loved relative.
And for our changing of the head of state of New Zealand currently.
And I look forward to further debate and recognition on that one. We shall have an interesting discussion about that. So look, I do just, and yes, and Ken Douglas, of course, yes, recognising the great unionist, yes. But yeah, there's been a lot of sadness. So look, but I do just want to say thank you to you colleagues, because we have, I mean, this committee has taken a heavy workload this training. We haven't agreed on everything, but I think we've managed to find consensus sometimes, and we've got a lot done. So I'm grateful to you for that, and we're going to finish the way we started, which is to do heaps of work today. Right, so first of all, we're going to have the apologies, and I've just had a few for, well, you know, you just said when you need to leave, which is fine, but you can always just put your Zoom on if you need to, that's fine. And saying that, some of us have candidate meetings tonight, and I don't want to be here at 7 o'clock. So hopefully we will be efficient and get through. So no apologies. Okay. Thank you. Conflict of interest declarations. No. Okay. And I'd just like to confirm the minutes from the 8th of September. Councillor Paul, would you like to second? Thank you very much. Just, yeah, give each other a bit more space. There you go. All right. Thank you. Right, so we've... so has that been all voted on? Oh, sorry. You will. I don't know. You can... Mayor Foster, are you intending to join us later today?
Yes, I've got a few things I'm trying to multitask at the moment, so yes, I will.
Okay, all right. Okay, we look forward to seeing you when we do. And look, we'll do the Newtown Cycleway after Let's Get Welly Moving at 1:30, okay? Oh, definitely. Right, so no items not on the agenda. And so, like, just in terms of the order of the agenda, sorry, we're nearly at public participation. Just a bit of admin is that we are going to do the speed management paper after that, and then we'll do a few smaller papers. The Let's Get Welly Moving team are coming in at 1:30. I wanted to give them a definite time after lunch, and then we're likely to do the Newtown paper after that. Mayor Foster did want to be here for that. What's that? Speed management. Yeah. Okay, so that is all. And, of course, my last thing, sorry, I'm going on and on, public who have eagerly and helpfully participated in many debates over this triennium, so thank you to you all for the amazing work that you have done. So I'd like to invite Paula Warren, first of all.
Get an understanding. I've got a run sheet that was just issued last night that had speed management as first, so are we reordering that?
No, we'll do that first.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Paula. She's not here.
Yeah, I'm on Zoom.
Oh, kia ora, Paula. How are you?
Good morning. And thank you for recognising the importance of public participation. A lot of my colleagues in the pedestrian world put a lot of effort into providing input, and we hope that it helps you. The submissions I've been making on traffic resolutions are largely focused on ensuring that public space is used well for public purposes, and that when we look at each space, we think about how to prioritise uses such as pedestrian provision, people's need to be able to do short-term visits to places, including tradespeople to do work without having to park on the footpath, obviously, public transport, vehicle movements, and so on. And the traffic resolutions, in my view, are pointing in the right direction in terms of those things, so I have supported them. The thing that I raised in them was the desirability of using some of our spaces for multiple things. And what I specifically proposed was that the traffic resolutions allow us to have spaces that can be for short-term uses for everybody else and for longer-term use for disabled people. The important thing with disabled car parks is that they are close to where the disabled person needs to go. A lot of disabled people use these car parks because they cannot move long distances easily. But if we provide a lot of disabled car parks, it tends to be unpopular, and it tends to mean that those spaces are unused for long periods. So I proposed that we look at having dual use spaces where disabled people can park for, say, 2 hours and anybody else can park for 10 minutes. And that means that a disabled person who turns up has a reasonable likelihood that if they go around the block again, they will get a car park. The officers declined that on the grounds that the law does not allow it to be done. I have written to the Minister of Transport asking that he fixes that. But I would also like you to get the officers to have another look and see whether you can have two overlapping traffic resolutions that do slightly different things and that both apply in the same place. So that's basically what I'm asking for this morning. And I will happily report back to the council when I get a reply from Minister Wood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, have you got any questions? No, seems that people agree with you or find you very clear. Thank you so much, Paula, for your many years of advocacy for pedestrian rights. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, now Chris Logan won't be coming along. Patrick Morgan and Linda Beatson. Warm welcome to you.
Kia ora. Linda Beatson, co-chair Cycle Wellington, here with you today. The thing that I'd like to start off by saying is that we recognise that we are in a particularly privileged position, that a lot of the people who might want to come along and have got views and might want to talk to the council actually can't because they're working or they've got children or whatever. And so when you keep seeing the same faces like over and over again, is because we are representing all those people who can't, and we do recognise that we are in a particularly privileged position to be able to do that. But it's not about us, it's about everybody else we're speaking on behalf of.
Kia ora tātou, ko Patrick Toku Ingoa. Really want to support what Paula said and put on the record that for Cycle Wellington, and I'm speaking on behalf of our members, our 5,000 supporters, most of whom vote, that pedestrian priority is something we absolutely endorse. And that's why this morning I've been down in Ridderford Street, Newtown, talking to people on bikes about who gets priority at the bus stops that bike lanes go across. You'll hear from David a bit later about Chater Street, the crash spot there. And I noticed that our members, such as Felix Marwick, have been working since 2013 on identifying the risk there. Sadly, crashes are still happening. Today, you have an opportunity to make really good progress on that in the short and the medium term. Just on the Let's Get Wellington Moving item, Cycle Wellington is in support of option 2.2 to do the work on the single stage business case. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in really bringing the public along and explaining why this work needs to be done. It's not enough just to do the work, but also to explain the why, how it will affect people, and what council can do to really ease the burden on people who are negatively affected and get the most out of that. Let me go. Just a second. A lot going on today. This is a really big day for you, a really big day. And I know, council, there's a lot of reading. How many pages, Jenny?
1,000.
Okay, I won't hold up my hand to say that I've
Jenny.
read all of that, but I really respect the amount of work that you're under. It puts a lot of pressure on us too, and it's really hard for us to keep up. I guess that's a good thing. It means that at last, the city is understanding the pace of change that needs to happen. So it was good to see down in Dixon Street this morning, the workers were down there widening the footpath, more space for pedestrians, people shopping and dining there. Great to see. Things are happening fast, and I think that's fitting for the size and the speed of the challenges that we're facing. So good on you for taking those challenges. I know that you stand for public office because you want change, because you want to make our city a better place. and good on you for that. I think I'll leave it at that, except I want to just read something from Caroline Vincent, who is a nurse at Huntley Home in Karori. She rides daily from Brooklyn to Karori to look after our seniors there. The statement she made is that, you know, her commute is about 15 to 20 minutes by bike. 1 minute of that commute, she is filled with dread because she is aware of the risks along Chater Street, Curtis Street, and Raroa Road. And I think that's just not a dignified way to treat people in our community. So I really urge you to listen to that and make some wise decisions today. I don't want to take up too much time talking, so if there are questions, I'm happy to do my best.
Thank you very much. Questions, councillors? Can I just ask you one then? So this is, look, we need to do something about Chater Street. Are there other areas where you think there is urgent remediation need, just given that we've got so many, or are there ones that you would prioritise?
Given the high, crash record there, I think there's a really overwhelming case that it needs action. Clearly also between Island Bay and Newtown, along the, the strip of Adelaide Road, it's pretty nasty there. And the answer is to reallocate road space, and where that's not physically possible is traffic calming, so slowing traffic down, not just through signs, but through design features that indicate to people 30 k's is the right speed limit there. I see speed management is on your agenda today too. This is something we've long advocated for, and I think, New Zealand cities are in a race to make our cities that really work for people first of all. All cities around the world are in a transport transition. This is a really important step that you can make to reduce risk for all road users. Apart from Adelaide Road, we've already talked about Shelley Bay, the route between Miramar Cutting in there. But honestly, speed reduction is a really big win that you could do today. So I urge you to think progressively about that.
Great, thank you. Councillor Condie.
Thanks, Patrick. I'm just going to follow up on that speed management, which is, how do you feel about the proposal that the speed management should be in catchments around schools, whereas, some councillors, or there have been some proposals that they should just focus on the school gate, maybe 100 metres on either side of the school gate. What would be your view about that?
I would support the catchments. Clearly the risk is not just at the school gate. We've all seen what it's like at drop-off and pick-up time. That's the focus of our attention, but I just think, I saw Davey, who's presented to you earlier. He was walking to school with his dad and his brother this morning. I just think let's prioritise people who can't come and speak to you today, and let's think about a generous catchment around schools. I'm sorry, I'm not sure it's in the paper in terms of the distance, but 500 metres sounds like a really sensible place to start. Pretty soon, you've really covered most of city streets, so why don't we just follow the evidence and go with 30 k's on most residential streets?
Yeah. Thanks, Patrick. I've just got one more question. Can you talk to us about how you're funded to do this advocacy work on behalf of Cycle Wellington?
Sure. I'm glad Linda's here today. She did a huge favour for a friend, and instead of accepting payment, her friend, they made a deal that the money would go to local bike advocates. So just for the record, Cycle Wellington gets $0 from City Council to do our advocacy work. Our work is funded by the generosity of our supporters, and it's been that way for many years. We have, at times, applied for funding to do specific education programs, so you may see that. But, I hear a lot of misinformation on the campaign trail. Just be aware it's out there. There's a lot of bullshit floating around. Thanks for the question, Jenny.
Language, Patrick. Deputy Mayor Free.
I was just interested in following up with another question. You said you're very supportive of 30 k's as an area base for suburban streets. What is your opinion about our arterial roads in terms of, what is that 30k also appropriate for the arterials, or do you think we should aspire for or accept something a bit higher?
I guess it's interesting, that framing, arterial roads, it implies this is some sort of traffic channel getting people moving, and I can see the appeal of that. These are also our neighbourhood streets where our people live and work and travel. Where you've got separate infrastructure for people on bikes, then we can live with higher speed limits. So the choices are basically separation or traffic calming and speed reduction. So for example, along Cobham Drive, there's a protected bicycle and pedestrian space there. So we're not calling for 30 k's on Cobham Drive. But on streets where that protection doesn't exist, then speed reduction is a really good tool for the council to use. And I think, 30 k's is the global standard for this, and it's designed around a survivable speed for collisions. 50 is a round number, but it's got no basis in the physics and the biology of how traffic and people work. So I think that should be the starting point. Where a road can have additional protection, then we can look at higher speed limits there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any last questions? Okay, well, just leaves me to... Oh, sorry, Mayor Foster.
Yeah, Patrick, you're quite right about the physics. My question to you is about physics on the open road, and if you've got any view about and I know that's not what we're talking about here, but if we were looking at safety at a network-wide approach, we'd probably also take a different approach to speeds on the open road as well. You got any view on that?
Yeah, so sorry, in Wellington City, which open roads are we talking about?
No. I'm talking about nationwide.
Okay, so today I'm representing Cycle Wellington in this submission, so I'll just focus our comments on Wellington streets where people live and work. Yeah, we can get into the open road another time, Andy.
Oh, I was interested in the context of today's debate.
Fair enough.
Okay. No, that's fine. Thank you very much. Good answer. Right. Look, oh, sorry. It is time, Councillor. We're going to. Patrick, Linda, Alex, of course, plus the rest of your group, thank you for the many years of dedication, and we hope to do you proud later. Years of activism. Thank you. Right, and wonderful Aaron Whiteford, a warm welcome to you as well from the Environmental Reference Group. Thanks so much for coming in.
Kia ora koutou, ko Aaron toku ingoa. So I'm here on behalf of the Wellington City Council's own Environmental Reference Group, and I'm talking about the Town to Sea Cycleway. So yeah, basically I'm here today to say the cycle way looks absolutely amazing, and the reference group is really stoked with what's happening, and we're stoked with the plans, and we just really want to congratulate the council for what they're doing and for what's going to roll out. So we think this is going to be just amazing, overwhelmingly positive benefit for Wellingtonians, and also a positive benefit for all of our emissions plans and targets. So yeah, obviously one of the large objectives of rolling out those changes is to reduce our emissions and to try and mitigate climate change. We need to continuously remember just how big the climate crisis is, because we hear about it so much now, it's easy to forget. One little prediction that keeps me thinking about just the scale of it is that in the next 50 years, we're predicted to have 1 billion people living in areas that are inhospitable due to climate change. So in the next 50 years, 1 billion people will live in places that are inhospitable due to climate change. So essentially, we can't reduce our emissions fast enough, and also we can't stop the climate crisis. It's here, but we can mitigate it. So all the emissions reductions we can do will have a positive impact and will reduce the impact on people all over the world. And Wellingtonians know that. Wellingtonians want to reduce their emissions, but it's really hard to, because we've constructed a city based around polluting and greenhouse gas emissions. And transport's obviously one of our big ones. Like, we've created streets that are so hostile to anyone that isn't polluting. So, for example, we've created this big arms race where you have to carry a ton of metal around just to protect yourself from your neighbor's ton of metal. And the implications of that are that you also have to consume a huge amount of energy, because carrying a ton of metal around consumes a lot of energy. And this cycleway, it's just a really positive step at breaking that cycle. So it allows people to travel around in an efficient way. Like, bikes are just an amazingly efficient form of transport. And through not having to purchase huge amounts of energy, we're increasing our resilience through reducing our dependency on like foreign energy crises and stuff like that. And we're also just reducing the cost of living for Wellingtonians. So last of all, I just want to say that excess consultation is often used as a political tool to stop change. This cycleways, unfortunately, often bear the brunt of this, and they're a classic example of where we just consult and consult until nothing happens. In the paper, I think it says this one has been talked about for 8 years now. So I just want to congratulate the council on actually getting something done. The cycleway there, I mean, it's palpable how relaxed people are going on that hospital section. It's amazingly positive change. We've got the ball rolling. We're really proud of what's happened and of the plans that are coming ahead. And we just encourage the council to keep doing what you're doing. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for that. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Calvert.
I know we heard from the Environmental Reference Group last week as part of submissions on this. So what's different about you talking to us now? So you've obviously seen the paper that's come out. So what has changed in your views from having seen the paper? And I'm assuming you're speaking on behalf of the whole Environmental Reference Group.
Yeah, I'm just here because we didn't get a slot.
Didn't get a slot. It was our fault, so that's why they were allowed to come in. And
I'm also want to mention, to do with today specifically, that those reductions in speed limits will have a huge impact on making our streetscapes less hostile.
Are you aware there's been a lot of concerns raised by both pedestrians, even cyclists, and businesses about the safety aspects of the transitional design, and whether you're aware of those?
I'm aware that the overwhelming majority of submissions is positive about the cycleway, and that part of the reason why it's transitional is so that like all those little minor flaws can be ironed out. Yeah, I can see some minor flaws in it, but by and large, it's amazing. And I know many people who cycle that route who don't feel safe, didn't feel safe there before. And I think that that's no reason to stop it. It's a reason to keep improving.
Okay, so you're not aware of the specific concerns that have been raised then?
This today?
Well, we've received. You're not aware of the specific pedestrian and cycling concerns?
I'm not sure which ones you're talking about.
Okay.
I'm aware of some concerns.
I'm sure we can send those to you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No, I think Mr. Whiteford did acknowledge those issues. Yeah. There's always room for improvement. Right, Councillor Rush.
Mr. Whiteford, the 1 billion people living in an inhospitable climate over the next 50 years, are you aware of the underlying basis of that study?
Councillor Rush, this is not relevant. We are really just talking about what we're doing in
Wellington
Wellington City.
Public submitter has just come in and told me about a study. I've just looked it up, and it actually says it's a little bit more complex than that.
My basic premises is the climate crisis is humongous.
Yep.
We're going to have huge displacement of people. I would be surprised if that $1 billion people was the exact number of people. It could be more.
1 to 3 is the study here.
Yeah, essentially we're going to have the huge displacement of people. It's going to cause chaos across the world, and everything we can do to mitigate that will help. And it's going to cost us less to reduce emissions now than it'll cost us to deal with the aftermath.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. A point well made. Any other questions? Right, well, thank you for the important work that you do. Really appreciate that you were able to come in, and apologies that we had a mistake last week.
Thanks.
Thank you. Right, David Young, sorry, we are actually running ahead of time. Oh, warm welcome to you. Thanks so much for coming in.
Morena, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name's David Young, and just a little bit of context for why I'm here. I cycled almost daily from Pūroro to the city for several years, and I was the victim of the serious hit and run at that Chadle Street intersection in 2020, and I'd reiterate Caroline's comment leading up to that was the bit that I always dreaded. I was struck side on in the front, like towards the front part of the bike. I was thrown off my bike, rolled onto the bonnet, bounced onto the bonnet, bounced several times onto the road, landed in the middle of the road, in the way of both lanes of traffic going in both directions. Luckily, it wasn't so quiet, and some other drivers stopped to make sure that protect that space until the ambulance arrived. I suffered a fracture of the iliac crest on top of the pelvis. I was told by the specialist I was quite lucky it wasn't lower because it could have damaged my kidneys. I also suffered a full tear of the supraspinatus in my rotator cuff, which required surgery and 12 months of daily rehabilitation before I could get that strength back. I was severe from the fracture. I was in a lot of pain for sort of at least 1 month, and severely restricted in my movement for about 2 months. But I'm fortunate, I think, that I feel despite all that, I feel fortunate that I was able to walk here today to speak to you. That intersection is insufficient for the volumes and the speed, and also the behaviours of people who drive through there. People are impatient with the queues and they take risks. I think almost every second day I just saw reckless behaviour particularly coming in and out of Curtis and also in and out of Raroa. It needs transformational change, but that's no reason to actually not address immediate safety issues now. And I really urge you to think about things like reducing the speed, making Raroa one way, and doing that now with the minor safety improvements rather than waiting for the business case. The business case can look at the more longer, like the medium term things that also need to happen. They can both be done. I think that's sort of all I have to say. But I just want to thank you, councillors, and to staff for your work on this. And I can't emphasise enough how important it is for people's safety and that people can continue to arrive to work. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in, and I'm so sorry that we hadn't fixed it to stop this happening in the first place. So thank you. Those words are really powerful. Councillors, any questions?
Thank you, and it is really good to hear, and I'm very sorry as well that you had to go through that experience, but it's very good. That is strong and powerful words to us. Have you been brave enough to get back on your bike, or did this stop you riding full stop?
No, I did get back on my bike. It took probably, first of all, it was sort of about really 12 months before I could, but by the time I recovered from the pelvis fracture, but also getting enough strength in my shoulder to actually be able to control the bike. But I spent cost me probably another $800 to get the front wheel and the forks of my bike repaired as well. But yeah, I'm back on the bike, but I still have the same sort of fears that I did. I'm no longer come from Pūroro, but I travel other parts of the network, and again, I have sort of quite some scary moments, and I think the wider work that Council's doing with Panaki is really important as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, David, for coming in. And it's great that you have, because you've raised something that hasn't been raised before, the one-way bit in Raroa Road, and I hope that you've talked with officers about that.
I haven't talked directly to officers about that, no.
Okay, so this is another reason why it's so wonderful that we'll get that on the agenda. But thank you, and it is a disappointment that nothing's happened so far. So it will, yeah.
Thank you. And Councillor Matthews has drafted an amendment to bring forward some of those quick safety initiatives. So we'll definitely talk to the officers about Pūroro Road.
Great to hear.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you. That's really important that we heard from you today. Yeah. Yeah, we do. All right. I don't think there are any more questions, so thanks again, and we will take action.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Right, and now Patrick Geddes. A warm welcome to you.
Oh. Okay, thank you very much. Kia ora, everyone. Another Patrick for you today, as usual. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Patrick Geddes tōku ingoa no 350 Aotearoa aho. Thanks for letting me address you today. Just for a bit of context, I've been a volunteer, co-convener with the Wellington branch of 350 Aotearoa since about 2015. I'm assuming people have heard of 350 and 350 Aotearoa. We're a climate change organisation, and what I really wanted to do today is just to give you a bit of an insight, a bit of background into our current latest campaign, which is called Homegrown Energy, and to maybe explain what we feel the role of local government should be in this campaign. So unfortunately I have to give you a bit of context, the high-level campaign, and then we'll hope bring it down to sort of a local government level. But just go to the next slide. So over a number of years, 350.org, which is the global parent organisation for us, has had a number of objectives in the climate space, and this is one of them: sort of a fast and just transition towards a low-carbon society that is powered by 100% renewable energy for all. So it's a global objective, and it's uber ambitious when you think about it, because we know that in New Zealand's case, 84% of our electricity is around about is generated from renewable sources. So we're an outlier. Most people would, most countries would dream of that sort of mix. And yet our government is moving towards this ambitious target of 100% renewable electricity generation. And of course, electricity is just a subset of New Zealand's energy mix. We consume a lot of coal, a lot of oil and gas. So there is currently a drive over time, which City Council is involved with Te Atakura, etc., to transition or increase the share of the energy mix which is provided by electricity, and the biggest portion of that should be generated by renewables. So this is challenging. This shouldn't be a surprise to any of you, I'm sure. So far, so good. The problem that we in 350 believe there is a serious barrier in enabling this transition to happen, and it's not obvious. And it's to do with the structure of the market in New Zealand, in particular the energy industry itself, and then also the rules and regulations which govern the way that renewables energy projects are consented. Local government clearly has a role in the consenting space, but what I wanted to talk to you guys about is really about, I think you will have a role in enabling the change which we think needs to happen within the energy industry itself. So I will, hopefully this will work. So I'll just quickly go through these. This is just, I stole this slide from a Wellington-based economist called Jeff Bertram. Some of you may have heard of him. He's been an observer of the New Zealand industry for many years. He thinks it's a bit of a sham. So this is just really just a high-level overview of what our energy supply chain looks like. So we've got a single national grid managed by Transpower, which is subject to various pieces of legislation. We have a series of lines companies, some privately owned, some publicly owned, that transfer the grid to our homes. We have power generators, some of which are also retailers, so-called gentailers, and then we have a whole mix of retailers. So this is our energy industry. You could argue it's a well-functioning market distribution model, but when you actually dig into it, you realise that the 5 gentailers wield a disproportionate amount of power in the market, and Transpower itself is a state-controlled monopoly on the distribution. So both of these parties, I'd point out, although they don't announce, they really have an inherent interest in maintaining the status quo. And unfortunately, this is a time when there is real energy poverty in New Zealand. Gentailers have been fleecing New Zealand consumers for years. There's multiple studies which have shown this. And unfortunately, the government is involved. They're a direct beneficiary of this, unfortunately. So yeah, this is just an article which came from Stuff last month about the profits which the gentailers in particular have been able to achieve recently. And I guess what I wanted to point out to you is that the reason this is the way it is, there is a real price disincentive to build the renewable generation that we need. And it relates to how the electricity price is set in the market. So I'm personally not an expert on energy, economics or anything like that. So we're just activists, but we've talked to a lot of people and we've come up to speed and we've educated ourselves on what is the situation here. So I've jumped to another slide by Jeff Bertram. So this is basically wholesale energy market. So the red line represents the consumption at a point in time. And so when you move from left to right, or that sort of parallel line is you could argue, is basically the renewable generation being paid into the market. So it's the cheapest form of generation, right? Then we get to that, what is that right angle? It's more of a curve. It doesn't go like that, but it's a pretty steep curve. And that's when the fossil fuel components get bid into the market. And that pushes up the price. And then here's the thing, that pushes up the price and everyone in the market gets that price. So there is a disincentive for the renewable energy generators, such as Meridian. They benefit from having that thermal component in the market. So there's something really not great here. If we want to build out a generation in renewables, this is like a handbrake on that. And, you know, despite everything they say, they have been caught a couple of times. Some people might be aware of the Meridian undesirable trading situation, which is a hilarious description for this. Basically, they were caught spilling generation capacity to artificially keep the price inflated. So they got hauled before the Electricity Authority. But there's other things that this manifests itself, like the ability to build out generation and then just not doing it, consenting it, sitting on it, not doing it, because the profits are not there to be had at this point in time. And this is slowing everything down when we need a rapid transition. So yeah, what's the solution to this really gnarly question, problem? And we feel it really is about breaking up the hegemony of the gentailers and Transpower in terms of the control they have over the distribution. And it comes in a range of different descriptions or words. People call it distributed energy generation, community energy generation. Jeff Bertram refers to it as, and it comes in the last slide, he calls it mass renewables. But it's really about breaking up this market power that's there, feeding more generation into the market. And we're actually, with technology improving as it is, and much more peer-to-peer solutions becoming available, we see the wind is changing. We feel like the technology is going to enable a lot of this to happen. So you may have seen this poster. We put it up all around Wellington, and we strategically placed a couple of big ones right in front of the council building. I don't know if you saw them or not, but yeah, this is just a kind of a starter. We think that local government has a role in supporting local communities to help them generate their own power. And I guess local government itself can show leadership in this space by doing it themselves, Te Atakura talks about community renewable energy generation in regard to building energy specifically. However, the reality is that a community wanting to set up a renewable energy project in Wellington would really struggle for a whole range of reasons. And we know this because some have tried and failed. And not a lot of this, I appreciate, is in the control of local government. A lot of the levers are within central government. So I guess that's, our campaign is really focused on central government, and local government is sort of a step on the way. But yeah, we feel councils can show leadership by demonstrating that it's possible to generate power locally where it makes sense. And this is just an example I sort of have thought of. It's like, we've got this great big roof on the indoor stadium. Why not put a whole lot of solar panels on it? You know, that sort of stuff, just sort of proactive projects. Yeah, so it's a real challenging campaign that we're running. 350 historically has been, it's an activist organisation. It's really about calling out where we feel there's injustice and where climate justice. Now we're moving more into the solution space, which has been quite challenging for us because it becomes very technical very fast when you're kind of trying to articulate the rationale pro or co for these sort of initiatives. So I'll leave you with, this is Jeff's view. Successful entry by mass renewables would drive incumbents' prices, profits, and values down, asset prices down. That's got to be good for everyone, all citizens, because at the moment they're getting fleeced a bit. So I just want to present that to you.
No, that's fantastic. Thank you. No, that's really helpful that you've informed us. Councillor Rush, first question.
Thanks, Patrick. I totally agree with everything you've said. You described the market absolutely accurately. And just to be very clear then, so costs associated with the ETS that the likes of Genesis and other fossil fuel generators, that gets buried into that price, that spot price that you mentioned. And therefore, my renewable energy I'd like to buy gets priced at the same as those that generation that comes from that incurs the ETS charge. So effectively,
price gets set around the margins.
Exactly right.
Yeah, that's correct.
Can I just ask, do we look? Obviously, they're making large amounts of profit, which isn't great, and we don't want any energy poverty. But presumably, we don't want to make it too cheap as well, so that people waste it. So there's sort of a tricky balance.
Yes.
So, in other words, people should have enough to meet their basic needs, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but then it's like with water. Once you've gone over a certain amount, then Yeah,
I think they talk about, people in the industry talk about, I think it's three-legged stool, or sort of a tripartite thing. You need to achieve a reasonable price. It needs to be sustainable, and the availability needs to be there. And if one of those drops off, the whole thing collapses. So New Zealanders are not going to be happy. One, if they're paying too much. Two, if it drops out. And I would hope also if they think that it's really dirty. So we've got to this is the challenge, is that all of these things have got to be maintained as we transition. And we appreciate that. So there needs to be a reasonable price.
Yeah. Councillor Calvert.
It's not directly related to what you were talking about, but I'm just worried currently about our network of electricity within Wellington and whether it can cope with the growth of the city. And we're very reliant on Wellington Networks to make sure they do the investment in the right areas, so that as more and more people transition to electric vehicles and the source of heating is predominantly electricity. So do you have any views on the infrastructure that actually delivers us the electricity?
Not an informed view, unfortunately.
Right. Yeah. Okay. No, it wasn't quite related to what you're talking about. Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah.
It's just sweet that you said no, not an informed view. Like, no one ever says that. That's very welcome.
I'm a project manager and a translator, and I'm sort of on the side. I sort of, observe the electricity market. I would defer to someone like Jeff on these matters, and also local observers of Wellington Electricity, which is, I think, a unique case in itself because it's privately owned by someone over in Singapore or something like that.
Yeah, and so again, it's all those
sweated
profits.
That asset for a while. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, that is a fantastic campaign, and the challenge is heard and hopefully accepted. It'll be for a new council to see what it can do to implement good change.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, everyone.
So, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, again, a big thanks to our public participants for a lot of work today and over the last 3 years. Right, so what I thought I'd just do now is invite Sean to introduce the paper, and then we might even get a few questions in before 10:30, and then we will have morning tea at 10:30. So now Sean. Oh. Yeah. You all right? Okay. Right, well, welcome both of you, and we've got a map too, thank you.
Excellent. Tēnā koe e te hiua mana. Tēnā koutou ki te ropu Pūroro Āmua. Given it's te wiki o te reo, it's important we all help the language live. So I'll do my bit too. So on to the matter of speed management. So before you is a supplementary paper to the one that you considered in June. What this decision is the effective commissioning of a speed management plan. So within it is contained the timelines for how that plan would be carried out, how it would interact with the regional process that is proposed under the guidelines, and additional information that has been gathered since the paper you first considered. So in commissioning this speed management plan, the paper today will not change the speed limits tomorrow. What it will do is it will instruct our officers to create a speed management plan with a number of settings that help define things that are not entirely clear within the regulations, such as what the concept to near schools and high-density urban environments are. And when we're talking about those, we're not talking about the density of houses, we're talking about high activity, just for clarity. It's important to understand that that process of public engagement will also allow the engagement at a regional scale with authorities such as the police, public transport, in a coordinated fashion across the different TAs of the region. That will allow the most effective engagement with places like Let's Get Wellington Moving, with Metlink and our colleagues at the Regional Council. The other thing it will allow is community interaction to understand where the default settings could be altered because of local circumstances. So where additional infrastructure you have invested in might be able to bear higher speeds and still be safe. It would also allow the opportunity for communities to bring to bear things like local conditions, topographies and views. The other thing it will allow is the operation of the network-wide models of things like public transport along arterials and to best manage the trade-off between efficient and effective public transport and safety. There is one amendment I would ask the leave of the committee to make, which would be at 2B to include kindergartens, play centres and ECE facilities. And so if the secretaries could make that amendment with the leave of the committee, I'd be most grateful.
It's your paper, you don't need to ask us permission.
I'm always very careful not to overstep my boundaries.
Councillor Matthews rightly asked, so that's great.
To assist you with your decision making in that respect, within the Q&A you received, you will also see a map of those facilities so that you can understand the scale of that change. The other thing I wish to acknowledge is the limitations in the analysis that has been put before you. Because we are proposing to draft a plan, it is the scope of the work to be undertaken. Our officers have not had the opportunity to, in detail, work out the climate impacts and the impacts on the wider economy and other factors such as that. Until we get further into the process, those things are expensive, time-consuming, and at such an initial point, it isn't worth investing in to work those out. And so with that, I would introduce also Sandy Mandick, who is in my team. Sandy is a well-respected transport planner and academic in this space, and so I brought her along because she knows far more about transportation than I do. And so with that, I would conclude my remarks.
Excellent, thank you. So, He Pātai, Councillor Rush.
So this is reducing speed limits to 30 kilometres across pretty much the whole city, right?
Essentially, it does not cover those areas of the city under the jurisdiction of the NZ or Waka Kotahi.
Yeah.
There is also the allowance within the recommendations for some faster speed limits on some of those arterial roads.
So is there another city in New Zealand or in the world that's done this?
So there are extensive examples from places such as Wales. Wales has brought in national speed limit reductions. There is also a very good paper I'd commend to you from the World Economic Forum, which studies this across the European Union. So this is the ones in Wales are in miles per hour. I would have to check that.
It is 20 and 30, yeah, it converts to 30.
Has anybody driven around the streets of Wales? Because I have. And I tell you what, you'd be lucky sometimes to go over.
Yeah, they're very narrow.
Mm. Right.
I just if I might I guess where I'm going with that, Sean, is because you mentioned that, there's an awful lot of work that needs to be done, in terms of the fundamental sort of, bringing up the business case, I guess. And I'm just a little bit concerned that we're going to build a business case for something that's very novel and unusual, which could take a lot of resource away from doing things that we have to do as well. We've got quite the workload.
Absolutely, and that is the reason for the committee in the previous debate putting that report back to council, and so that allows you to get that check of this is what the community have said, this is what the officers have recommended. Do you then proceed to the investment in the full plan or not? The other thing I would remind the committee of is in the speed management guide, it does talk about a comprehensive approach for the city. So we are talking about more than just a distance around schools. It does ask us to consider the effect of the entire network.
Thank you. Sandy, can I ask a question? Just given you're an expert in this area, so look, fantastic work. I guess people are just going to say, well, is there any, expert evidence behind this? And is it actually going to achieve the outcomes that we want? So it's a little bit following on from Sean's question, but just to ascertain that you are confident that we will get those, less accidents, less deaths, hopefully higher uptake of alternative modes.
Thank you. There is a considerable research showing worldwide that basically the higher speeds contribute to higher risk of crashes occurring, and when the crashes occur at those speeds, the risk of injury or serious injury and death is higher. So obviously with lowering speed limits, we are expecting to see reduced number of crashes and reduced seriousness of those crashes. When it comes to changes on behavior of individuals, it is an indirect effect that we would expect that speed management would facilitate promotion of active and public transport and less car use.
Okay, thank you. One more minute for questions. Councillor Condi. Oh, yes, sorry, apologies. Sorry.
Sorry. I'm just trying to get a handle on the number of sorry.
Oh, right.
That's all right.
My apologies.
That's okay. I just want to get a handle on how many more steps there are in this journey. So you said this is kind of a high-level drafting instruction. So I'm going to say what I think it is, and can you correct me if I'm wrong, is that staff will go away and develop a draft speed management plan. You'll bring that draft back to council for approval before we go out to consult. We will then consult with the community. That will probably involve hearings, I imagine. And then officers will make a recommendation of a final speed management plan that will come back to council for approval. At that point, do we need a traffic? Is there then another kind of traffic resolution process, or at that point are we making changes to actual speeds on the streets?
So I would refer you to paragraph 17. There's a diagram that outlines what you have just outlined to us. Okay. In terms of the interaction with the traffic management process,
yeah.
Sandy, this would effectively create the resolutions required to lower those speed limits.
Yes, so basically with the new rule, the change in speed limits happens through the speed management plan. So the speed management plan that the council approves and is final needs to be certified by director at Waka Kotahi, and at that time the speed limits are entered into National Speed Limit Register and they become official speed limits, obviously with a particular date. But we need some time to implement that before they come in place, and the rule requires that the signage needs to be put in place for the speed limits to be implemented, but any further built environment changes, traffic calming, etc., would come at a later date. So, yes.
Thank you for just clarifying that change to the traffic resolution process. I appreciate it.
Thank you. It's 10:30 now. Do you have lots of questions or just... Yeah, and Andy's got a question too. Okay, I think we're going to break for morning tea, so we'll be back at 10:45, and Councillor Calvert, sorry, you will be next. Thank you.
Have officers got a view on how reasonable and realistic it is to enforce a 30k speed limit around the city?
I cannot speak to the specifics of the policing of it. However, I would observe that reducing a speed limit will reduce the speed of some drivers. However, turning a 50-kilometre design environment into a 30k design environment will not have the psychological effects of slowing people down, and you've seen that in some of our town centres.
Yeah, so it's all very well having a speed limit, but do you know how successful the speed limits around the central city have been? 30 k's an hour? Have we ever done since we put that in, have we ever done an evaluation?
We checked on that, and the evaluation hasn't been completed. It was supposed to be done as part of Let's Get Wellington Moving. We don't have those data at the moment.
So we don't even know if that's been settled?
No, we don't.
I just know how I drive around the streets, so I just sort of, yeah. I'm not admitting to anything.
You can tell us later.
Before moving swiftly onwards, there has been some data gathered from TomTom, which does show effective speeds within the city, and those are all well less than the posted speed limits. I believe it was provided to you in the Q&A.
Yes. So, so in terms of that, but I suppose it's whether we've seen putting in a speed limit, whether we've seen any noticeable change, whether it's made a difference. But there's been no evaluation by Let's Get Wellington Moving had that task, did they? To do.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Foster.
Yeah, just 2 or 3 questions if I can. The first one of them is just the what else did Waka Kotahi tell us? Because I know that the feedback that I've had from various traffic management managers around the country is that they were opting really for the around the school gates or immediate areas around the schools, not a wider area.
So we haven't had any advice from Waka Kotahi to that effect. I would note that some colleagues in other councils are looking at interim speed management plans, which would give effect to the minimum, effectively, key performance indicators within the regulations. However, that will result in them coming back with subsequent speed management plans to continue to achieve the rule over its life. What we have put before you is a comprehensive program that will phase in time meeting those KPIs, but result in the need to draft just the one speed management plan.
Can you look? Sorry, you probably sent it somewhere, but I haven't seen it. But if you haven't, that's useful anyway. Can you just tell us what Waka Kotahi are actually requiring of us, as opposed to where our discretion can go?
It is in the paper, Mayor Foster.
Yes.
Well, please highlight it for me.
I know it's a busy time.
Yeah, it is.
So the speed management guide is about 52 pages long. I would refer you to the summary at the beginning, and then which talks about the use of the guide. What that does is it essentially tells you three balancing points: corridors where lowering speed limits is safe and to appropriate speed limits and will save the largest number of people from death and serious injury; all streets surrounding schools, including streets outside school frontages and within 100 metres of the school boundary. And to clarify that particular point, you will need to go to page 18 in the guide, which then gives you both that distance from outside a school gate, but also shows you the need to consider what is near to a school. And then areas which have the highest concentrations of active road users. The particular difficulty for Wellington is that the density of our functions means that all of these things are quite close together. And so the challenge for our officers is if you define a distance around schools and other active environments, there is a need to essentially iron it out so you don't end up with, say, 50 metres of a 50k zone along a street and then shifting back to 30, etc. And so that's that need for the comprehensive approach.
So what we were originally presented with, which sort of took us to sort of 2.5 Ks away from schools, which covered nearly the entire street network, that wouldn't seem to fit with any of those three instructions.
So,
or at least a good chunk of that area wouldn't fit with any of those three functions.
So if you were then to go into page 18, you would start to see how that approach was arrived at. The other piece of that is it looked at schools simply because once an approach was taken with schools, it showed the impact across the city and the need for considering things comprehensively. Would you like the guidelines, Councillor Rush?
Oh, sorry, is it page?
Yes. No, my apologies. There are summaries within the paper as well.
Is that all, Mayor Foster?
That was the answer. Okay, look, I'll go and have a look at that. Can you just tell us also? You mentioned other places that have done something like this. You said Wales. So look, having looked up Wales over the break, they've done a trial and they are proposing to roll it out starting in September, or take impact September next year. So they haven't actually done it yet, other than the trial.
Yes.
Is there anywhere else that's actually done this on this kind of broad scale?
So Paris, Bilbao and Brussels have already done it at scale. Glasgow is doing a 20 mile per hour speed limit zone, and that has reduced pedestrian versus car collisions by 31%.
Okay. And finally, do we have much data on, or what data do we have on pedestrian and cyclist injuries across the city? Well, we know there are concentrated areas which are real problems, but what data do we have across the city as a whole?
Yeah, that's in the, through you, Madam Chair, that's in the Q&A, Your Worship. So if you want to have a look at that, circulate those maps again.
Cool. I'll find out. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all?
No, that'll do me.
Okay. Sorry, can I just ask a question? You say there's a risk we might not reach the target around the 40% of schools by 2024. Is there any sanction if we don't meet that goal?
Since the rule release has been delayed due to COVID and other reasons, the rule basically states that the road controlling authorities should use their best efforts to meet the speed limit reduction around at least 40% of schools. So the rule doesn't say we have to, but they basically revise that wording due to late release of the rule. So the best efforts.
Right, okay, which of course is not a reason to not do everything, but I just wonder if there was any sanction. Okay, Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, just because, I mean, obviously the city's quite big, and I know you've got to do a comprehensive plan. Is there a possibility, a bit like our parking management plans, where there's certain areas have been targeted in a sort of priority way? Is there an opportunity to do that, or do we have just to do the big bang sort of approach?
We are at present planning to engage through schools and take that community-based approach. I recognise that not everybody is covered by the school community, and so that will also have to be complementary, geographically based consultation. The difficult piece of that is how do we then piece together the consultation of communities into a citywide plan? Because the needs of people who travel through a space are normally a little bit different from the people who live there.
But I just sort of wondered, I mean, I know the Tower have raised, I've got some concerns, and I just wondered whether is there an opportunity to say, well, we know we've got to do all parts, but could we prioritise Tower, or could we prioritise Roseneath? Because of Mr. But yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to, because of all the concerns that have been raised, is there a way, because then we can get things moving quicker rather than having to wait till the whole city is done?
So the council does not have enough officers to engage simultaneously with every community in the city, so there will need to be an ordering in there. And within the plan, don't forget, it's not just space, it's also time. So there will have to be priority in there as well.
But do you have to do them all, even in a sequential way? Because you could do one in January 2023, and you may not finish until January 2025, and the 2023 ones, things might have changed. So I'm just worried that we're going to take so long in doing something that when we get back to doing it, things have changed. Is that a risk?
It is a risk, and the maintenance of a mandate through a long process is something that is a challenge for local government. As you've seen with the district plan, it has been a slow process, and we have expedited as quickly as we could, but there has been change in those communities during that process, and learning from that is something I am operationally trying to deal with my other officers and figure out how to solve that problem for you.
So is that something that could be, is that something from a regional perspective? Because I'm assuming other territorial councils will have similar type issues. They won't have the resources to do their whole area, but might want to prioritise some parts.
Yes, so there's a regional process that can be entered. What that does is it makes the territorial authorities work together with our regional counterparts to engage. So it's your officers, but engaging together with everybody else. That process would allow a degree of prioritisation to take place. The other place prioritisation can take place is in the resultant works that would require LTP funding to alter the street environments to make them 30k environments. And that, again, could be a prioritisation mechanism for you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, seems like you've done a fine job of explaining everything. Oh, sorry, Mayor Foster?
Yeah, look, sorry, just one more question if I can. And that's just, I noticed that some of the principals, and it was only a small number of principals who were engaged with, but some of them said that it needs to sit along, any speed changes need to sit alongside infrastructure improvements, which would, I presume, is sort of code for what we would usually regard as self-explaining roads. Can you just talk to that a little bit, please? Because just putting a speed limit up doesn't always get the result we want unless we've actually changed the physical road environment.
That's exactly the points that the principals were making, and we understand that as well. So basically what principals were saying, in some cases for some schools, just changing the speed limits outside of school may not be sufficient, and that's where they were saying we need to look into further interventions around the schools. And that's as well, not just around the schools, that's what the rule recommends, that the initial set of changes can be done with signs only. Infrastructure changes are not required to change the speed limit. However, the road controlling authorities are advised to monitor and evaluate the actual speed changes and, where necessary, to put a traffic calming measures in place.
So on that, the money that's set aside, which is $8 and a bit million over, I can't remember the period. That's not going to go anywhere near doing all that, is it?
Can I answer that?
Yes.
So that will obviously be developed as part of the development of speed management plan. We will be looking at some areas where that would require traffic calming, but we expect that signage will not use. Most of that money will actually remain for the traffic calming interventions. And we will obviously need to see how many of those traffic calming interventions are necessary and where and what the cost is. But we expect that that will actually cover quite a few of them, considering that some of the traffic calming will be covered through other projects that the council is funding, including Let's Get Wellington Moving, as well as Paneke Poneke Bike Network Plan.
So that's a little bit going back to the Safer Roads program that we had almost 2 decades ago.
Yep, you don't really have a response to that. No,
sorry.
Okay. That's fine. Any more questions?
No, that'll be me, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Right, Councillor Rush.
Oh God, I forgot my question.
And then Councillor Young, and then Councillor Foon.
Yeah, am I right that we have a community reference group that we often use to test these types of ideas with before going out and spending a lot of time with? maybe for you, Liam?
It's probably for you, Madam Chair, the Brad or Siobhan, that there's minor works programs and traffic improvements happening all the time around the city. But I'll hand over to Siobhan.
What was the question? Sorry, Sean.
Sorry, Siobhan. I'm just inquiring about, I mean, I've seen it before, that we maintain and I'm not sure if I've got the right title, a community reference group, which is a selection of randomly picked, designed to represent the demographics of Wellingtonians, and that they are often used to test these types of ideas.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I think now that I've heard that question the second time, I think Councillor Rush is referring to Baz Kaufman's team, the Strategy and Policy Unit, and the Research and Evaluation guys. So yes, they do. They do have and your question is, has this been run past them? No, it hasn't.
Yep.
Okay, that's all. Right, Councillor Young.
Well, could we run it past them? Would that be a major problem? Or
Not a problem at all, and I'm sure once we get approval to actually start the preparation of the plan, that it'll be one of the avenues you'll use.
I'd like to have it done before, but anyway.
Right, Councillor Young.
Yeah, if your name's Sean. So I thought the last time this came up, the cost was 40, when we were talking about speed controls in the city, reducing speed limits. The cost was 44 million. So why has it changed so much?
That was just the part that we included in the cost-benefit analysis to evaluate different options, and that included a traffic calming around all schools. So it basically in entire city, if we put traffic calming on every single street around the schools, so that's where that cost came up from. So that was part of a cost-benefit analysis, and that's if the traffic calming is integrated together with the signage. And as I said, that did not take into account that some of those main corridors will be covered, traffic calming will be covered through other interventions, like Let's Get Wellington Moving projects, as well as Paneke Paneke Bike Networks plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foon.
Kia ora. Just a quick question of clarity on the arterial road map that you've given us. I note the Adelaide Road is missing from that. Is there a reason?
Yes, and that's my apologies. Adelaide Road is a regional arterial, and when I instructed the map makers, I asked them to include the city arterials and the state highway. So... Yes, as a trivia question, it's actually the only regional arterial we have in the city. And also, yes, sorry, that one's on me.
It's fine. Any last questions? All right, well, thank you, Sean and Sandy, for your great work. Really appreciate answering all those questions and doing another report. Thank you. I was intending to be brief. Well, colleagues, it's a great privilege to be able to move these recommendations. Cities need to reinvent themselves, and we are doing just that, engaging in massive generational change in the transport, urban development and housing space. So it's really exciting, and we obviously need to keep up with these other leading cities. And for me, this very much is about the rights of more vulnerable road users, so that we need to put them first rather than those of us who might, at least at the current time, be fit and faster. As we've had an appreciation of the slow food movement, sometimes a slower transport speed is better for enjoying life in its fullest. There is enough time generally to enjoy everything in life. I'd like to thank literally thousands of activists who have got us here today, because of course this is just one of a number of papers which are the building blocks of a sustainable transport system. And you know, honestly, to be in this room with this institution saying we're going to slow speeds down, we're going to get people, you know, moving in a more sustainable way, and we're going to build a major cycleway is amazing. And so it's taken a lot of time, court action and so on, but I'm very grateful to them. And I guess we do actually have a whole lot of support for this. There are many people that have come to us and said, look, we need slower speeds so that we can walk and bike safely. I do consider that it doesn't make sense to only make part of the journey safe. Particularly our children need to be safe for the whole journey. It just doesn't make sense to have those black spots, and certainly there are many parts of the city where the journey to school is a little bit hair-raising. I would consider this a reasonably cost-effective project, given a loss of life, apparently, according to the bureaucrats, is $4 million. Really, it doesn't seem like much, and not to make a much better city, and a city that people want to live and travel to. There will be a lot of consultation, and it is in accordance with the Waka Kotahi guidelines. It is not just about, just making a few little bits of the city safe. It does allow for it, and it's very enlightened guidance. So that's all for me. I'm really going to be really quick. The only thing I've just done, Councillor Paul reminded me, is that we've just added a street in Mount Cook where there has been some quite serious accidents. That's Wright Street, where you've got, it's quite difficult to implement traffic engineering solutions, so a lower speed would definitely be of assistance. Now, Councillor Condi, you're going to second. Do you wish to speak now, or do you wish to?
I can speak now. Thank you, Chair. I think I'm really delighted to be able to second this paper, and just want to thank officers for the work that's been done since the paper was laid on the table. I was one of those who voted to lay it on the table, and I'm really appreciative of the greater clarity that we've been able to bring back on how the consultation process is going to run, how people are going to be able to get involved, the feedback that you've been able to get from some schools, and the other work that you've done in bringing this back to us. So thank you very much for that. It's really appreciated. I think it's really important to remember that officers are going to go out and use these as drafting guidelines. This is not a decision that every street is going to be the speed listed in the recommendations. That the officers are going to go out and look at each street and each condition, and we'll see what is appropriate and safe for those streets. So that's a really important part of this process, that when we get the plan back, once it's been drafted, it will have been through a much more street by street level view before it goes out to the public. I think, this is really about 30 kilometres an hour as a survivable speed, and we want particularly our young people going to school to be safe, but we want everyone to be safe being able to use our roads. And for me, it's really about these safe walking and cycling catchments for schools. We bought a house specifically because we wanted to be relatively close to a school so the kids could walk or cycle. We actually live 1.2 kilometres from a primary school, which they happily scoot to school, and 2.54 kilometres from an intermediate and college. Now, like I say, when we bought, we considered that close, handy to school, and both of those would be slightly outside of the proposed catchment areas. So I certainly see around Tawa many, many college students walking from much further away than that, right across the valley. So I think that's the issue, is it doesn't help them to just be safe at the school gate. Often the most dangerous parts of their trip are not anywhere near school. I also had a look at some other people. My niece and nephew live 700 metres from their primary school and 1.7 kilometres from a train station that would be able to take them to their intermediate or college. And I looked up, my husband walked 1.8 kilometres to his college every day. And that's, that wasn't considered a big deal, right? And so I think looking at these, at the patterns of behaviour that we know people are walking, scooting, cycling from these distances. In fact, these distances are probably on the small side of the actual catchments, the distances from which people will be travelling to these schools. So I really support the catchment approach that's being taken. I really look forward to all the additional work that's going to go into looking at all of these street by street so that we can come back with a more detailed and draft speed management plan for us to take out for consultation with our communities, at which point, Councillor Rush, it might be appropriate to take it to a survey panel, as you were discussing, as we've done that a number of times during significant consultations. But I think there's not much point in consulting the community until we have more details about what it's going to look like on each street. And at the moment we don't. There's a very high-level drafting proposal, and I'm very pleased to be recommending this drafting proposal for staff to go forward and do more work on this basis.
Kia ora. Councillor Foon and then Councillor Fitzsimons.
Kia ora. Yeah, I just really want to thank the officers for the work on this, and it is exciting to see central government coming together with local and regional governments to get a consistent approach. I won't deny I'm full support of safer speeds being explored thoroughly, and like Councillor Condi, welcome that, especially with the concept that slower speeds make it safer for all road and street users. And actually, as we heard from some of the presenters this morning, it makes it more equitable and accessible for all users as well. In 2013, which seems to creep along, but I did stand, the community in Berhampore stood together around our town centre to have it lowered to 30k. We were one of the last town centres to have a slower speed, believe it or not. But still, I know that many of the parents going to school there step out. It's a real drag strip, and there are constant dialogue on our Facebook page about people that step into the road, and it's a natural desire for cars to speed through those traffic signals even with 30k. So, yeah, I just also want to acknowledge, thank you officers for looking at the speeds in Newtown, who was one of, in the opposite, the first to have a lower speed of 40k, but that now feels not right for that very busy, what was the technical term you used, Sean? Density of movement in that area. It really does need to come down to 30k, so thank you for prioritising to do the work on that quickly. I'll let Councillor Fitzsimons speak to Ōwhiro Road, because, yeah, I couldn't do it without emotionally, so I'm going to hand that one to you. But yeah, and thank you for that, Councillor Condi. Yes, my daughter walks 3.8k home from Wellington High most afternoons. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I do want to join with others in thanking the officers for the huge amount of work that's gone into this. And I am, going to pick up on what Councillor Foon said. My very first community meeting was as a city councillor 5 years ago was at the Brooklyn Residents Association, and they raised with me that they wanted a consistent speed limit down through to Happy Valley, which seemed like a reasonable request. It hasn't, despite a number of meetings, emails, campaigns, messages. We still haven't been able to deliver this, but today we are taking the first step to see that happen, and I'm really pleased to be seeing that happen. At that same meeting, one of the members of the community described 30 as less hurty, which was the first time I'd heard that, but it's been in my mind ever since. I also want to just reflect that really today we're just making a decision about what we can do to make our roads safer, and to me this decision is a no-brainer. But I know that it does stir up a lot of concern within the community, and I saw on a recent trip from Napier to Taupo some of the misogynistic vitriol directed at the Prime Minister because of the speed limit change on that road, and I'm really hoping that Wellington can do better than that. But I know that our current speed limits are not fit for purpose, and today's decision is the first step in making Wellington a more livable city. And I'm really pleased that we're going to be doing consultation with children, because when you ask children, should we reduce car speeds to make people safer, they can't even understand why we would ask that question. So I'm really pleased to be supporting it.
It's a very well-made point. Any other speakers? Or we can vote. Oh, no, Deputy Mayor Free, Councillor O'Neill.
First of all, I'd really like to acknowledge the work of officers to bring back a much better paper than we first got in front of us. It's really clear now what the process is, and there's been a really, I think, a solid attempt to incorporate some of the amendments which were flying around at the last meeting, and they've been done in a nice, coherent and consistent way, which we probably wouldn't have achieved if we'd pressed on and tried to do it ourselves. I think I'm going to support everything. I do have some concerns because in the eastern suburbs we have long distances. We do have that nice arterial route which lets us go a little bit faster, but my vision has always been for really a really great bus service with express buses that get people from the peninsula into the city quickly, because we are a big bus using area, but we're also a car using area, and some of that will never change because a lot of tradespeople live in the east and they need their work vehicles, but some of it is just because the bus system at the moment is unreliable and slow. So I'm really, really pleased to see that 4B has been included, which looks at the integration with public transport. And, you know, just make sure that we're going to have those efficient express buses that I think my community really does need. I do have a little bit of a sense of, thank you also for including the grade separation, because I do have a sense that we will need some streets to be a little bit faster. Just again, I'm talking about tradespeople that I know need to get around the city, the whole city, and they are short of time and they do need to move efficiently, but maybe through grade separation and really good high quality cycling infrastructure, which Patrick referred to that being a mitigation for keeping some streets maybe still at 50 kilometres an hour. I'm trusting the officers will sort of try and balance it all up along with the community feedback in this area so that we'll end up with a plan that really does work for everybody. But yeah, there's a lot of, another important point in this paper is the process is now clear that this will come back to a future council for further approval before going off to the regional process, which I'm very comforted by. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. I just wanted to share a conversation that I've been having with a resident and a mate of mine. He's about 27 years old, Seaturn resident, so probably not likely my voters, but we've been having a really long chat about different safety improvements around the peninsula recently. And 9 years ago, my friend James was struck down by a vehicle speeding around the peninsula. He's suffered several skull fractures. He's still receiving surgeries, and it's changed his life forever. And we've been looking at like the service of roles and the provision of safety of young people and people getting around our peninsula. And I was looking up the crash site today, and that's actually one of the places included in the safer speeds limit. We know that these improvements will reduce crashes, reduce the likelihood of serious injury, and increase the provision for better public and active transport. So, as we are having these conversations, I hope that we all know someone that's been affected by this, but in particular, it's really interesting to be handed a map today and be able to see that a particular route that changed my friend's life forever 9 years ago, had we had these changes in place, there might have been a different outcome there. So, yeah, I employed my two fellow Eastern Ward councillors to celebrate the safer seeds changes, particularly for our peninsula.
Thank you. Anyone else? Or we can go to the vote. No. Councillor Rush and then Councillor Cameron.
Well, just to follow on from my colleague from the Eastern Ward, so I guess, first of all, I also agree that the paper's been improved. It was a good decision to lay it on the table, and I am a bit more comfortable with some of the issues that I had. I think the government's strategic speed management plan, it does talk about a 100-metre area from the schools, but also does leave open to the controlling authority to make that more of a catchment. So I think the recommendations is consistent in one respect with the government's or NZTA's guidelines, so I'm pleased about that. I guess my big concern is, and that's why I asked about the community reference group, is how well this will be received by the public, and conversations I've had have been almost entirely, I think, negative in respect of a broad overlay of 30k, but almost entirely, in fact, entirely 100% accepting about the need for slower speeds around schools. And I'm concerned that by chasing the wider sort of goal, we will actually inhibit fast and rapid implementation of safer speeds outside schools. So that's my big concern there. I mean, people, Madam Chair, talked about transformational change and so forth, which might be important to her, but for ordinary people who simply want to get to work and back and get their kids and so forth, they're looking for incremental change. And that's, I think, is what they're looking for. I would also point out that the 50-kilometre currents limitation is a maximum, but there's always the obligation to reduce that in the right sort of conditions, and we see that broadly. Certainly in my part of the neck of the woods, and the roads which are narrow, people are much more cautious in going well down to even 15k an hour on some of those tight curves in Roseneath. So to say that that the average speed is about 35k anyway, and so we're only reducing it to 30, I think is suggesting that I don't know the difference between an average and a maximum, and of course I do. We've got to recall, of course, that this 30k limit would apply during times when there is no one around overnight and so forth, and yet there's obviously very limited safety implications in those sorts of times. So as a consequence, I am not going to support certainly 2A. I think I will probably support the rest, but I'll need to have a look. But I think that the blanket restriction or going out to consider the restriction to 30 on all non-arterial streets is probably going to be a barrier to actually getting quick results for our schools.
Kia ora, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And look, I commend the officers for taking a comprehensive look on this on this plan, but I do have a lot of concerns that we're biting off quite a bit, and what can we actually achieve to actually make some real improvements when where and when we need them. I'm also, whilst we're taking a comprehensive network view, it's also been highlighted to me how disjointed we are with the Let's Get Welly Moving program. I mean, we don't know which parts are being done by Let's Get Welly Moving. Costs have changed from 40-odd million now down to 8 million because we think Let's Get Welly Moving going to sort some of the stuff out, but we don't quite understand how that's going to work. I noticed, one of my colleagues commented these improvements will help. Well, where's the evidence? I mean, no one's done the evaluation of even the central city limits. We don't know how effective that was or whether it actually made a difference, because often people can travel and they'll be traveling at 30 k's when the conditions enable that. So I also think this is the wrong time for us to be doing this right at the moment. We've got a lot more important things to do, and I noticed the chair made a comment that we need to, I think the word was reinvent or rethink around transport, urban development and housing. We've got much more priority in terms of a housing need, and that's where our resources should be going before this, because what this is, it's a nice plan. But as we know with other speed limits around the city, is that unless you put all the other aspects in, the traffic calming, that you actually won't make a difference. And really, who's going to police this? Because I don't think the police well, you can't even get them to come out to a burglary. So I'm not sure you're going to get them to be able to effectively police something like this. And again, but we think we know best. So look, I'm not going to, I'll support, because it's not specified in terms of the area being concerned, but I'll probably support 2B, but the others are, shouldn't be a top priority for us at times when we have more of a priority around housing.
Kia ora, Mayor Foster.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I'm tempted to suggest some amendments, but I'm not going to. I just because this is for doing some further work. But look, the overall principle here is right. So I want to thank the officers for doing the work, and it is based on physics. And that's the physics of the human body and ability to be able to survive in the event of a crash. Where I have difficulty is the expanse of it. You know, the Waka Kotahi guidelines talking about the most at-risk areas. That's not really the whole city. And the 100 metres of schools, and then the highest concentration of road users. So for me, I would have thought that actually where we should be going is a speed limit of 30k for those, so the 2B, but we talk about non-arterial and arterial streets and that, so it is concentrated around those areas of the greatest risk rather than all non-arterial streets. And the second component there is I have difficulty with 2C as well. I think 40k across all the arterial streets is, for me, is going further than I would like to go. It would be interesting to see how it pans out in terms of the consultation. The other points, so I'd like to take 2A and 2C separately, if we can, please. In terms of the comment that Councillor Foon made about town centres, so those, it took us a long time, Laurie, to get those through, bit by bit by bit. I think I was probably championing every single one of those. We still haven't quite managed all the northern suburbs yet because previous Northern Ward councillors weren't very keen on those. And also championing the Safer Roads program, and that's when we actually did physical intervention. So that goes back to the work that Paul Barker did, going back into the early the 2000s to the ROs. And I think that actually what we're going to need to do is to back up speed limits with physical interventions. I think you've got to have roads that look like they're slower speed, because otherwise I don't think they'll work. I don't think that they will, on a wide scale, I don't think they'll work, and I don't think that people will abide by them, and I think that will be difficult in terms of enforcement as well. So I think we're going to have to back this up with the kind of physical interventions that we did do in the likes of Karori and Kandala and Nio, for example, where we've got a lot of traffic calming interventions.
Oh, Nio.
So that's really where I am at. I am pleased, though, officers, that you've taken on board the concerns that we had before, which is that the council, so 5, that the council will be making a decision before going out to wider public consultation. I think that's a really good interim step, because that wasn't really the approach which has been taken in the earlier paper.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Okay, well, I do support some of this, but I am concerned about the breadth of it, especially when we're doing, no, not especially, and in addition to that, we are doing so much already, or the officers are, and we've been told it's expensive and time-consuming to do a study of the economic implications, which I think are really important when our city centre, which is the area I'm particularly concerned about, is in such a perilous state. But my biggest concern, and you'll hear this several times today, is that we're really directing future councils who might have a totally different policy. We don't know who is going to be on the next council. We're 23 days away from the election day. The papers come out tomorrow. And I just don't think we should be doing a lot of the things that we're discussing today. I don't think we should be doing. I know we're still being paid to be councillors, and I think it's very important. I'm still doing my ward work, but I don't think that these major policy things should be decided when we are so close, some of us, to our election date.
What about Circa Theatre? What about that vote?
Councillor Day.
Kia ora. Well, it won't be any surprise that I'm going to support all of this. I spoke at length last time when we were trying to get this one across the line. I think there's a big part of this which is actually helping people change their mentality around how we move around and how that impacts other people. We've become very used to moving around quickly and trying to get to from A to B as fast as possible, and really not taking into account anyone else that we may come in touch with on the way or may impact as well. And I suspect that actually in this process of essentially helping people to slow down, we may actually see some positive outcomes in other ways. I think that our lives have become busier and busier, and we're starting to see, I think through COVID, we saw the impact of slowing down and what that did to our health in general. I reflect on how many people you see in the kind of agitated driver state and think that maybe we haven't quite got it right anyway. And I do think that, this is part of this sort of process of trying to help people to change mode. And if jumping in your car is not faster than walking down the road and getting on the train or going on the bus, then that might also help in the process. And I don't really think it hurts us to have a speed limit that applies when the roads aren't busy as well. I think it still keeps our headspace in a space of making sure that people who are walking, and they do walk at night as well, that they can be safe. I've heard a couple of statements. One is around it's the wrong time to do this, and what can we actually achieve? And I feel like that is the same argument. Those are the same arguments that have come up time and time again, just with different kaupapa. So I think, that code for I'm not comfortable with this, I'd just like to hold it off so that it can be someone else's problem later. And I think...
Objection, that's misrepresentation.
No, I don't think so.
Who did I misrepresent?
You misrepresented me because you're referring to comments that I made. You didn't name me, but you referred to comments, and you were suggesting that my comments were trying to basically push it off, and I don't know what the words were.
No, she didn't. She would have had to have named you and labelled exactly what. Yeah.
So the other thing, there was a comment around police and not being able, that they won't enforce. So I actually do see quite a few police around on the streets, and particularly watching what people are doing. But if this is, actually I've seen them in the city quite a bit. If we lower the speed limits across the city, it'll actually become much more obvious that people are speeding. So you do you get a little bit more kind of social license across the city for people to feel that their speed will be standing out. And most people don't want to do that. Will it take some getting used to? Of course, it definitely will. And I know I've been paying attention to what 30 kilometres an hour feels like, and it is slower. But I also, having listened to David Young's experience that he shared with us today, and thinking about children who are hit by cars, for me that is much more important than me getting from A to B faster. And, I think locally in Tawa, I see a lot of young people walking around and biking as well. I have noticed a slight decrease over the last few years, and I think that's a result of just having more cars around, but also the speeds and the discomfort of parents with children having to cross at awkward spots where people are travelling quite fast. So I think, where we do see people choosing to walk and cycle, we need to think about the fact that they are doing that at their own peril at the moment, and they're very aware of that. So I think we must make bold changes, and I very, very strongly support this. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Any other speakers? Look, just a brief right of reply. I'd really like to give a big thanks again to Liam and Sean, because we did have some quite vigorous discussions with ELT about whether this paper came back, because we'd actually agreed that it would, and there have been a few more changes, but the substantial is there, and the amendments that people wanted around local areas have been incorporated too. So I hope, and we've got a bit of a spread across the city, so that is very helpful. Deputy Mayor Free, look, I hear your concern around the long distances, but the best thing we can do for you is to get those bus lanes. When you don't have to compete with traffic, it is fine. And
wait.
Yes, neither can I. And so I think that will be the best thing. A bus hurtling at you at 50k is a little bit scary from my perspective. Councillor Rush, I would consider myself an ordinary person along with the people I represent who want this too. We're all just trying to get to work or get our kids or our other relatives around and about. And this suite of measures that we're debating today are going to make that a lot easier and a lot more sustainable. Councillor Calvert, I asked about evidence, and Sandy, who's our resident expert, gave it to us. I don't agree that we have bigger priorities in this. Just honestly, given this week, we actually need to save lives, and we also need to make the city an amazing place to live. And if people think this is a cool city at the bottom of the South Pacific, or at the top of the world, which has got this amazing transport system and lots of green and lots of great affordable housing, then people will want to live here. I do agree around traffic calming, and we have got some money to do that. But look, it's really about the culture change that we need to, and the point of it having it like 80% of the city is to make sure that there aren't difficult barriers between areas. You know that you just need to go a bit slower. Enforcement, look, I have a big belief in social enforcement. We can remind each other. But, look, that's a resourcing question, and having possibly, again, a dedicated force for traffic management, as was done in the old days. Mayor Foster, I just at a fundamental level disagree about this idea about targeting the at-risk areas in these 30k suburban areas. They need to be wider, because it just doesn't make sense. It's like the cycle network to have all these gaps where there are dangerous places. So I'm very, very strongly supporting this. And finally, Councillor Young. It may be a different council in 3 weeks' time, absolutely. But the tides of history are strong. And this change, the tides of history are strong. We are going to a place where we are going to have a sustainable transport system. The last 70 years experiment has been a disaster for the planet and for our lives and our health. And we're realising we need to change things in quite a fundamental way. Right, now, colleagues, we will take some things separately. We'll take a division without being divisive, obviously. If we could just have those put back on. I know people will want to say how they voted.
Could I have my voting thing? I don't...
I'm sorry.
Division on all the votes?
Oh, on all of them. Sure, that's fine. That's fine. Just can't remember how many there were. Is that on A, B, C, D, E?
How many there will be, but anyway.
Right. So once we've got those... Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'll look over here. All right, okay, so... Do you want to just do 2 A, B, C, D first? Are those the critical ones?
Do number 1 first.
Do number 1. All right, we'll go in order. Right, number 1, and we'll take a division on all of these.
Could they please be displayed on my screen as well, so I can see them?
Of course, sorry, Rebecca. Yeah, we'll just make sure everyone's got it in front of them. There's quite a lot of recommendations. Right, can everyone see that? Good. Okay, number 1, if you could vote, please. Thank you. Concentrate. We'll get through the day without any wrong votes. Okay, so that is unanimous. Right. That might be the last time. Okay, right, now can we do 2A? Actually, is 2 a separate one? Where do you... Yeah, do we? What do you think? Yeah. Shall we do 2? 2 and then 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D. Right, 2, please.
So what are we doing now?
Just 2.
2 without any of
And without any of the additions. Yes. No, just 2.
Just 2.
2 refers.
I think just it, but
A standing alone. Right, so that passes with 2 opposed. Thank you very much. Next, 2A. Okay, so that goes through with 5 opposed. Thank you. 2B now. No muttering, we're voting. It could be a full-on climate change denier. That's right.
Sweetie going to vote for me.
Oh, Andy? Are you there?
Multitasking.
Is he multi?
Yeah, sorry, I was multitasking. Yeah,
Right.
So that was, we're now on 2B.
Yes, we're on 2B. Yeah. Okay, so that goes through with 1 opposed. 2C. So that goes through with 5 opposed. Right, and sorry, 2D. Sorry. Yep. Okay. It's quite a lot. Off. Yeah, good. So that goes through with 4 opposed. Right, okay, now we're up to number 3. Oh,
You
yeah.
could probably do the rest as one, couldn't you?
3, 4, 5, and 6.
Hold on.
I reckon you could do the rest as a whole, unless anybody really wants them separately.
Just hold on a second. Going from 4 onwards?
3.
No, because I don't want to do noting and agreeing are 2 totally different things.
Right, okay, all right. Okay, so can we just go back up to 3? Right, okay, so we'll do 3.
It's number 3 here.
Number 3.
Simon?
It's just really. Oh, which one are we? No,
Number 3.
That's unanimous. Right, number 4.
It's just basically saying they're going to consult with everyone.
Sorry, it's number 4.
Yeah, we're on number 4.
This means it comes back to council as well later on before they go to consultant.
Yeah, shouldn't be there.
Andy? Andy? Okay, thank you. Right, it's done it. Okay, that goes through with 1 opposed. Okay, number 5. Oh, did you make a mistake? No, okay. Okay. You're allowed to vote how you like. 5.
I voted the wrong way, number 4.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay. Did you? Did you vote against number 4? I think you did. I thought we can still change it. Okay, we can correct it. Yep. Yep. That's fine.
So which way are we up to number 5?
Number 5, but we'll make sure that Councillor Young's vote is recorded correctly. Unanimous, finally. Right. Okay, number 6. Yes, some local stuff. You got to put it up. Would have added it. Oh, okay. I think Mr. Hodges is saying that they're working on it. It's fine.
Talk about it.
Yeah. Oh, wonderful, unanimous. Thank you so much. That's great. And number 7. Yep, they're separate. Unanimous, thank you. Number 8. Have you ever seen Into Wiki or Te Reo Māori? I hope this will be unanimous.
So what are we up to now?
Number 9. It's fantastic. That goes through with 1 opposed. Kia ora, colleagues. We got through that. Break out the champagne. Right.
Yeah,
I know.
Gin and tonic.
Just a little bit of gin. Right, now, I went to one date because you gave it to me and I was rude to not accept.
Finish the second one.
Right, councillors, we are such on a roll with traffic safety. So, Councillor Foon is going to be moving this, but now, so who
Madam Chair, I've got to duck out now.
You've got to now. Sorry, which officer?
Thank you.
Sure, see you later. We're going to do Island Bay now. Siobhan, sorry, it's Siobhan. Am I haere mai? Oh, good on you.
Right. Kia ora tātou. So back in March, Council approved a number of traffic resolutions relating to the south and the north of Island Bay, which would facilitate some minor safety improvements. At that time, we hadn't completed the parking management plan. That has now been completed. We've engaged with the community on that. As a result of a number of requests from the community, we have proposed these changes, which are in front of you today. So 4 traffic resolutions in response to community feedback. Oh, and just a note that the town centre upgrade and associated parking changes will be coming back in December.
Kia ora. He Pātai. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just asked in the Q&A for some details around the businesses and I didn't get anything back in writing and I just wondered if I got a description of what had happened, but I just wondered if that's because there wasn't something in writing, that it was kind of visits, or whether you do have something and I just don't have it yet.
So in terms of our engagement with the businesses, there were personal visits, and we do have a document with notes that were made from those personal visits, so we can share that through with you. We also have emails that we've been sending to the businesses and communication via email, so we can start to consolidate all of that and put that together. It's quite a bit of stuff that we'll have to consolidate. That
would be good, because I did ask at the Q&A and on the emails, and I haven't got that yet. All I got was the same description that went back in the traffic resolution answers. So I would be quite keen to see that as soon as possible.
Okay.
Kia ora, Councillor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora. My question really was around enforcement, and there's been a lot of action on social media recently, and just have we got a broader plan along with the parking plans that we've got coming up for each area to really step up and support these to happen with more enforcement?
Yeah, so from a parking services perspective, they're unable to enforce if the correct signage and the traffic resolutions haven't been passed. So once these are done and we get the signage and the markings out there, then they'll be able to get in and enforce.
Okay, and so have we been working with the parking management team to understand if we're going to need to resource them more?
I've been in communication with Kevin Black from Parking Services, and he's ready to go. I just need to tell him when we're done, and it's all enforceable.
Great, so he's got the team and the time, and
yes.
Boom, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Well, my pleasure to welcome Councillor Foon to move the recommendations. Thank you, officers.
Kia ora, Chair. Actually, I've really got to shout out to our officers and thank you and the community for really pitching in on the detail here. And this is where the devil definitely is. And but I'm just really proud that we're seeing a holistic view to the changes that we're making, and that parking design is a really important part of this transition. And I'm proud of the work that the officers have done here. They've communicated with over 30 organisations in one-on-one approach to understanding their needs around parking as we've implemented the parade upgrades. So this is particularly around the south end, and I think I now know it more in depth than I ever have before. But just also there were a few good requests. One was around residence parking, and that. But actually, the officers have said that the parking management plan we did before has not recommended this because there is sufficient parking within walking distance of the shops. But residents, I do advise you to just keep an eye on this and feedback to council through the groups. I also really appreciate that officers have provided a means to keep communicating with us. And I think this is the way to solve many of the issues that we've got going forward. And I know that this takes time, but I really encourage our officers to keep those doors open and keep that communication up. It really helps our communities to feel like they are part of the solutions going forward. I think also there are other solutions. So in the not too distant future, I've learnt to never say never, but we've got in Tawa going the on-demand bus service. And I think one of the challenges we've got is commuters coming down and parking in the residential streets so that then they can jump on public transport. It makes sense, but if we start providing, when I say it makes sense, it's a practical solution for many people to get to work easily and partially solve the journey. But if we can start looking at things like these on-demand bus services, this may be part of the solution going forward. And thank you for the answers on enforcement. And I think even though we need to make our parking officers champions of a safe city, really, and really change their title and elevate them in the way that, they have to take a lot of front-facing, sometimes get in abusive situations. So I think I really want to see a culture change shift, and that as a community we greet and meet and really honour our parking wardens as great members of our community. So yes, I'm very pleased to be moving this paper today as part of the ongoing solution of how we make the Island Bay Parade better for all users. Kia ora.
Yeah, look, thanks. Just very briefly, I too want to acknowledge the work that officers went through with businesses. But I would say it would be quite good to keep councillors, local ward councillors, informed along the way. So I heard from a couple of them that council had been visiting and they told me a few bits and pieces, and I couldn't really participate in the conversation with them, and they expect their local ward councillor to do so. So it's just a bit of a plea that when officers are consulting within the community about things that they know this table really cares about, please keep us in the loop. And I would really like to see that report. I did ask for it both in the Q&A and in writing. And I guess that's kind of a consistent theme of mine is please help us do our jobs well, make it easy for us to support. So I will cautiously support these, but I do have some reluctance. I don't think that we've got it right with residence parking. When I first became a councillor, residents used to be able to fill out a petition and then they would be able to get residence parking. We got this parking policy, which was meant to do a whole lot of change. We haven't seen any residence parking since it. And I think we need to be quicker at responding to it and I would prefer that we brought back the petition where residents could actually say, hey, look, we think we've got a plan to help in our area, here's how we wanted to do it, because otherwise you get these sorts of suggestions which are broadly supported by businesses but have some caution around residents, and I think we can do better. But I will be happy to support these and mindful that if we need to make changes in the future, we can.
Kia ora. Any other speakers? Councillor Wolf.
Yes, I'd just like to echo the comments made by Councillor Fitzsimons. I'm a little bit hesitant and reserved about this. As you know, I haven't supported a lot of the changes, the proposed changes to the Island Bay Cycleway, and I've been quite consistent on it. I don't actually think that we've...
Not consistent.
Yeah, well,
Councillor Young,
Councillor Young, you can't help yourself. Recently, I have been very consistent, and I am concerned at having read the submissions and where the balance lies. I really am, but I'm inclined to think that I will support this because people have, various different organisations have actually asked for these resolutions. I don't think we've actually done it properly. I think that, as Councillor Fitzsimons has said, there's different and more efficient way of handling this type of resolution, and that would be involving the community more. Thank you.
Has someone got their microphone on? Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. No, you interrupted yourself. Right, any other speakers? I'll just make a brief comment. Look, thank you for all the engagement, and I know it's been really hard for the community, and they've requested these changes, so I'm happy to support. But I do think some of the public feedback does highlight where we're starting from and where we need to go to in terms of the culture around parking, and why all the work, this other work that we are doing will be really, really helpful, because Island Bay, from my perspective, the resident councillor may have a different view, but I find really accessible, and so I just hope one day we won't have 8 people living in a house with 8 cars. I just found that a bit. I guess there are reasons, but we just need to get to a place where things are different, and in a time of climate change, that is going to be, we're going to be looking at doing things differently, and so this work that we're doing today will get us to that point. Any other speakers? Okay, Councillor Foon, do you need a right of reply?
Just to say that. Once again, I want to bring up about how engaged our team have been with the Island Bay Residents Association, with the businesses, the time that they've taken to speak to them individually to get the needs that they want, to fill those needs. Personally, after 3 years on council, I've never seen any engagement where our officers have really been involved with the community as much as this one, and that you're still open and carry on with that engagement even once this is in place. So thank you. And Councillor Pennant, yes, once we get light rail to Island Bay, perhaps we won't need 8 cars per household. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Does anyone want to take anything separately? No? Okay. So if we can do them all as one. And if we could just take a division on them too, please. Thank you. Cool, mana. It's unanimous. That's fantastic. Right, we are rocketing through. We're now going to do, I just love it. We're just doing so much safety stuff today. Chatel Street. That's all supporting it. Siobhan and Brad, welcome back again. We're going to a different area of the city, so we're spreading it around. Thank you.
Okay, so everyone's well aware, this is a well-known accident black spot. It's a very complex intersection. We do have electronic bike signage going in within the next couple of months. That was a decision that was made late last year, but we've been delayed due to design issues and also material suppliers, but they will be going in. What we've presented in this paper is the long list of options. We have initiated a business case process. Those options range quite considerably in terms of complexity and cost. So what the proposal is to continue with that business case process, engage with community along the way, and if we can identify some more minor safety improvements to implement before, as part of that process, we'll look to implement them before the end of this financial year. So there is an amendment that's been added into substantive, which originated from Councillor Matthews. So we're happy to support that as well, and have Brad here to answer any technical questions.
Kia ora, he pātai, Deputy Mayor Free.
I note the comment from our submitter this morning that this really needs a radical rethink. Is that basically something you'd like to comment on?
That's the reason we're taking it through the business case process is because we want to look at every single option that's available to us. The intersection is extremely complicated, and so there's probably some very complex solutions that could be implemented as well, and those are not off the table in this process.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Because I know through the Regional Transport Committee, some of these retaining walls on these priority routes have been, up for funding. Is this something that we could sort of package up together as part of the business case?
Originally it was, but the Chater Street wall was not funded through the last NLTP. And when we made a decision as a council as to what we would self-fund, that wall was also chosen not to be self-funded. So we'll have to wait for the next LTP round.
Can that be, can we still apply for some help with this, or is that?
Through the current process, there isn't any funding as far as I understand in LTF, so we would have to wait for the next LTP round to submit for funding.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Rush, then Councillor Young.
Thanks. So what makes this intersection so complicated?
One of the main things is the fact that you actually have two intersections that are only 50 meters apart from each other. The topography of the area is very difficult. There's a lot of visibility issues there, and because of the amount of traffic that actually goes through there. Plus, you've got a shared bus and cycle lane where you've got cyclists and buses sharing the lane, and it is almost in a dip where you have different levels of lighting. So it all makes it really, really complicated in terms of trying to design a solution.
Okay, thanks.
Kia ora, Councillor Young.
Just a question about the electronic signs for cyclists. Is it possible to make them for cyclists and pedestrians? I know it's a long word, but it's just, I used to walk down there to catch the Pūroro bus when I was much younger, and it is quite dangerous for pedestrians too.
It's a little bit complicated to make it multimodal because of the way that the detectors work, and the loops detect the actual vehicle or pedestrian or cycle that's coming through. It can only really detect one. They're quite complicated detectors, so it was difficult enough just trying to get a design that would work at this intersection for cyclists. It would delay us quite significantly if we try to include pedestrians into it as well because of the complexity.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert.
Just consider we've just dealt with a paper on road safety in itself, and we know that there's accidents happening at this intersection, and that's generally where accidents happen, at intersections as opposed to straight pieces of road. I just wonder whether we could reallocate some of the money from another budget into this, such as the Safer Speeds budget. Is that a possibility?
Well, we're not looking for any funding at this point in time. So when we come up with the preferred option, that's when we'll be coming back with a funding proposal.
But so we could reallocate money that might be in other budgets, even if we don't have.
Yeah, potentially as part of the annual plan process. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask, so making Pūroro Road would be on when you do the business case? That was just one of the practical suggestions. Okay, so that would be quite a major thing. It's not a minor thing.
So that will be on the long list So we're not predetermining what the preferred option is going to be.
And look, I strongly support this, but I'm just wondering, and that's why I've talked about the transparency of this safer infrastructure work. Are there other intersections which are as bad? Or is this one of the worst?
No, this isn't one of the worst. In fact, it's outside the top 20. So when we were asked this question 18 months ago or so, we actually looked at the ranking of all of our intersections. So there are other intersections that are worse.
There's one in Kandala.
Yeah, so, and I guess that's why it's just a question around the transparency of how we make those decisions. Like, I really want this to go through because it's been a very, very long standing issue, but it's just if there are other ones, how do we make the decisions?
Yep, so every year we have a minor safety program incorporated into a general minor works program, which we prioritise each year. I think we sent that out to councillors, that minor works program, a few weeks ago. Essentially, for minor safety works, we've got a budget of $2 million a year, so we're constrained in terms of how much of that safety improvement work we can do. But there is a prioritisation methodology, and it's based on the unsafest first. Right,
so in terms of crashes. And if you had a budget, say, of $5 million for 3 years, would you be then able to hoof through some of those really dangerous intersections, or is it still a capacity issue with staff?
No, well, if you had that budget, you'd resource up to spend it.
Okay, right, something to think about. Any more questions? Right, now my Councillor Wolfe as one of the local residents. And thank you, Councillor Matthews, for your very helpful amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since our last discussion on this, there has been another serious accident in that area, and I just have to highlight that. And my heart goes out to the people that are involved with any accident. This issue is the biggest ward disappointment in my 9 years. I'm grateful to officers as to this paper and what you've put together now. I really am. And Brad, I do thank you personally, because the interactions that you've had with our community have been the most positive that we've had in the 9 years. But I do believe that any further delay on signage, which we have been promised in the past under current budgets and delegation, without having to go to an annual plan, should happen in the next week or two. It's that important. I'm speaking to people that have their lives placed in danger on a 2 or 3 daily basis for that area. It is such a concern. I was determined, absolutely determined, not to have on my watch anything that involved a coroner's inquest, and we have this risk and this potential in this area. I do agree a radical rethink is really, really important right round that area, and not just the Chater Street, Raroa Road, Curtis Street area, but it actually impacts through to the entry of the Northland Tunnel, down to the Karori Tunnel and into Birdwood. That whole area is an absolute risk. And the one-way solution that that is in our paper, it's a solution in one area, but it could be a nightmare in other areas. And I refer to entry and exit into Karori in particular, and to Northland from other areas, and especially from down Raroa Road. This does need a good think, but it definitely it needs something to happen now. One of those things that could happen now is that one of the dangers that lies in that intersection is with the temporary bus lane cameras, when we have operators operating that temporary, but the avoidance that people, that both, well, mainly cars make, creates further dangers. And I would suggest that we mount a permanent camera there, not people there and not a camera. They are actually largely the biggest risk to accident and injury when they're there unintentionally. So, the radical rethink really does need to happen, and we're all about saving lives, and it's really, really important that this happens sooner than later. The electronic signs can come later, but temporary signs need to at least take place now and give especially new people a warning as to what they're heading for. It's not just the cyclists, it's the vehicles as well. We need a slowdown in that area. We really do. So, my advice is please support the paper, but officers, we really need to do some work in the interim.
Thank you. Councillor Matthews, do you want a second now that your amendment's been incorporated?
I'm happy to, unless anybody else.
Well, I'd suggested someone else, but given you are so involved, you go for it. Yeah.
Okay. So I'd like to start by thanking Councillor Wolf for the amendment that he put through, I think it was on a Let's Get Wellington Moving paper that has led to the development of this paper. And I think it's really, really good to finally get this this area on our sort of formal decision-making processes. And I think that's kind of been one of the problems, that we've been sort of trying to work more informally and actually, to have that kind of oversight as governors, that it's consistently moving through. So thank you, Councillor Wolf, for doing that. I'd like to thank officers for their work on this. This is a complicated place, and there isn't an easy solution. And I think while I have the amendment is incorporated that the minor works will be identified by the end of this year and actually installed before June 2023 or by June 2023, that sort of scrambling for what that longer term option, I'd like to have a clearer idea of what that was as well, but it is difficult. And I just want to acknowledge the complexity of this place. I'd like to, I'm so sorry I wasn't there. I've had a bit of a cold, but I'm actually feeling much better today. But I wish I had been there to meet Dave Young in person. And, I know the difficult, terrible kind of situation he has been in. I want to acknowledge, I know Councillor Paul, that you knew the person that was affected by the most recent crash there. And, my best wishes to them and their family, and also acknowledge the work of Felix Marwick, who was also injured along this route and has been a tireless advocate for improvements in this. That it's one of those that I think the community is frustrated, councillors are frustrated, officers are trying to kind of manage all of those frustrations, but, the importance of taking action both immediately to avoid injury and doing something longer term. I do think we need to, get stuff happening here, be responsive to the needs of this community. It makes me worried about what these other intersections are that are much worse. We keep sort of chugging through this work, and I just want to relate it back to the previous decision that we just made to do work on lower speeds to avoid these kind of serious injuries in more places, and the work that we're doing with Pāniki Pōniki, and to sort of acknowledge that safe infrastructure for all road users is something that we just can't support on our patch, but I really want to support it across the city, because as Caroline, who we heard about in submissions today, she doesn't live in our ward but rides her bike there to go to work at Huntley. So thank you to the community, and it's really good to make a decision, even if it's a decision to make more decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And again, yes, I'd also like to add my thanks to Councillor Wolf. I know he's been tireless on this. It's been a long-term problem, and I know you drive there probably every day, at least probably a few times a day, and I'm probably in that part of the ward 2 or 3 times a week. But I'd just like to thank also the Pūroro Residents Association. I know Councillor Matthews mentioned Felix Marwick, and he's been a strong advocate as a cyclist who uses it regularly, but also the Pūroro Residents Association. I think Councillor Wolf and we've been down with them in past years with officers looking at what could be done around that intersection. And, it's never been, an easy solution. So it's good that we're now going to take a comprehensive look at things. So and I'm assured by the officers that they will be working with those representatives who have been closely involved for a number of years in trying to seek improvements along the way. So so I fully support it, and hopefully everyone else will.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Free, I know you've had a long interest in this.
Well, actually, this is a very good day because, and thank you for the people who've worked on this, and water councillors in particular have been very aware of this for a while. But I can remember when I started, when I had the cycling portfolio and Chris Calvi-Freeman had the transport portfolio, and we went up there and we could not believe how dangerous it was. And I'm afraid I'm a little bit with you. If there are other intersections that are worse, I shudder to think what they might be like, because there were just cars whizzing by, buses whizzing by, people changing lanes, and we witnessed quite a few abrupt stops and near misses. You might have even been there too, actually, Councillor Wolf. So, it's occurred to me that it's not just even about deaths, it's about the serious injuries. And I think we had that testimony this morning. The amount of time, even a small accident, I had a bike accident myself, and my arm is still slightly damaged, not seriously, but a little bit. And just all the tissue damage that goes on, the broken bones, sometimes the head injuries, the wrenched out shoulders, the chipped femurs. I mean, all of this adds up to a huge cost in terms of someone's ongoing disability and the loss of their work and productivity over the time that they are recuperating, not to mention the actual costs in the health system. So this is a very, I think the reason I'm bringing this up is because I think sometimes we put these things into the too hard baskets because the solutions are actually not cheap. A good solution here, I think the submitter said it well, probably a good solution involves a complete rethink about this particular intersection. That's not going to be cheap, but on the other hand, the things that go on with people's lives and disability and deaths, let's call it out, are not cheap. So this is a really good step. I think you were right, Councillor Matthews, we needed to put this in writing because we have asked and officers have heard, but it hasn't somehow got onto the list. So now it is, and it's a good day.
Kia ora. Councillor Condi.
Thank you, and I just want to acknowledge, as all of you have acknowledged, I think we all here take it really personally when someone's hurt on our roads, particularly in an area where we know that there's been issues for a long time, and that our staff, I think, take that really personally as well. And it's great to see this paper coming and for staff to be showing us that they're bringing on these improvements as fast as practicable, while still taking the time to make sure that we're going to make the right kinds of changes, because this is a complicated intersection. So we do need to make sure that we kind of look at all of the options and what's actually going to help. The last thing we want to do is put something in place that makes it worse. So it's great to see that, we've got these cyclist detection signs that'll be going up as soon as humanly possible, that we should have minor improvements identified by the end of the year and going in early next year, and that a wider look of the business case of all of those options will be coming into the annual plan for funding. So I think it's great we can kind of see we are taking the time to make sure we do get the right answer here, but that we are going as quickly as possible to kind of put in no regrets options that we can put in place as quickly as possible while we make sure that we get the right solution for this intersection. So I just want to acknowledge everybody who's been working on this for quite some time. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Any other speakers? Councillor Wolf.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank you all, Councillor Matthews and Councillor Calvert. You both have been really good advocates for trying to make change in this area, and thank you both for bringing up the Koori Residents Association and the Koori Businesses. Pardon? Yeah, and also the Koori Business Association. It also was lovely to have Dave Young here, and Felix Marwick in particular has been relentless and wonderful in his advocacy for trying to move this into a safer environment. From a negative. Felix has tried to turn something into a very big positive, and when this takes place, it will be part of Felix as much as anybody else that will have brought this progression. So I just want to commend him. The minor works are really, really important and early. Councillor Free, thank you for your long-standing advocacy as well, because it has been, and it has been loud at times as well. That's really important that we are loud. Councillor Condi, your main point was that we're being proactive and reactive at the same time, and I think that that's sometimes a very useful combination, so that we can move things forward quickly. So I would urge you all to vote for this paper, as it is. Councillor Matthews, thank you for your amendment as well. And I've got one more thing to say just outside of the paper, because it might be just my last chance. Councillor Pannett, thank you so much for your chairing of this committee. Thank you also for what you have done for me personally right from day one. You've been a fantastic friend and advisor and mentor, and I just respect that immensely. I wish you well for the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Wolf. How gracious. Very kind. No, we're not. You are getting a present at some time today. It's all behaved. Right. Okay. So can we vote, and we will record the result, just given how important it is. And that is unanimous. Thank you so much, colleagues. A great result. Right, I want to get the last smaller two papers done in 9 minutes. Deputy Mayor Free, I know one of these is very dear to your heart, but hopefully they're not contentious. So, Mr. Hodgetts, would you like to do the Moore Point paper?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. So, accompanying the Q&A yesterday, this paper is trying to secure the strategic interests of the Moore Point link from Strathmore. Currently that's served by Stuart Duff Drive, and of course it is at the airport's leave that we're able to use that, the community anyway. This paper really recommends officers consider in the infrastructure strategy the placement of a future road in our strategic work going forward, and that the accompanying detail in the report, and of course the letter from Wild, just confirms that road is open to negotiation as we move into the planning phase for the next LTP and infrastructure strategy. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. He Pātai. Actually, it's been a really busy week, and I did look at this quite at the last minute, and I didn't look at the sea level rise data. How vulnerable is it around there if you're going to put in a new road?
Look, not this particular road. Lower Bayside, there is some vulnerabilities there, but this particular road is a slightly higher, I think about 1.5 metres higher above. So in this particular situation, we just have an indicative plan that's set on the 2040 master plan for the airport. So we'll make those investigations as we get closer to potentially building this future road.
Okay. Councillor Young?
I'm just wondering how, agree that the council includes the acquisition, blah, blah, in the 30-year infrastructure strategy. I mean, where would we put the road?
So through you, Madam Chair, the acquisition and construction has to be factored into by both budget and planning of the road. So as we foreshadow, for example, assets and infrastructure that supports the growth of the city, this is one of those future possible assets that we'd put in there. So the auditors can be clear on what the city's planning in the next 30 years in terms of how infrastructure might be able to serve it. So it goes in as a holding note or a holding project in the 30-year infrastructure strategy. But it's the same piece of work the auditors look at when they're approving the LTP.
So does that put a blight over surrounding streets, like Onapu Road and areas like that?
No, it's an indicative holding project for the future that is subject to many other council decisions, both in acquisition and spend. So no, it doesn't. Is in short, because this road's also north of the current Wellington Airport environs. It's this indicative road on the master plan, and it sits within that golf course environment, I think.
And what's the problem with the current situation?
Well, the current situation, it's all in the report, Councillor, but
Wait, it's right, so
yeah, no,
what's the issue?
that's fine. The current situation is that the road is at the behest of the airport, so that securing public access is...
They've been quite clear that they have no plans to.
Oh, no, I don't think that's quite what the paper says.
I think the paper's suggesting it hasn't been clear enough, and this is an opportunity to clarify that.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, Deputy Mayor Free, fine, we can give you something. You really wanted this paper.
Yeah, no, this is really just a little bit of a noting paper, really, that we have had some discussions with the airport. They have some expansion plans. This may or may not eventuate because we don't really know how airport travel is going to increase or decrease. But it's just saying that in principle they have recognised the need for public access down to the coast. And the reason for this is without this access, we can have situations like the Pasa Branda being closed for about a week. And other access points off the peninsula are quite vulnerable as well. And without this road and the Pasa Branda, every single bit of traffic has to go through the Cobham Drive roundabout. So there is a potential for this to actually, if we didn't have this access, we would be at risk of quite a lot of loss of accessibility in the event of the unforeseen thing happening. Plus, it's important for people to be able to connect between the two communities as they can now. It's always been there. That road actually was a public road before the airport was sold out of public ownership and became a private company. I don't know that we'll necessarily ever build this road, but the other thing to consider is Strathmore is marked as a growth area and opportunity area, and I've heard our mayoral candidate, Paul Eagle, talk about aspirations for more housing in Strathmore, and this road would actually support a more intense amount of housing there, which...
Just a reminder, no campaigning, thanks, Deputy.
I know, sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned that. Yeah, but anyway, I just encourage you to, I do encourage... Moving on. Moving on, I will not make any further comment on that. In fact, I will stop now. And I believe...
Excellent. And
I believe that Councillor O'Neill would like to second it.
She's not even wearing red. God, what a lucky day. No. So thank you, Deputy Mayor Free, for really pushing through this. And just about every conversation we've had with Weil and our officers, you've definitely brought it up each time, and I'm really happy that we're able to have this paper today. Moa Point is a very unique suburb of about 21 residences. It's one of our smallest suburbs. It also means that it's incredibly vulnerable to things like sea level rise and extreme weather events. So I see the value in this conversation as a really good one, both within our small people and our small population resilience, but also our impact on climate change and other things like that. And thank you, Chair Pannett, for inviting us to come and move the paper today. Cheers.
Of course. Anyone else want to speak? Except to say congratulations, Deputy Mayor, you have been extremely persistent on this issue and you've got a paper just in the nick of time, so thank you very much. Right. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rush.
I was just going to say, this road, I do agree, it's important. It is private property, though. What would be helpful would be a master plan for the Miramar Peninsula, which includes the Heritage Park. And I'm told that it has been developed, but I've never been able to see it. And it needs to also include this additional mode or mechanism of getting through into the city for resilience purposes.
Thank you. Right. Shall we vote? Put up. What are you doing? Oh, right. Okay. We are multitasking. Okay. Okay. And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Right. last paper before lunch. Actions, yeah, I know, but it won't hopefully take long.
Just take it as read, councillors. If there's any questions, attempt to answer.
Yeah, please. You're stopping people from getting lunch. Right, no one wants to... Sure, I will move it. Councillor Fitzsimons will second it. Any debate? Let's go. Yeah. Keep a woman from her lunch. Sean? Sorry. That's unanimous. Right. You now literally have 60 minutes for lunch. We're going to have the Let's Get Wellington Moving paper straight after lunch because I just wanted to give them a definite time. And then we will do the Newtown paper last but not least. Kia ora. Okay, kia ora koutou. We're going to get back into it. So Adam Nichols, Alison Howard and Roger Burrow, a warm welcome to you. Very excited about all your work. So over to you to introduce the paper.
Kia ora, thank you. My name is Adam Nichols. I'm the Technical Director with Let's Get Wellington Moving. So just a very brief introduction from me before I hand over to Alison. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to present this paper, and I guess also thank you to the officers from Wellington City Council and the Regional Council that have put the work in to write the paper. I thought it would be worth just saying that in July the Council agreed that option 1 for Let's Get Wellington Moving was the best performing option and the preferred way forward, and that it should move forward to detailed investigation. Now, at the same time as that agreement in July, it was also noted that it was noted around the importance of travel demand management and behaviour change. It was really important that it was going to maximise the programme to achieve its objectives and preparing for any disruption associated with the construction, particularly for the mass rapid transit and for other projects such as the Golden Mile. Following the Council's decision, so that was the Wellington City Council and the Regional Council's decision in July, the programme Let's Get Wellington Moving has been moving forward with the detailed investigation work for the MRT, the work at the basin and the new Mount Victoria Tunnel. At the same time, we've also been busy progressing the Golden Mile, Thorn and Quayhook Road and the City Streets programme. And I guess it's really important looking forward that we move forward with the travel behaviour change programme as well, and that's the reason why the paper is coming to you today. All of these projects that we're delivering for Let's Get Wellington Moving, all of these big projects, they are ultimately going to change the way in which people travel, and some people, not all people. We do acknowledge that there are some people that rely on their private motor vehicles, especially those in business or those that need it, but people will change the way in which they travel. It's really important that we get this programme up and running so that we can be in a good space with the travel behaviour change. I guess I'm just going to hand over to Alison, who will just talk a little bit more about the mechanics of the travel behaviour change programme and how it will work. Thanks very much.
Hi, councillors. I wanted to start with what we mean when we say behaviour change. The business case is quite long, and I think that can somewhat get lost in the middle of it. How we're currently structured, how we will look post this funding going forward, and what we're asking from you today as a decision. So what we mean when we say behaviour change, particularly for infrastructure changes where you are creating new options, there is a lot of research that the supporting services that you provide to people are very valuable to get people to use the infrastructure that you've put in place. And that the time when you put in infrastructure is the perfect time to use a moment of disruption to existing travel patterns to create new travel habits. So there's two elements to the behaviour change related to Let's Get Wellington Moving. One is seizing moments when during construction habits are being disrupted, and the second is following up when the infrastructure is in place to get people to use the infrastructure that you've provided, should they be able to. So those are sort of the goals of doing behaviour change. The value of it is really high value for the expense that you put in. So the analysis is a BCR of 3 or more for these types of initiatives. What do I mean when I say behaviour change? What is a wraparound service? I thought I would give you the example of the Wellington Hospital Travel Plan. Sometimes when you hear Wellington Hospital Travel Plan, you think, well, that's more planning for the sake of planning, a lot of words, not a lot of things. But what is involved in that travel plan is they've put in a new bus service between the hospital and the railway station, so that are timed for the start and end of shifts, so that they can get staff to and from the railway station without those staff having to go on the normal bus system. That bus trip is 10 minutes compared to what it would take on a residential bus. They've put a cap on the number of parking spaces for staff, they're developing a carpooling app for staff so that staff can carpool with each other. And they've done a lot of analysis of what the transport needs are of their staff, so they have a much better understanding of how close their staff live to the hospital. They are very supportive and excited about about mass rapid transit and the opportunity for more housing densification near the hospital, which will now allow a greater number of their staff to be able to afford and want to live closer to the hospital and be able to walk or take a bike or a bus to work. They're also putting in bike storage, lockers and showers. And all of this, the intention of this is to free up the car parking that's on that site for use by visitors and people who are coming there for treatment. So you're basically trying to get the staff out of their cars and into other options being provided so that that car parking is freed up for those who truly need it. So that's the intention of the plan. So you can kind of see that what that involves is funding for people to make those plans and to enact them, and for those plans to be put in place. So the extra bus service, for example. So that particular plan was half funded by the hospital itself, which is pretty typical for a travel plan, that it does get co-investment from the workplace or the entity that you're doing that travel plan with. So I just thought I'd give you that practical example. I don't want us to kind of digress completely into a discussion of all of the different ways we can do behaviour change, but I just thought it was really useful to give a practical worked out example so that you could kind of see the context of what we do. In terms of what we currently do, both Greater Wellington and Wellington City Council and most TAs in this region have travel behaviour change teams. I have one in my business unit, which is why I'm speaking to this paper. So our current travel behaviour change teams do initiatives like Pedal Ready, teaching children how to ride a bike. That's a program run by Greater Wellington all across the region that we benefit from. And my travel behaviour change team does things like supporting micro-mobility and helping Locky Dock find places for their Locky Dock stations, and talking to schools about their travel behaviour, helping put in bike paths in school grounds, and a whole variety of stuff that's designed to encourage people to use the broad range of travel options that are already available in the city. So that's what we currently have. The intention for this program of work is to expand the capacity of both of those teams to deliver travel behaviour change, specifically to support Let's Get Wellington Moving infrastructure as it goes in, as it causes disruption and after it's in. The intention is to work collaboratively, coordinated by Let's Get Wellington Moving. In the management case part of the business case, you'll see that there's a management team that includes the heads of both travel behaviour change teams, plus someone from Metlink, plus Let's Get Wellington Moving staff, and that we manage the program of work collaboratively. And it formalises the informal relationships we already have across those entities and how we manage behaviour change across the city. We have a very clear framework of who does what that's outlined in the business case, so a way of deciding which type of behaviour change initiative each council entity is going to undertake. This business case doesn't ask for money from Wellington City Council. The funding for this travel behaviour change business case has already been allocated in the LTP budget for Greater Wellington Regional Council. Our contribution is that of the 5 staff we have in the travel behaviour change team, 2.3% of them we could say are our in-kind contribution. One of them is paid for already out of Te Atakura with a job description that specifically mentions Let's Get Wellington Moving, so it's like our part of this puzzle. We will in addition get another 6 staff paid for by Greater Wellington to do the travel behaviour change initiatives as decided by that management team to be allocated to us to execute. And we get not only funding for those staff, but for those staff to execute the behaviour change initiatives as well. So it's funding for staff time and for, stuff. I think it's important to note that it is very good practice in infrastructure budgets to spend sort of 5 to 10% or even a little bit more of your infrastructure budget on behaviour change. So for a planned investment of, say, $7 billion, you would spend $350 million at the bottom end of that on behaviour change, and this package is asking for 50. So it's a small investment with a really high level of leverage in terms of the benefit you get out of it. And I think it's an important part of holding people's hands and walking alongside them as we change significantly what the transport system looks like that's outside their door. So now I'd like to open for questions.
Kia ora. And we have Councillor Calvert first. Thank you.
Thank you. Given the funding's mainly being given to Greater Wellington Regional Council and Katahi, Greater Wellington responsible for public transport. I mean, that's, they basically got two functions, public transport and in the environment. So in terms of buses, or public transport, it's about buses. So in terms of your travel behaviour change, all I could hear was stuff you seem to be working a lot on pedal-ready stuff, micro mobility. Are you working on anything to get people onto public transport at the moment, or are you intending to as part of this?
I gave examples that are relevant to the work that we've done to date. The Wellington Hospital travel plan includes public transport, getting staff to and from the hospital. There is a lot of content in this business case that is about public transport, getting people to use the new infrastructure that gets put in place. Yeah.
And I know you talked about disruption, but residents of Wellington are currently facing a lot of disruption by not having buses to be able to catch because they're just not turning up. How do you factor that in? Because, I mean, I must admit, I'm of the opinion, and a lot of people in Wellington are saying, just get the buses working. We'll get on them, but just make sure they're reliable and they're frequent. And we seem to be doing something completely expecting that these buses are working, and we can't even get our current buses working. So do you have a view on that in terms of this paper? Because it's really difficult to say, let's put some more money in when all we need to do is get buses running.
The accountability for the buses rests with Greater Wellington Regional Council, so I can't speak to what their plans are, their attitudes towards public transport, and with Metlink. I do know that our colleagues at Greater Wellington and Metlink are working very hard on resolving issues with the buses, and we have discussed with them how we might talk more about that in the next triennium. These behaviour change initiatives relate to the infrastructure that Let's Get Wellington Moving puts in place. So you will see them wrap around Golden Mile, around Thorndon Quay, and around LRT or bus rapid transit should it be put in. So that's the intention and the focus of this.
So I'd like to hear from the Let's Get Welly Moving representative, because obviously, this is a partnership. So, but what I'm hearing is, Greater Wellington can take care of that, and we don't really know what's going on about their buses, or actually focusing on getting those buses working now. So I'm just finding that you're putting this paper in front of us, yet we've got a crisis with our buses now.
I mean, to be fair, before Adam speaks, this business case is a long-standing part of the Let's Get Wellington Moving program and has been planned from the inception of doing Let's Get Wellington Moving. The bus crisis is relatively recent.
It's been going since 2018.
But it's impacted by COVID and a whole lot of other factors and labour shortages. And is a separate issue to this business case, I think.
So, Councillor Calvert, absolutely no one disagrees that a well-functioning bus system is a really important part of achieving mode shift. Absolutely no question about that. That's not the decision that you have in front of you today, and we are working very hard with our colleagues at Greater Wellington. I can promise you that they are very well aware of the pressure that city councillors are under and that their regional councillors are under.
Thank you.
But this is not the paper, and whether your vote on that paper today won't make a bit of difference to the issues with the buses. It's a different part of the regional council, but we completely accept the point that you're making, which is that actually not just this issue, but many issues that we bring to you are not going to work to their full capacity if we don't have a properly functioning public
And that's the problem. All we're concerned with is outputs, not outcomes.
Right.
So, but thank you. I think that's all the questions I have for now. Can you tell me, in terms of these people being extra staff being employed, what is the nature of the roles? What sort of skills are you looking for from them?
Two main sets of skills. One on behaviour change initiative design. So behaviour change is a discipline. So being able to design good initiatives is important. And another skill set around project coordination and delivery.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rush.
Thanks, Alison. And just first question is just a clarification. You said that there's no financial implications for Wellington City Council. Just be clear, because paragraph 59 and 60 seems a bit inconsistent. So paragraph 59 is the financial implications, lists a few $1 million there. You do then go on to say that at 60, the spending will be split between GW, WCC and LGWM. And then you go on to say that GW will do 49%, and it says with 51% funded by Wakakataui under the financial assistance rate. So I'm not quite sure what the financial assistance rate is, but is that what you mean, that we're not actually having to pay any cash?
Yeah, we don't pay any cash. So the money go round is that Greater Wellington use their existing LTP approved budget and Waka Kotahi funding, and then send the relevant pieces of money to us to fund staff and initiatives at Wellington City.
Okay, thanks. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
I guess the other thing that's, I suppose, which might be a little bit thornier, shall we say, having done a lot of infrastructure in my private experience, it's always been sort of welcomed by the recipients, if you like, and never needed an education type program to roll out. I'm sort of just wondering, we're obviously there will need to be communications during the construction period, and we'll manage that in the usual way, I would have thought. But we're offering a new type of transport from the railway station to Island Bay. I'm expecting people are going to get on it because it sells itself. So I'm just a little bit confused about that. Doesn't these projects sort of sell themselves once they're up and running?
If we were all kind of rational only human beings, perhaps, but when we have habits are psychological, and changing those habits can be hard. So even if there is an easier and cheaper option in front of you, if that's not your habit, you still need a little nudge to get you to use the habit. And I think it would be incorrect to say that infrastructure projects are always universally welcomed into communities. I was at a comms and engagement masterclass on Tuesday night where we were talking about West Connect, which is a roading project that was bitterly opposed in Sydney. So I don't think it matters what the infrastructure project is. There'll be some people who don't like it. But in terms of getting people to use the options, let's say we build you a beautiful cycleway right outside the front of your house. You still need to have a bike, own a helmet, know what the route is between your home and work, know there's somewhere to park your bike when you get there, know how to ride the bike, and feel safe that you're going to be on that route. All of those things have to be true, and have a helmet and the shower. But all of those things have to be true before you try it. Now, for mass rapid transit, you have to feel confident that you know where you're buying the ticket, that you know the route will be reliable, that you're going to be comfortable on it, that it's going to get you to your end goal on time. And if you have existing habits, you might need a nudge to try something new. And that's what this is. This is about nudges and wraparound support. And the research is there. Like some of it is quoted at the end of the business case, but there is bucket loads of research that behaviour change achieves more mode shift for the investment. It's just a great investment from a BCR perspective.
Okay, so I'm just a bit concerned. We're not trying to sell some sort of inferior sort of system. I mean, you mentioned cycleways, and I guess my focus would be more on the other major planks, the State Highway 1 improvements and so on, which I would have thought they do sell themselves. And cycling is simply something which some people will do and others won't. There'll be some who will respond to a nudge, I believe. But I don't think that doesn't, to me, I don't think that that's a big part of
sorry, it's
this
quite long
project. I just
question.
Hey, look, you guys always start doing this, but I'm trying to get a
It sounds
thorny
like
answer.
you're having a debate with the staff.
I'm not having a debate with the staff.
Just get to the question. Thanks, Sean.
Can you just be quiet too, by the way? Can you control the meeting, please, Madam Chair?
Okay, Councillor Rush, just ask the question.
Did you get the answer, the question there? I'm trying to understand how much weight is being put on telling people to get on bikes as opposed to being able to embrace the other more major sort of pieces of work.
The specific behaviour change initiatives will relate to the infrastructure projects of Let's Get Wellington Moving. So we'll complement our existing work on cycleways, but we'll focus on the infrastructure that we're putting in place.
Okay, thank you. I don't think it was a controversial question.
Thank you. Councillor Condé.
Apologies, thank you. Can you just talk us through what the plan is for rolling out packages D and E? Because I think it's really clear there's we're going to do A and then pretty immediately B and then at some point in the future C because that's related to the parking levy. But the paper says, well, D and E, we can do those anytime. So can you give us more information about what the intention is for bringing those later packages into the program and scaling up?
My understanding of this decision making is really budgetary. So packages A and B fit within the budget envelope of what Greater Wellington has approved in its LTP. Packages D and E would need further funding decisions and so have been deferred to after the next LTP round. That's my understanding. Am I correct?
Yeah, I think one of the other points as well is that it's really important that we do some monitoring and evaluation of the work that we do. So one of the roles that's identified is someone to do evaluation. I guess there seems to be a bit of mystery around travel behaviour change. When we did a literature review, it's really difficult to say how successful it is. We got some good evidence so that we could come up with a BCR, but we had a discussion with the board at Let's Get Wellington Moving, and we did commit to doing some monitoring to report back on that. And I think that depending on how successful that is, will depend on coming back and saying, well, look, this is proven to be successful. We've got the evidence. There's some opportunities here. I think some of the triggers also align with some of the things that might happen externally. Roger, I'm not sure whether there's anything to add to that.
No, I think you've covered that very well, Adam. Yep, it's pilot, test and grow. So get the basics really, really good. Provide the evidence to decision makers that it's working well, and then build on that and expand as you're demonstrating. You continue to demonstrate the value.
And arguably, you would leave the culture change piece until after we have some of the infrastructure in place.
Yeah. So I guess a kind of follow on from that, what I think I'm hearing is if elected members wanted to go harder on travel behaviour change and go faster on that the next LTP would be the opportunity to consider additional funding to bring on parts of D, for example. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be. And the Better Off funding application that we're putting in as a council has additional money for behaviour change and culture change regardless.
Yes.
But yes, if we wanted extra money out of our rates base, it would be wise to wait for the next LTP to do that.
And can you just give me some information about what are the next steps for the parking levy? Because, I understand that that's not really the decision that we're making today. We're giving you the go-ahead for A and B. But what are the next steps for the parking levy? What's that going to look like?
What are the next steps?
Yeah, no, that's good. I guess the first thing to say is that when we looked at the performance of all of the options that we had for Let's Get Wellington Moving, we know that any form of parking levy or road pricing actually makes those options perform better against the objectives. So the transport planner in me says, look, these are a good thing, okay? The stance that we're taking at the moment is we know that the governments are looking at pricing, and we're sort of keeping a watching brief on that. So we're not actively pursuing anything at the moment. but we know that things could happen nationally, which would mean that we would need to do some form of response to that. But so there is nothing actively happening with that at the moment.
I think it's also one of the things that comparative cities research showed us that we did for Let's Get Wellington Moving last year was once people have LRT in their city, in general they really like it and want more of it, but they need to see it and feel it and use it, which is similar to our approach to the bike network plan as well. You put it in, people see it, feel it, touch it, use it, want more of it. And I think it would be a good thing for us to have those lived examples in front of us before introducing additional measures that it kind of could be seen as quite negatively by some, before they can see the tangible goodness in front of them.
Deputy Mayor, thank
Can
you.
I go back another?
Oh yeah, sure, of course. Deputy Mayor Free, thank you.
So look, we've just approved in principle to have more slow speeds in the city. And I must admit, I did dream about what it would be like if you actually designed a city for walkers first. But my point is, that combined with the Cobham Crossing, shouldn't you be looking at, it's not just about bike infrastructure. And I think there's a danger here that we have, that the mentality is around bike infrastructure. There's bus lanes going in, and better crossings and better walking. So I guess my question is, how are you going to respond to that through the behaviour change thing? Will there be lots of work done, for example, with schools around walking now that it's all safer, well, supposedly?
You'll see in the in package A, there's an allowance for several school travel plans. I forget the exact number, but there's many of them. I guess the reason why I use examples around biking is because we have the bike network plan, and so a significant proportion of our existing travel behaviour change work is on biking. But part of those bike network plan projects is also bus priority. And obviously with Let's Get Wellington Moving, it is pedestrian improvements, biking, bus priority and mass rapid transit. So yes, the behaviour change packages and initiatives would cover all of those modes of transport. The purpose of the work is to create more people out of cars, moving more people with less vehicles. So yes, would be my short answer.
Just to follow up on that, there's a focus on the last mile with the rail trips, getting people to the station, but I'd like to suggest one of the things I've picked up is people would really like shuttle buses, more smaller buses going around the hills to actually bring them to a convenient place to catch the buses. And, it's a bit of a disincentive sometimes to walk back up the hill. And would there be the possibility of bringing any of that in, or are we just going to be looking at last mile to rail?
The last mile pieces of behaviour change will be run by Greater Wellington because they are regional. So that will definitely come up in our conversations with them, and I'm sure they're thinking of those creative ideas as well.
Or even just, you could have apps which let people link up with each other.
We've already got that in Tawa, the on demand.
Good.
Roll it out.
Because we're awesome.
It will be going to other communities. Councillor Condi, would you like to ask more questions? Good on you.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about one of the KPIs for the project objectives on table 3.1, page 18, was to improve the perception of active mode safety. And I just wanted to understand, how does this connect to actually improving safety? Because we don't want to be going out there and persuading people it's safer than it actually is. So how does that work together?
Obviously, the first thing you do is actually improve the safety. But even when you have put in safety improvements, you still have to communicate to people that you've done that and that the route is now safer. And there are also sometimes perceptions of safety. Roger, I think you had some good...
I think the thing is, and it comes to some of the earlier points as well, is that when you introduce infrastructure, there's not everybody's the same, and so there might be big chunks of people that go, oh, there's a bike lane, I'm ready, I'm going to move. And it might be the same with public transport and mass rapid transit. If they come from a place where there is public transport and mass rapid transit, they're ready. But then you have a portion of people that might have grown up in a city that had no public transport, or where it's very car dominated, and they've never tried it. And so the nudges that Alison talking about it's for those that portion of people that this is all new. I've never been on a bus. I don't know what to do. And there's quite a lot of research and studies about people that just haven't experienced those things, and so that creates a barrier for them.
Thank you. And then I wanted to ask about, I noticed that cycling from the northern suburbs was not seen as a key opportunity in this plan, and just wondering how that kind of aligns with the fact that the Johnsonville Triangle's an early priority project for city streets, and also Paniki Poniki.
So when we were working with officers to develop the business case and the initiatives in it, we didn't want to spend a lot of time encouraging people to change how they travelled before the supporting infrastructure or services were in place. And so one of the key principles is that when initiatives such as city streets or other Let's Get Wellington Moving improvements are put in place, that's your opportunity to then go into those places and put them in. So the improvements around the Johnsonville Triangle and investigations of facilities up Noranga Gorge, etc., that would be the time to start focusing on those areas. But the Noranga to, yes, it's timing things so you get the best value.
Thank you. Last one. One of my personal bugbears is about travelling to weekend sport. A husband who plays sport and 2 young children. And it's pretty much the critical barrier in our household to being able to go car-free. And one of the things that I didn't really see anywhere in the report was kind of talking about travel demand, travel planning for sports clubs, or working with like sports leagues, for example, where people play socially. My husband plays socially. He doesn't need to travel to Seatoon. He travels to Seatoon, he travels to Kapiti, he travels to Upper Hutt to play socially. So is there more? Yep. So is there going to be that kind of work? Is there a space for that here?
I couldn't agree with you more. One of the things that me and my counterpart at Greater Wellington have discussed is that this package of initiatives is like a starter for 10. One of the first things that we plan to do is user research. So what are the travel needs and the travel barriers? And that is good practice with behaviour change, because then you're building off what is and working to that. So I would fully expect school sport to come up in that context and for us to focus on it. In addition, the work that my team are planning in terms of community-led climate action and identity-led climate action, I'm anticipating some of that will be around sports clubs as well. So yes, it's on our radar.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Calvert.
I've just got a question following on from Councillor Condi's question. We're inquiring about the Johnsonville Triangle and not being able to focus on that work until the infrastructure is in place. Is that, did I get the right interpretation? Is that essentially it?
So what we're saying,
Yeah, and also in terms of phasing, like this initial tranche of money that Greater Wellington have in their budget takes us up to the next LTP. So that's really 20 months away. And so, if there was a strong desire for us to focus more on the northern suburbs, that's something we could fund in the next LTP quite easily. But between now and then, I'm not aware that we're going to have done any infrastructure in that area that we could wrap behaviour change initiatives around.
So what infrastructure changes will we have done in the city then to wrap this behavioural change around?
We will have started, my understanding is we will have started Golden Mile, there's Thornton Hut Quay, there's the city streets improvements, the pedestrian improvements in the middle of the city. Moana, am I forgetting anything?
No, that's right. So the Let's Get Wellington Moving programme of work and construction starts early next year on Golden Mile.
And you're trying to get more people onto cycles, or you're trying to get more people onto buses?
The Golden Mile will cause disruption to people's existing transport habits. The bus routes will need to move, and where might be safe to cycle and walk will also change. So we will be guided by the changes and the construction program of Let's Get Wellington Moving in terms of what behaviour change is required as a wraparound service at the time.
Okay, and so this, just trying to understand how this business case came to us at this point, and you may not quite aware. So presumably this went before the governance reference group, and the governance reference group approved it?
Went to the governance reference group in May. They had a presentation on this.
In May, and so they were happy for this to come before was it the Let's Get Wellington Moving Board?
So it's followed the same process as every other Let's Get Wellington Moving paper.
So I can take it that this is being approved by the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Condé and coming before us. So would that be...
Give them feedback, right?
Yeah, I mean, they were briefed at GRG. GRG is not a decision-making body,
No,
as we discussed earlier.
No, I appreciate that, but obviously what they say as elected representatives carries some weight. Yes. So presumably, my understanding is they were comfortable with this going forward. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions? You have done a thorough job. Thank you very much, councillors and officers. Very good. Right, Mayor Foster. Āmua.
Look, thanks, councillors. I'm not going to say a lot here. I'll be interested in the comments that people make. But there are a few things that I did want to pick up. First of all, the comment that, well, first of all, let's just say thank you to the officers for the work that's been done to bring this before us. We did get briefed on this, councillors. I should have checked back on the date of that, but it was, I'm going to say, probably a month and a half or so ago.
30th of May.
Sorry? We had a workshop on it, and I recall a high degree of, well, there was no great pushback on anything at all. In fact, people seemed to be very, very comfortable about it. There were a modest number of questions from recollection, and I think that should have given some comfort to officers around advancing this to the committee. Obviously, this is not just a decision for us, but it's a decision for the rest of our partners. Second point to make is that travel demand management has always been, as you've heard, part of the mix for Let's Get Wellington Moving. This is the soft part of the travel demand management, as opposed to the harder part, which I did hear the question around parking levies and congestion pricing. I think we've got congestion pricing in a space where the government, and I think all the other political parties, are broadly supportive. They see it as a useful behaviour change tool, and obviously also an alternative funding tool. Other points to make is you've heard that the benefit cost ratio is very strong. And the final point I'd like to make is just around sports clubs, because that's one, Councillor Condé, which is dear to my heart as well. One of the joys of being in a modest-sized city, and particularly as you only have a relatively modest number of people doing any particular sporting activity, they do need to travel to find competition which is appropriate to their skills and age. So I don't think that you could possibly think that a lot of those competitions are going to be held very, very close to where everybody lives, because we simply don't have enough people in the city to allow that to happen. So look, happy to move and look forward to the discussion.
That is an excellent introduction. Right, where's the Deputy Mayor? Oh, she was going to second. Would you like to second then, Councillor Condé?
Deputy. I would be pleased to second. I will reserve my right, though. Thank you.
Lovely. Would anyone like to go next? Or maybe we don't need to debate it.
Okay, now I'm going to say something.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, can I just clarify? I put a couple of suggested amendments through. Deputy Mayor Free put something through. Can we just, yeah. So, Moana, you're happy with all of those? Yeah, okay. Just we have been careful, just given it as a joint paper, not to make major changes. Do you need an adjournment to? No. Look, if we can.
What's the significance of the word behaviour being underlined? We don't normally have stuff underlined.
Maybe spelling.
It's the American spelling.
It's a type. They think it's.
That's okay.
Okay, so no. Yeah.
Perhaps, Chair, perhaps officers could put the additions on there because I haven't moved it with those additions. Because I haven't seen them.
Right, sorry. So it's just as well we're sorting this out. Are you happy to include those as part of the substantive, Moana? Yep, okay. So they have been done. Okay. Do you wish to speak to those, Andy?
Hang, just let me read them first.
Sure. Yeah, would everyone just like 1 minute to read them? Yep, but they have gone through a bit of a process.
Yeah, I'm perfectly comfortable with all of those.
Okay, that's good. Look, I'll just make a few brief points. Look, I am really thrilled to be getting this paper because in a way, hard infrastructure is fine, but we actually need to look at supporting people to make good choices where they want to, and I like that emphasis on reducing harm. And I guess my frustration always is that the answer to a transport problem is always a car park or cheaper petrol or whatever, when actually there's all sorts of creative solutions that we can implement or the private sector might be able to do to support people. So, going to sport, gosh, it would be nice, compulsory carpooling or, getting a little van or one of my big things is subsidised taxis. The total mobility scheme is really, really good, but for low income people, let's use our taxation or our rates to make it free. There are solutions to some of those barriers that people have to making sustainable choices. And I think, the Tawa example is excellent, that the Greater Wellington Regional Council's come up with an innovative solution to get people down to the train station. And I think it's just, I think people are scared that they won't be able to do what they need to do if they don't have access to motorways and cars and all the rest of it. And some of this is about giving them assurance that actually you can still do all the things that you must do in your life, whatever things that you need to do, no matter if you've got children, sick people in your family, you've got to travel for work. There should be an answer and we just need to be creative about it. But look, this is great. It's another building block in our sustainable transport system. So it's just fantastic to see it here. And, I was saying to a journalist earlier, what a difference 7 years makes from like a Kotahi still going on in their road building exercise, and now they're talking about travel demand management. So it takes a long time, but we are getting there, and it's fantastic to see. Deputy Mayor Free, we were asking you to second, and then you went there. So Councillor Conde is second. Does anyone wish to speak? You don't have to. Councillor Calvert, you're welcome.
Thank you. Look, I know that's got a BCR and there's been a very comprehensive business case, but at the end of the day, we are literally putting the cart before the horse or the cart before the bus. It beggars belief that we are doing this work when we can't even have buses running properly, and to actually pass an amendment we're going to go and talk to Greater Wellington staff for the new council to meet with them. That should have been done by now. We should be actually really aware, because these complaints about buses has been ongoing, and they've certainly got a lot worse in the last few months. And I appreciate we've had the pandemic, but everyone's faced that. And what we haven't seen since 2018, since the buses went in, there's always one excuse after the other from Greater Wellington Regional Council. And the Wellingtonians, they don't care whether it's Wellington City Council or Greater Wellington. They hold us all to account. And in particular, holding the Mayor to account as well on this, Mayor Foster, and the Deputy Mayor as a main spokespeople for the city. So we need to get the buses sorted before we start doing any behavioural management change, spending millions of dollars probably on psychologists or whatever, because it's very simple. You just get some more buses, you make them reliable, you make them frequent, you'll get people onto public transport. Then think about what else you can do to increase the patronage. But it just seems very simple, and maybe it's too simple, but I think that's what Wellingtonians are expecting, and I just remind everybody that we've got a 12% satisfaction rating at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, the TDM paper, I suppose, has always been part of the package, but and I mentioned earlier in the week, I thought it was about those hard incentives, parking and congestion charging, to properly manage people's behaviours and push them into other types of transport. I believe that good infrastructure that is needed and wanted and desirable does not need behaviour change. It kind of sells itself. Thousands of Kiwis every year arrive up in London for the first time and very quickly figure out catching the tube is easy. They understand how to do it, and I'm not sure that we need to spend millions to encourage people to do the easy thing or the most efficient thing for them. So I'm a bit curious about that. The original tube was built between Paddington, I think, King's Cross, taking thousands of passengers arriving into 7 national train stations in London. It took 38,000 passengers on day one. And I guess, for me, when I think about when you want to give people good choices, obviously, where good choices are set out in front of them, they very quickly adapt to be able to use, to utilise those choices and utilise infrastructure. So here we are talking about new infrastructure, but if it's not selling itself, it's probably not wanted, it's probably not needed, nor desirable, at least at this point in time. I think we're manufacturing a synthetic behavioural change, and that modes that are not really supported generally, and therefore we need this nudge, which to me has an Orwellian flavour to it. So I will not be supporting this paper.
Thank you. Councillor Condi.
Thank you very much. I think it's great to have this paper coming to us. As others have acknowledged, this has been a long time coming in the pipeline, and I think it's really great to see that it's focused on how do we support people when there's disruption in the city because we're constructing new infrastructure, and how do we support people once we open that new infrastructure so that they can use it. So I think it's really great to see how those two things are going to go hand in hand. I think it's acknowledging that change is hard. And this is about making it a bit easier for those who want to. There's nothing in here about forcing people to do things they don't want to. In fact, the business case explicitly talked about the surveys that they had done to measure people's readiness for change and said some people aren't ready, and that's fine. That's not who this is targeted at. So let's be very clear, this is about trying to support and help people who want to change. It's not trying to force people who are fixed in their ways and want to keep doing what they're doing. I think, again, Councillor Calvert, these programs will be delivered in step with the changes that are being delivered through Let's Get Wellington Moving. The business case acknowledges the capacity constraints in the bus network and talks about how they will manage and match the travel behaviour change program to keep in step with the changes we see in public transport and options for active transport. Councillor Rush, I guess I would just say, I know you worked on the Crossrail project, and I can't imagine that they would open the Crossrail project without any information to anybody about where the new stations are, how long it's going to take you to get from A to B. There will be an advertising campaign that goes along with opening a new station and a new line that says, here's where you can catch it, here's where it takes you to, here's where you can get off, here's where you can get on, here's how long it runs for. That's pretty much what we're talking about. We're talking about helping people have the information they need to use new infrastructure as soon as it opens. Now, some people might be confident enough the day that it opens to just rock up to the station and just be like, I guess I'll figure this out. But for other people, they're going to want more information. They're going to want to be able to have a flyer or a website. They can sit at home and plan their first trips on Crossrail, and that's all this is about. I think it's great. This is an investment that can scale up over time. As more infrastructure comes online and as evaluation shows us what's working, that we'll be able to look at scaling that up over time. And the next long-term plan is the opportunity for us to kind of reflect on how it's going so far and decide whether we want to scale up our investment in this area, because as we were told by staff, actually the $50 million we're talking about is a very small proportion of the budget of this entire project, and normally in a project of this size you would be spending significantly more on travel behaviour change. So this gives us an opportunity to begin and to scale up as we see success. So I wholeheartedly recommend this paper to you.
Thank you. Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Councillor Pennant. I just want to say thanks to everybody involved in this work. And I think that point was very well made about the example of sports. You know, as a one-car family, that would have been the time when we had two different kids going in two different directions, and me as a non-driver would have to Uber across the other side of town. When so I think those kind of issues is it's where it really tests where how you can get around without your vehicle. But it was it was terrible. There was nowhere to park at the sports anyway, and so it was it was actually really, really challenging, and your whole day would be taken up with something that shouldn't necessarily be a whole day activity. I guess I just want to, I do want to echo Councillor Calvert's comments about the various concerns with the delivery of the bus had not been resolved from the timetabling change and all that of a few years ago. But I guess, and massive cancellations and lack of reliability, and it has forced a lot of people back into their cars. But I guess I would also just have a note of caution that if we were Greater Wellington, we would probably be in exactly the same position as they are in now, and nobody has a magic wand to fix these things, and it's not necessarily this pot of money could be used to deliver a reliable bus service that's going to work tomorrow. It actually doesn't. These are longer term really thorny, complex problems. And I guess I would note that our organisation is not perfect either, and that I didn't see Greater Wellington councillors dunking on us about, for example, the massive breakdown in water infrastructure. That I think a collegial approach where we work together at resolving these issues for our city is essential. And I think that we need to think to the future as well as our current problems. So we need to fix current problems, but plan for the future that is coming. And I think that is what this work is all about. Councillor Rush, I'm not sure where you were going with the Orwellian. I've read 1984. I don't remember it was like it's safer to ride your bike or your bus route has changed. To me, this is about freedom and independence and choice for people, and there's nothing Orwellian about that. Thanks, everyone.
Well said, Councillor Young.
I'd just like to say that I completely support everything that Councillor Calvert said, and as I've said before, I will not be voting for this because I believe that when we're 23 days away from an election and the voting papers come out tomorrow, we shouldn't be voting on something of this significance for the future of our city.
You are so succinct. Thank you, and consistent. Deputy Mayor Free.
I just was at a meeting, a candidates meeting, and people were digging at the council. Anyway. And I'm not electioneering, I'm just rueful because I am worried about the risk here. I am worried about the risk. I will support this, but because we've agreed to it a long time ago, and it's actually not really, the commitment from us is small, and the benefits are potentially quite big. But I am mindful of the risks that if we're really going to achieve our targets in mode shift, it won't be done through doubling cycling numbers, it'll be done through a massive shift onto public transport and walking. That's really where the numbers will come. And I've had my own experience of being in town at 9 o'clock at night and actually having to not be able to get back to Strathmore, having to settle for going on a bus to Miramar and ringing my husband late at night to pick me up, and having thought, what would I do if I actually didn't have someone at home with a car that could pick me up? And, and then to find out that, ringing a regional councillor and finding out they didn't actually know how many cancellations were happening. And then being on, talking to people in my community and finding that this experience is actually becoming quite common. And then finding that Strathmore buses are cancelled, several in a row, and people really can't walk all the way up to Strathmore. So there's actually major, major issues. The reason why we haven't flagged this, or I think this has taken Greater Wellington a little bit by surprise too, perhaps because they initially might have thought it was sickness, but I think it's now become obvious it's a staffing issue as well as sickness. My worry is that at its peak we had 2 million trips on our public transport system, and now we're down to 1.5 million in a month. And it's actually kind of scary that we haven't gone upwards, we've gone down. And this is, so I think we're at risk of trying to do a behaviour change at this time when we'll achieve something, but we won't achieve as much as if the bus system was actually working at its peak capacity as it was designed to do. So I do support us having the meetings, maybe not us, but the new council actually having meetings to try and make sure we really understand the situation so that we can do what we can to help. Talking about infrastructure, we're putting in a lot, I did make this point before, we're putting in a lot of walking improvements, so I really want to see if we can capitalise on that with school walking buses and other school activities around getting to and from school without parents having to take their kids. I think there's huge benefits in that. For everybody concerned, so I'd like to see a real focus on that. I'd like to see some apps developed to help people link up and share car trips, and I'd like to see some stuff come out of this. Some actual useful stuff, things, apps. Yeah. No, but it's a wraparound stuff. But anyway, I've probably said enough.
It will happen.
Councillors, you're doing so well. It's not even 2:30. Councillor Day, we nearly get there.
And I won't speak for long. I do just want to say that, on Tawa we are lucky to have this on-demand service which is being trialled. Apparently, a few weeks ago we had a busiest day with 170 trips, which is quite a significant number of people using the service. And it's fantastic because you put in where you want to be picked up and where you want to go to, and then it tells you where the bus will pick you up. And generally it arrives within about 5 to 10 minutes, which is pretty impressive. And it really does open up options for people particularly who maybe don't have a car or might be a bit older and can't drive anymore. And it is being used a lot by Gold Card members in Tawa, which is really cool. And it is definitely something I can see rolling out across the city. So that is something that we can advocate for. I don't particularly like the amendment number 9, and partly it's because it confuses people when we start being briefed about things that we have no responsibility for, and I understand where it's coming from, but it leads us into the same conversation we ended up with last term, where actually the Regional Council has councillors and it is their job to deal with that, and I think there's nothing wrong with having an update. They could send some information to us, but it sort of makes it seem like they're also responsible to us, and then it also makes it seem that we have some ability to do something about it. So I don't really love that one. The way it's worded is not terrible, but I don't think I'll be supporting that one. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Wolf.
Yeah, I'll be sure. I won't be supporting this paper. I certainly don't agree with number 9. I agree with you, Councillor Day, that's not something that we should be into at this stage. I also concur with Deputy Mayor Free about the unreliability. On the same night that she had some problems, the next morning I got rung up by a very exasperated, frustrated person who said to me that that there had been 2 or 3 buses that didn't connect, and that I really needed to do something about it. I was actually Deputy Mayor Free.
Right. Okay.
I'm sorry. But it's more serious than that. You were seriously upset, weren't you, Sarah? And she is not the only one. There's lots. There are a number of other, like multiple people from our ward, multiple people across the eastern suburbs, Te Motukarangi. It's a really poor situation that is happening. It gives me a little bit of a platform. There needs to be a. Sorry. But I also agree with Councillor Calvert and some of my other colleagues. We shouldn't be making this decision at this time.
Thank you. Mayor Foster, do you need a right of reply?
Yes, given what's been said, I think I do need a right of reply, don't I?
Okay.
Look, the first one of them is councillors, although I feel a little hoist by my own petard here, and I wish we weren't making quite so many decisions, not because we're making the decisions, but because it's just so much time that we're spending making the decisions at the moment. But we're elected for 3 years, not for 2 years and however many months it is. Nicola, you in particular have been reminding us that it's only X number of days till the election for about the last year. So, I don't know when you wanted to us all to clock off, but we clock off when the training finishes, not before. So just some comments that people have made. There are a number of comments made about the regional council. Councillor Calvert, this has been the theme that a number of you have raised, not just in this training, but in previous training, almost as though we had responsibility for the buses. We don't. And I think it's irresponsible to suggest to people that we do. What we can do, and certainly what I do, and I know I'm not alone in that, is regularly talk with the regional council leadership about the bus service, how it's going, what can be done to improve it. The reality is, and we know the reality is, they are short of drivers. And that's the fundamental problem. There was a time when there was a substantial amount of sickness. And just recall back a little while, the number of people who were sick across the board, not just bus drivers, but across the board. And that wasn't just COVID, but it was flu as well. I mean, I remember at one stage, half my office was down. None of it was COVID. So the whole lot of it was the various flus we've had. So they are not immune from that. The second bit is that there is a regular complaint about the closure of the borders. So we've lost a lot of people who used to do these kind of jobs. Also, I mean, as what you well know, Councillor Calvert, the hospitality sector. We've got effectively the equivalent of cancelling buses, where people are cancelling days out of hospitality businesses being open because they can't get the staff. It's the same issue. So obviously the regional council does not want to be in this position, is doing everything that it can. One of the bits was lifting wages. Obviously there are some industrial relations issues which they've been working hard to try and deal with. They are doing everything that they can to try and fix these things. And I'm sure they do not enjoy being in this position. They are, however, the ones who are responsible for it. We can lobby them, we can advocate to them, but they have to be the ones that fix it. Just as, and I think somebody, I think it was you, Councillor Matthews, said quite sagely that they haven't beaten us up on things that they could have had a go at us on, and I thank them for their collegiality, and I think we should show that in return. We can have those conversations in private. We can have those conversations, but we shouldn't be going and beating them up in the public arena. They're elected, and I will always say this, they're elected just as much as we are. And people have the right to elect or not elect them just as much as they have the right to elect or not elect us. Look, Councillor Calvert, the comment you made about the satisfaction rating, I'm sure you're not trying to be political about this and trying to reduce it further, but please don't. Councillor Rush, you talked about your
I think, Mayor, that's down to you in a big part.
No, Councillor Calvert, you're helping a lot at the moment.
Do you have a point? No, I think she was.
Councillor Rush, there was a couple of comments, and Councillor Matthews, a couple of comments about a William flavour. I wonder whether it's the 2 wheels good, 4 wheels bad approach, but it wasn't so much 1984. But anyway, the example which I would give, and we've already had that illustrated to us earlier, of travel demand management is the hospital. And the interface between the hospital changes and some of the infrastructure investment, which we are going to be considering very, very shortly. And I think that's an example where you can actually point to the potential for significant shift in behaviour, having good benefits, in this case, for patients being able to have more access to parking spaces. And Councillor Condi, I note you said that there is no compulsion here, and I hope that we keep it that way, because it does feel at times there's a really quite anti-car flavour or anti-people who wish to use the car flavour from some people at some times, and I hope that we don't do that, because we do need to make sure that there is transport choice for everybody. And finally, I think it's probably, just one other comment, Councillor Deputy Mayor Free, you mentioned loss of bus patronage, and I'd probably suggest to you that one of the reasons that bus patronage is down, and probably public transport patronage is down, is because there's still going to be, possibly people are getting out of that now, but there's been considerable nervousness, of course, of being in a confined space with a lot of people you don't know during, and having to wear masks and all the other restrictions, and people just simply not being comfortable with that. So we know that the car volumes, the private travel volumes are basically at pre-COVID levels, but the public transport levels are sort of 25%-ish off pre-COVID levels. So look, there are issues there. GW are doing their best to try and work their way through those, and we should keep pushing them, but it doesn't help to go and beat them up in the public arena.
Thank you. Right, does anyone wish to take anything separately, or can we do them all together? Just 9 separately? Okay. So if we vote for everything but 9, and if we could just take a division on this too, please.
Can you pop them up on the
And we'll just pop them up on the screen for you, absolutely. So you can see it's quite a long list.
Taking a division, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Don't worry, so everyone can say how they voted on this one. So just 1, 2, 8. They've got the cameras out. They want to know.
What about
Right, that has passed with 4 councillors opposing. Thank you very much. Councillors, I think I've had a request for a 2-minute break.
Hang on, you need to put 9 as well.
Number 9. Sorry, number 9. Number 9. Then a 2-minute break. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Number 9.
10 or 2?
9. Then a 2-minute break. Okay, we're nearly there. Oh. It is a casting vote, and I will be, yeah. Oh, do I have to do it? I'm voting in favour. It's just a chat. Come on up. Thank you very much. Now, a 2-minute break. Your 3 minutes. Whare paku. Claire, Renee. Oh, not a problem, not a problem. So now my Claire, Renee and Beth, lovely to see you all.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just kicking off. So what I wanted to do to start things off, there is a substantive kind of question I think Councillor Calvert's been asking really about the legalities of and the legal checks we've done on this program of works, and I know it's topical given the Thornton Key decision yesterday as well. So I'm going to let Beth just give us a sense of her assistance she's provided to the program, and then we'll get Claire to open up with introductory comments. And the reason we'll do it in that order is because that is a big question, the legal one. It is topical, but also there's been lots and lots of amendments and inquiries flying around the last sort of 24, 48 hours. So we wanted to give Claire the opportunity to sort of frame that and the responses that have been undertaken, but also just frame the general conversation we'll have when Q&A starts. So over to you, Beth. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Okay, a couple of points from me. Hopefully this covers them all, but feel free to take any ask any questions as we go through. So first of all, one question: is there a legal reason not to make this decision today? No, there is no legal reason not to make this decision today. There is nothing requiring you not to make decisions during the pre-election period at law. The second question is this process legally defensible? Look, we being primarily Elliot and my team, has spent a lot of time with Claire and her team throughout both the TMP process and the traffic resolution process. We've reviewed the options, the traffic resolution. We've reviewed all of the material that went out with the traffic resolution. Yes, we believe that the process is robust and defensible at court. Now, of course, that does not mean we may not get a judicial review. Every decision you make is subject to judicial review, and we need to be realistic about that. This is a high-profile decision, but in terms of taking the appropriate steps, consulting with the public, setting your objectives, which is to decrease the time taken to deliver strategic projects, i.e. a transitional project. You know, the options provided to the public clearly went through what options met that criteria, met that objective, and what didn't. There was pros and cons done on terms of the options that did, and then you've come out with a preferred option. So, you know, that is sort of textbook Local Government Act decision-making process, and we are confident that it will withhold the scrutiny of judicial review. Now, am I confident that we would win? No, I can never promise you that we would win, but we're confident in the process that we've undertaken. I also just wanted to touch on the TMP process and some of the comments that were made about the injunction that Council was subject to. Yes, the court found that there was a reason to grant the injunction, but that is a very low bar to meet from that legal test. It does not mean that the TMP process was illegal. It does not mean anything along those lines. The TMP process that was undertaken was novel, and the organisation was aware of that when it made the decision to use that. You know, in light of that novel nature, and given the outcome of the injunction, a decision was made to cease using the TMP and to go through the more generic traffic resolution process, which is why we're here today. But I do just want to really clarify that that does not mean that the process previously undertaken was unlawful at all. Any questions?
That's incredibly clear. Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, one of the questions I raised is what risks have you identified as part of your advice to this project in terms of proceeding at this point?
Do you mean proceeding in terms of the time frame, or proceeding with the way that the project has evolved?
With proceeding, I think it's a bit of both, but you know, if you need to answer that separately, but with the time frame, given the shortness of this time to consider the information, the shortness, and that's both officers and elected members, and to proceed in this way, with a shortened time frame, what risks have you identified? Legal risks?
Look, every case like this has to be decided on its own facts. In this particular circumstance, the engagement is already building off the engagement that had previously undertaken, one on Pānaki Pōnaki and the adoption of the Strategic Bike Network Plan, and two, in terms of the TMP process. We then consulted for 3 weeks. It is not a lawful requirement that we had to undertake consultation, but we did. We consulted for 3 weeks, which is 1 more week than our standard traffic resolution process. So in that particular aspect, I believe there is, I would not highlight any great legal risk.
Yes, so you're saying you haven't identified any risks in proceeding? Because, I mean, I've seen, we're used to having legal opinions, and no offence, Beth, but generally lawyers do sit on the fence. And you have the pros and cons. So whilst you've given us reasons you can proceed, I'd like to understand is there's always a but or an alternative. So what are, because we haven't seen anything in writing other than hearing verbally, and I'm very conscious that we're in public. So I would have been quite happy to have received that information confidentially, but there hasn't been the opportunity. So what I want to understand is from your legal advisor, as a legal advisor, there was always the gotchas, and I want to understand what they may be.
Look, I'm sure there are areas where there could be improvement, right? But we have had a robust review of the process, both by the internal team and by an external advisor. They believe that the process will stand up to scrutiny. Now, could the paper have been drafted differently? Yes, but ultimately, a court is going to look at all the information that was before the councillors when they make this decision, and we are confident that we're putting you in a good position today.
So you say the paper could have been drafted differently. What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
I think and this, I'm not speaking over you, Beth, I'm just trying to make the point that I think the Q&As acknowledge that, for example, the website landing page and some of the email addresses weren't as clear and concise as they could have been. They corrected that quickly. I think you've also noted Mike's, what's his last name? Malor's point around some of the documents, I believe, that were, in his view, and as perceived by him, slightly misconstrued, and we tried to correct that as well, although that opinions can be clarified later by Claire. We're learning as we go here, and as this enormous amount of information is continually published on the website, errors are made, but they're not material to the fact that all the information has been presented and the community were given not only 2 weeks but 3 to make submissions. Not only that, door knocked incessantly, letter dropped, a TMP that went through a significant process, key business owners who were sat down with by staff, including myself, to work through solutions and additions and changes to the TR before it went out. So I think, in my opinion, from an officer's point of view, we've been very thorough and robust in this instance, but yes, mistakes are made, but they're not material, in my opinion.
And if I can just add to that, I think the decision came out yesterday in Thornton Quay Hut Road really highlights that. In this instance, this is a decision of medium significance, which means you do not need to tick every box perfectly, and a decision can still withhold judicial scrutiny. So, the more significant the decision is, the higher the level of the risk, and the more that the organisation must comply with the legislative framework. In this instance, as was found yesterday with the judicial review for Thornton Quay Hut Road, there is a little bit more room for discretion.
But you've only really discovered that yesterday out of the
it's very clear from the statute, but considering we are talking about a traffic resolution that is reasonably contentious, and the Thornton Quay Hut Road was a traffic resolution that was reasonably contentious, I think that we can draw some similarities.
So your advice is that there's no material risks that you have identified in proceeding with this. No, look, we are entitled, and I've been through this before, information, even if it's legal internally, to before we make a decision. So this is important. We haven't seen any legal opinion written, and we need to see this advice.
Usually we just rely on officers to give us their legal
And so I'm
opinion through the
asking,
paper.
is there I'm just trying to summarise what I've been told, and I just want to hear it from the lawyer, that there are no material risks identified in proceeding.
That is correct, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, thank you. Any other questions of Beth? Councillor Rush.
So Beth, I'm interested in the flexibility that you mentioned because it's medium risk. So are we supposed to comply with the requirement to investigate all reasonable alternatives?
Yeah, the obligation is to promote compliance with the principles.
Yeah, okay.
But if I can be clear, we believe we've met the requirements, not just promoted compliance, but we believe in this instance we've met the standard.
Okay. I mean, I've got questions for officers about that particular issue, I suppose. And I assume that I should ask Claire, right?
Nicola's got a question. Nicola,
it's not really a well.
Yeah. So I thought we'd just finish off the legal questions. Nicola, is yours a legal one or something else?
I'm not sure. I just really wondered if this is of medium significance, what project would be high significance?
So the adoption of Pānaki Pōnaki was high significance. Yep. Under our significance and engagement policy, a main road, I think, is deemed to be medium significance, whereas a city-wide resolution is high.
Okay. Right. Yes, Claire and Renee, would you like to introduce, and then Sean, I'll put you on the list for the next question. Thank you.
Kia ora nai kai ko ni hera me te koromātua. He rawa te tae mai ki konei ki te kōrero mō te pai ake o pōneke mō te eke paihikara me te hopu pahi. Whew, hope I didn't butch that. It's great to be here to talk about making bikes and buses better for Wellington, is what I think I just said, Tim. Okay, great. I first wanted to acknowledge our mana whenua partners, particularly the Let's Get Wellington Moving mana whenua partnership group. They've been guiding us through how to have a more meaningful relationship with through this work, and we're really grateful for that. So the Newtown to City project delivers on the long-term plan commitment to accelerate a rapid rollout of the bike network in years 1 through 3 in Wellington. Officers' response to your request to go faster is the transitional program that uses adaptable materials to deliver improvements quickly, learning and collecting data along the way so we can continually get better and inform those longer-term designs. We acknowledge that the proposed designs you're deciding on today are not perfect, but we believe they offer a significant improvement compared to the situation out there today, and they're able to be delivered in months rather than years. We're working with our Let's Get Wellington Moving partners on the more permanent and longer term changes that will further improve this route in years to come. Accelerated change is challenging and can be stressful for businesses. The team has been living and breathing this challenge for a year, and I just wanted to take a second to acknowledge, I guess, the range of challenges that we've heard and experienced ourselves. So it's challenging for the public who are not accustomed to transport projects moving this quickly and feel like change is being thrust upon them. It's challenging for businesses who are nervous about the impacts of the change on their revenue. It's challenging for people who feel they're at risk by the current street layout and are suffering from consultation fatigue. It's challenging for our design engineers who are working in constrained environments and can't meet every best practice standard all the time. It's challenging for our team who know that the best result they're probably going to get here is something that people feel like nobody got exactly what they wanted. And it's challenging for our leaders who are making really tough, high-profile decisions. So there's a reason that we don't have a bike or high-priority bus network in place today. We've had really high levels of public engagement on this project, both before and during formal consultation, and it's really clear that people of Wellington care about this work a lot. We've had almost 2,000 submissions in the last month and almost 1,500 pieces of design feedback in the last year. The team have listened to this, they've sought advice on it, they've had ideas at 3 o'clock in the morning, they've made changes based on that feedback, and they've ultimately responded to all of it. There are a wide range of views from the public on this project, but we note that 2/3 of submissions support or strongly supported us proceeding. The report today reflects what we think is the right balance between design compromises based on feedback and design integrity that will support a safe and functional route. We think this is the best opportunity we have to make progress now, but we look forward to more feedback if this gets approved, so we can continue to improve it with short-term tweaks and longer-term permanent upgrades. So finally, I've just got back from the States where I've been at the North American Transport Conference. There was something said there that cities in America are kind of using to explain this work to the public a lot, and they say that there can be peace on the road when everyone has a piece of the road, and that's effectively what the design's about today. So that's it from us.
Oh, kia ora. Councillor Rush, first question.
Yeah, thanks for that. Where was the conference?
Boston.
Oh, never been there. Okay, so...
Just to be clear, Claire, you attended that during your annual leave, yeah?
Yeah. Yes. No, those were work days. Those
At the conference, but you attended, yeah.
No. We should be sending I paid for my flights.
I think it's entirely appropriate that you should be liaising with international colleagues, so I should hope that the council would pick the bill up, frankly. Okay, so I'm just a little bit... I'm going to talk about the medium strip proposal that was presented by Mr. Gaisley.
Yeah.
And you do single it out in paragraph 38. It seems that it was discounted as an idea very early on in the piece before we switched to the traffic resolution process. So it was designed as a transitional. I was just wondering whether that may have been a premature decision and that it could have been reviewed given that the traffic resolution process sort of provided a different opportunity to maybe perhaps increase budget, all that sort of thing.
Yeah. The Gaisley proposal, which I think this is covered in the report, but it effectively suggests turning the footpaths into shared paths. And so I guess one of the tensions we're trying to balance when we go out for public consultation on this is setting expectations of what can be influenced. And this was an example where we felt the design integrity that's so far below best practice design. The minimum for a shared path is 2.5, but for high volumes of people on bikes, which we expect on this route, we would look for more like 3.5 for a shared path of that length. So it didn't feel like a good idea to go out to the community with an option that is basically discredited through design guidance and probably wouldn't have got through a road safety audit. So we didn't want to set a kind of false expectation, I guess, around design options that weren't really feasible to be delivered.
And because the median strip is actually, it's several metres wide, is there a barrier towards expanding the width of the footpath to be able to accommodate? And just also a bit interested in you mentioned it being a shared path. I think the idea was that it would actually be a cycleway, but I'm guessing the shared bit would be for people getting out of their cars and
Correct. So people have to get out of their cars, which was one of the issues, because people park against that curb and open their door into effectively what is already a very substandard width, which is just an unacceptable safety risk, really. The reason we didn't look at expanding the width with curbs is because that's out of scope for this project. These are changes that we can adapt and tweak, and that kind of extent of civil works and curb work is not what this program is, I guess, we're trying to make something that can happen quickly, and that sort of thing needs a big, expensive business case and many years, which was not the purpose of this program. The other reason that, I guess, other than it was out of scope for the program, is that the parking analysis suggests that there is enough parking down there even when we remove the parking to meet the demand. The occupancy rates at that end of Kent and Cambridge are low throughout the day.
And can I just understand what do you mean by out of scope? Because don't we determine what the scope is? Can't we just enlarge the scope or change the scope or leave it to you guys to design a cycleway down the medium strip that works?
Yeah. So when we kind of started this program, we looked at scope to help guide us what options we would consider, bearing in mind one of the key objectives of the program was to try and rapidly roll out a network through years 1 through 3. So extensive civil works that basically can't be delivered for years and years were considered out of scope because they didn't meet that objective of rapidly rolling out the bike network.
And I think just one more for now. So the Newtown to city or city, Newtown to city or city to Newtown, it seems to me to actually have a number of different links into the city. So it could be Tory Street, could be Taranaki Street, even up to the terrace, I think, is part of the city. So how are those, how have we considered those routes as being perhaps a better start for the transitional in advance of the Kent and Cambridge area, which is going to probably get dug up anyway?
So, I guess maybe we've used casual naming terminology, calling it Newtown to the city. I guess that was our kind of easy way to describe we were going from Main Street along this route, and we've tried to describe the route and the streets that we're including along the way. It didn't include connections up to the terrace or Tasman and Tory. This is the primary part of the bike network, and when we were looking at which bit we should accelerate first, this really jumps to the top, A, because of the volumes along it, B, because of the lack of facilities that are there at the moment, and B, because of the sort of strategic alignment with the district plan and the hospital travel action plan. So that's why this route kind of jumped to the top priority of one to accelerate first.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Claire. I've got two questions, just starting with one, the bus stop at the southern end of Adelaide. Sorry, this is one I did want to ask about and didn't get into the Q&A. Are we going ahead with that removal of that bus stop for the time being? So the southernmost, just before you turn into at John Street.
Oh yes,
stop on the,
yes.
on the
it is
east side?
proposed. It is proposed to trial the removal of that bus stop. The bus priority action plan. One of the early opportunities identified there was to rationalise the bus stops along this corridor because some of them are very close together. We initially looked at removing the bus stop that's outside the blind and low vision in terms of kind of the rationalisation. But when we talked to them, they were very keen to keep that bus stop there for people visiting the blind and low vision, and so we've decided on that further south one as the one we trial the removal of. So the next nearest bus stop to that is outside the hospital. That is something that we will be monitoring. The bus, we've got the information about how many people get on and off at those stops all the way. We've got that information from Greater Wellington, so we will be monitoring how that data changes with that rationalisation of bus stops. But we won't be removing any kind of permanent shelters or anything like that, so that that's one that we can definitely tweak.
Right, okay, good. Yeah, and just I guess the concern is, how many people are using it to go to Countdown, for example, but that's great that you've got your eye on that. Another quick question. I nearly got locked in the basin last night. It was hilarious. I was right on I'd got in with one set of doors locked, and then I got home and read your Q&A. So I know that Councillor Deputy Mayor Free has been on this, but that was, 8 o'clock. So just thinking that the opportunity to keep the basin open for longer, because with the utilisation, what is the opportunity there?
Yeah, so we've been working with the basin team. They've been looking to include additional lighting and CCTV footage because the reason it is closed overnight is due to the safety concerns. So we are having conversations with them around the longer hours, and in summer they do open earlier at 5:30 a.m. So those are ongoing conversations.
Great, thank you. I hope we don't get locked in again. That was hilarious. Well, not really. And my final question really is, and I know that we've been talking about this, but I think probably the greatest concern for me is understanding the shared space on the bus platform, and we're right at the beginning of this and helping our public understand. Can you just give me assurance of what is the international best practice, why this style works, and how can we get better at helping people understand how to use it?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a really big issue that came up through public submissions. The Ziegler one we have down there on Ridderford is the first product of its kind in New Zealand. It's not the first time we've used this design. We've got it in Victoria Street in Wellington, we've got it on Crawford Road, we've got it in Auckland and Christchurch, but the product itself is the first time it's here. So we have been working with Waka Kotahi on the best practice design guidance for these and have collaboratively come up with this design. So we're actually kind of working with them to develop best practice for New Zealand for these shared bus platforms at the moment, but these designs do align with international best practice. I spent 2 hours at the conference in a session on these exact designs of these. We have had these, because they are novel, when we did an accessibility audit last year on the whole route, they got highlighted as an area to do a further, more detailed accessibility audit into. So that's what we've done with an independent auditor post the installation of the Ridderford Street one. We've also, I think it's a matter of A, technical design, but B, there is information and behaviour kind of campaign aspect to the introduction of these to Wellington. So once we'd put that Ridderford Street one in, we did hold a kind of focus group session down on the platform with people from the disability community talking about the different kind of perspectives on it. And we have been gathering feedback from that group since then and have made a number of design changes. So if you go down to it today, and I think this was just this week they got done, the additional white markings to further differentiate the bike lane have been added, and new markings on the ramp have gone in. So we are listening to the feedback and we're able to make these tweaks. There's a few more tweaks we've got planned, so we're going to see if we can add tactiles on the footpath side of the ramp. We didn't think we could do that, but we think now we can. So that conversation's going to continue, and we've also got a behaviour and kind of education campaign planned. So there's posters out there at the moment, but the team are working on a video to kind of help explain how to use them, and they're looking at working with like the community cops and some of our well-known Wellington celebrities to run a bit of a kind of introduction campaign when they go out there, a fun, light-hearted one, because I think this is an area where we really want to promote kind of the good spirit of Wellingtonians rather than to create a tense, divisive situation. So we'll continue to take feedback and tweak. The next ones we've got ordered, not the ones on Adelaide, but the ones in the future have got further tweaks. We're working with the company on those, and we've also just agreed with Waka Kotahi on a national research project that they'll be leading, which will include quite a lot of detailed analysis of these before and after. But the research that we have from overseas indicates that there are not safety or operational issues with them and that they're working okay. And that's, we've got our context to learn from still, but there's a lot going in this space.
Thank you. Councillor Condie.
Thank you, Claire. I just want to ask a couple of questions about some of the feedback we've had from Mike Mellor, because I'm working on some amendments. So can you talk to us first about his concerns with the shared paths? Now, I understand there's one section of shared path close to the waterfront, and there's also a smaller section of shared path at Adelaide and Rugby Street.
Yep.
Can you talk us through those two issues, please?
Yeah, sure. So the waterfront end, so I should have a graphic, sorry, but where the pedestrian crosses from Kent Terrace over Oriental Parade and Cable Street to that corner of the waterfront opposite New World, Schaefer's, at the moment, that corner, there's 310 metres from Barrett Street, where the skate park is, through round to Hurd Street, has been is footpath. It is not gazetted as shared path. So despite the rest of the waterfront being gazetted as shared path, that is an anomaly corner in the way that it is formally a footpath. The way that it is operating down there, if you go and stand there and watch, most people don't know that, the technical gazetted status of it. And because it is 8 metres wide, and because the rest of the waterfront is a shared path, and because it's the key connection out to the south from the waterfront, people are riding on it. So all this proposal is doing is formalising that 8 metre wide section to be a shared path, so people aren't illegally doing something that feels very natural in that area, and that's something that Mike brought our attention to. We didn't know that wasn't gazetted, which is interesting. I write it all the time. I had no clue. So it took us a few months before Mike told us that before Christmas, and it was in time for the traffic resolution, but it did take us a few months to kind of clock, oh gosh, we need to include that in the traffic resolution to resolve that anomaly. So that's that one. The other one is 20 metres of shared path in the Adelaide Road and Rugby Street corner. This is a pinch point. It's ugly at the moment, and our proposal isn't going to transform it into being something fantastic. What we have done is tried to prioritise it with the Let's Get Wellington Moving targeted improvements package so that it can move to a more permanent state of improvement because it needs curb work. But effectively, we would be formalising allowing people to use 20 metres of footpath that would become shared path to cross into the basin. At the moment, 50% of people coming along the Adelaide Road corridor are turning left to go up Rugby, to go down Tasman. We think because Kent and Cambridge is really unpleasant to ride. So a lot of people are making that movement. We think we will be able to move some of that volume of traffic onto Kent and Cambridge, and at the moment the predominant movement is to avoid that corner altogether by merging right into the Central Island and going straight into the basin, and we expect a lot of people will continue to do that. So we haven't really fixed that corner. We don't think we're creating a massive issue compared to how it is today, but we do want to make it better. So that's working with Let's Get Wellington Moving to do the curb work to fix it in a more permanent way.
Thanks, Claire. And then the other concern that Mike raised was around the bus platforms on Adelaide Road,
yes,
and just how those are going to function given that they're more constrained, and he's concerned that people are going to be essentially standing in the cycle lane as they board the bus.
Yeah. So the design on Adelaide Road is more similar to the design that we've currently got on Victoria Street. So if you go and look outside the liquor store on Upper Victoria, it's the same design with a narrower section where people are effectively getting in and out onto the cycle lane. And it's a standard that is definitely acknowledged not to be the best, but it is the design you use in a constrained environment, and a monitoring report of the Victoria Street design has shown that there are no safety or operational issues with that one. But acknowledging that it's not ideal, and it may, especially at the beginning, feel uncomfortable.
Thank you.
Now, I've just had some advice that we need to move a motion to extend the meeting beyond. Well, we could do this very quickly if you wished by 3:30, but otherwise we do need to move to go beyond 6 hours. So I'm going to move that, but it is not to encourage another 6 hours of debate. Deputy Chair Paul will second. Can we please vote?
Claire, are we talking about here? Just the U-turns? Yeah, the U-turns.
Right, that passes with one opposed, but yes, we'll definitely be rocketing on, and we will have a short break at 4 o'clock. Okay, so we'll keep going. Right, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you.
Well, you don't have to go to 4, no.
So you made a comment before, Claire, just about this. This is the first time the bus platform design in New Zealand has been used in New Zealand. is it unusual to trial something like this on such a busy, bus stop? Basically, it's the main entrance to the hospital, and was it a wise choice to have picked something so so significant?
Yeah, just to clarify, it's not the first time the designs have been. The designs are used in all the three main centres in New Zealand. It's the product that's new. So the fact that people are crossing the bikeway onto a platform, onto a bus, that's a relatively common practice now. Well, I say common, it's what you do when you introduce protected bike lanes into and out of. So where we've had cities delivering protected bike lanes, this is what they do. In terms of the product, I guess it's because it's flush with the curb, and the materials still are able to ramp up and down to manage the speed of people on bikes. We didn't see any major concern with putting it here. I guess this particular, the Ridderford Street one, is actually has a good, decent width on the other side of it, so it is very wide.
Okay. So just in terms of the whole design and even the amendments to the design, has that been done in-house, or we had external folk involved?
Both, yeah. Both. So we do use consultants, design, traffic engineers.
And has there been a peer review done of the design?
Yes.
And who's done that?
So there are safety audits that get done for designs like this at different stages. So we had a safety audit at what's called 30% design, and then we have a safety audit at 90% near the end, and that's done by an external consultant that isn't the one that did the design. And then we have our safety engineer review that, and then we make final designer responses to all of that advice.
So when you say a safety audit, but presumably it's just one aspect of a cycleway design. Are there other things that are not covered off that are fundamental to a cycleway design?
Generally speaking, with projects like this, it's the safety audit that is the peer review. You're mostly looking to make sure you're not introducing any risks to serious, deaths or serious injury.
And I also saw further comments on a Facebook post, but we've had an email this morning, which I think you may have been copied in, from a cyclist who seemed very familiar with the route and a number of concerns that he raised. And I looked at the original Facebook post, and there was quite a bit. Basically, all I did was see support for his comments. And a lot of those were based on safety concerns. Have you had enough time to look at those?
Yes, we have been working on this since September last year, the designs. I guess that opening intro was trying to acknowledge that these aren't perfect. When we did a safe system assessment of the design, so it's different than a safety audit, the safety overall on the route improves significantly from what's there today. So that's not to say we've solved every problem along the route, but this, once it's in, it will be safer than it is today.
So essentially, is that really is that how you measure the success? It's safer than what it is now, but it still doesn't necessarily have to be a safe route.
Yeah, it's very hard in a constrained urban environment to eliminate through design every risk. It's just not really possible on a street because there's always risks. But I guess we seek to minimise as much as possible the risk to death and serious injury.
Now, I feel a little bit like it's Groundhog Day, and it's back to April, when we sort of said, look, if you had a bit more time to listen and to sort of assess the concerns being raised by submitters, but we were assured then that no, everything was good. And as we know, the outcome is here. We're having to delay things further. So given this paper only came out, was Monday night at 10 o'clock, 10 to 10 at night, and even like the public being able to comment and look at it and feedback, because obviously we're all elected representatives. and we do listen to what our community tells us or advises us on. I mean, are you comfortable there's been enough time in terms of your paper coming out and feedback being received, which is basically 2 working days to be able to for us to make a decision?
Asked a number of times by this.
But
Sorry, Diane. I just feel like you've said the same question.
No, I haven't. I haven't raised. This is my first time of question time. I haven't talked about
through you,
this.
Madam Chair, but you have asked me before, Councillor Calvert, and I've answered that yes, there is enough time.
Yes, Mr. Hodgetts, but we've also been receiving emails as late as 9:15 today. So, and I haven't seen you since then in terms to talk about it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm happy to
a succinct answer will be sufficient, then we'll move on.
Yeah, for sure. I think because we had so much feedback before public consultation opened, a huge volume of what came in through public consultation were themes and feedback that we'd heard before and digested into the design. So the amendments that we've got here, there's actually very, very few of them, and they mostly relate to things around parking arrangements, whereas the actual fundamentals of the design have changed very little, which I think gives us good confidence. We have really thoroughly looked through the options and considered the feedback.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Foster.
Yeah, number of questions. First one of them, just at the northern end, just the implications for the intersection, because you've got the bikeway going across the intersection on an angle, which clearly has got to interrupt the flow of traffic, etc. It's quite a long, slow intersection in terms of its phasing anyway. How does that all work out?
Yeah, so the diagonal crossing there is going to be a cycle phase, an independent cycle phase that allows people.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. Do you have the modelling on the top of your head?
Not on the top of it, but all of the modelling that we've done shows there's been no significant delays. So throughout the project there is some minor delays, but I don't have the exact amount of delays.
Yeah, and often where we're finding there might be minor delays is to vehicles rather than buses. So usually the delays to vehicles are outweighed by benefits to buses. But I can
have to be some delays to buses on that.
Yeah, we can
just delay the whole intersection.
We can pull out the modelling for that intersection. But basically, when we talked to our traffic engineers about the results of the modelling, they felt comfortable that it was tolerable.
So you obviously discarded going along the western side of the of what is Cambridge Terrace still there, and then maybe around the back. This is sort of the Gaisley proposal, broadly the Great Gaisley proposal to go behind the New World.
Yeah, that was our first option, and we pursued that for quite a few months. We wanted to not do that diagonal crossing. We were planning to go along by the Welsh Bar. That in the end got discarded through the road safety auditing process because we could not safely get people across that slip lane onto Wakefield Street without significant permanent works, probably either signalising a crossing or something that was too major for this project. So that was our initial route that we looked and we kind of interrogated for months, and then this solution came up because we were able to provide that higher level of safety and protection all the way to the waterfront.
I guess I'm struggling a little bit with this because it's a $4.8 million project anyway. So what becomes major in the context of $4.8 million project? I'd be interested in the kind of scale of that.
Yeah, traffic signals, adding in an entirely new signalised crossing is time-consuming and expensive, and so that was always in the kind of out-of-scope basket. However, this is something that we've also asked our Let's Get Wellington Moving partners to look into, this connection over to the waterfront.
So in other words, it's something that you may change in future. Yeah, I do wonder about whether you think about changing it now, if you think it's the optimal solution.
We didn't think that we think it would delay the project longer than the benefit it would provide, I guess. But that is something, that is one area that we don't think is optimal. It was important for us to connect us all the way to the waterfront rather than stopping at Courtney Place, because that's where
I understand. Yeah. I understand that. It's the way it's being done. Okay. Secondly, just in terms of the bus
stop design, and I understand there have been some collisions and people been hurt already. Am I right? I've heard stories about that, but I'm not sure if that's true.
Don't know of any. You mean on the Victoria Street one?
I thought it was Newtown actually.
No,
Hospital.
we haven't had any reports of a collision, a crash.
Okay. Just wondered if there were an alternative design that would allow you, I mean, essentially you've got your traffic lane, which is what you want to avoid the bikes going into, to allow the bus to come right into the curb, which means effectively the bus is coming across the cyclist and the cyclist going around the back. But they're never going to do that because the cyclist is going to, the bus will let the cycle go first. And if this bus is already there, the cycle's got to go around, because otherwise at the moment, either the cyclist is delayed, or alternately they're bowling through the pedestrians or the people getting on and off the bus, which is certainly not what you want. Is there any reason not to be able to do that? Because you're still keeping the cyclist out of the traffic lane.
Yeah, I guess
comfortably, actually.
On these, we're just taking advice from Waka Kotahi, who are developing this best practice design, and the best practice is to maintain that curbside protection and manage the conflict by reducing speed and using signs and markings. So we, I guess, don't want to go and trial something that doesn't align with where the design direction is for this situation.
Even though clearly that means that the cyclist has to stop.
It means they have to give way, absolutely. And I think in all of this situation, there are new ways that everybody has to get used to, and giving way to someone getting on and off a bus is a small price to pay for a protected route that connects you all the way to the city.
Okay, look, I'm trying to look for some win-wins in this. So one of them, and we did discuss this earlier, is the hospital, clearly with all the travel demand planning that's been done. We've sort of covered that a little bit a moment ago. Is there anything unreasonable about putting in a resolution which would say that we want you to keep on working with the hospital to ensure easy, cheap, whatever parking for emergency and urgent patients? It's because that was one of the things that certainly came through the submissions, that people are concerned about being able to get people into.
Yeah, we would have no problem with that. In Alison's team, there is someone working continually with the hospital on their travel action plan, so an amendment, that would be fine.
Okay, cool. And the second area of concern around the parking side of things is obviously the businesses. Is there any reason, I mean, you've mentioned that that there are options off street behind buildings, etc. in some places. Is there any reason that we can't do more work with the businesses? Maybe it's signing those locations, maybe it's even active signing of those locations, to try and say to people, actually there is parking space behind there, and there's 3 spaces free or 2 spaces free or whatever. Can we do some more work on that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think we would be really happy to work on signage. I mean, we've talked to some of the businesses about the way they use their own off-street car parking, and if there was interest in more kind of collaboration and sharing some of that space, we would definitely be up for helping with the signage side of things.
Okay, cool. And the other area that I wanted to ask about was just, and this goes back to the Gaisley concept along Cambridge Terrace. It just strikes me that most people who are using the footpath there are the people at the moment who are parking there and then walking from there. I mean, there obviously is going to be people coming from the basin from time to time, but they tend to go to the side, I think. Is there any reason that we can't get a bi-directional cycleway using, and that we know that the space is there, one side going one way on the footpath and the other side going the other way on the road, and still then allowing you to keep 2 lanes and at all times, because otherwise you're going to go down to 1 lane.
Yeah.
At peak, and if it's a 24/7 bus lane, it'll be 1 lane the whole time, which is a big diminution from the 3 that there are at the moment.
Yeah. The key reasons for that involve the civil works required to get up and down the curbing the whole way along, and that also one of the things that's happening with the intersection upgrade at State Highway 1 and Cambridge Terrace is that they're putting in a new pedestrian crossing down the median strip, so we actually can expect there will be more people walking down either side of the median strip. I know if Mike Miller was here, he would say don't get rid of footpaths and turn them into cycleways.
Of course he would, yeah.
So, just with his voice in my head, I feel like the general principle is don't get rid of footpath space. And that we seek to do as a really fundamental principle in all the design work we do. And occasionally we have to make tiny compromises, but, yeah, I think that was one of the main reasons that was discredited.
Well, yes, I'm looking for compromise. So just to finish that, the other bit, of course, is those turning bays. And I know you've said in the paper the possibility of reviewing one of those turning bays. I mean, is there any reason that we can't sort of put a raised platform across there so that clearly the cyclist has got the priority, slows any vehicles that are turning, because otherwise the vehicle's got to go all the way around the basin, which is adding to the basin problem, which is not great. And then, of course, when the basin changes, which we're planning to do, then you don't have that turnaround at all. So you've got to find a completely new way of doing that.
Yeah, so a few things on that turnaround. To do that kind of the work that's required to make that safe to cross a bidirectional required a significant amount of permanent civil works, which again is one of these things that is outside the scope of the transitional program. However, that's not to say it's something that we could look to do in the future if it's deemed necessary. What the kind of logic shows is that the volumes doing those U-turns are actually pretty low, and there's not expected to be any real impact on the efficiency of the network by closing them. There will be some inconvenience to the small number of vehicles that make that turn, but it's not predicted to impact on efficiency. So I think that's the point of this method, is that we'll have some data and evidence to suggest whether that expensive, big permanent work is actually required or not before, we'd consider progressing with that.
So you'd be happy with a resolution which kind of fits with the words that you've got in the page in the paper to say, look, do some further exploration of that.
I think you'd want to add, depending on if it's causing significant impacts, then further investigation.
Well, I guess it depends on who they're causing impacts to, I suppose. Yeah. Okay, no, thank you. I will cogitate on some amendments.
Right. Not too many. Councillor Rush, I'm just reminding you voted against extending the meeting, so your time for questions.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
So, Claire, I guess I'm just listening to the questions from the Mayor. I mean, we did vote an extra $100 million, I thought, for this bike network. 50. Wasn't it 100 of the LTP?
50 for 3 years for this program. There was more money for that for the whole, which includes the transformational work.
Yeah, I guess I'm just a bit concerned that by trying to do an accelerated, and I suppose a bit cheaper, that we're actually closing off more viable and long-term solutions that might actually be more acceptable publicly to, some of the folks that are a little bit riled. So, is there any way...
Through you, Madam Chair, I think, because I've heard a couple of questions today, I just want to clarify, I'm sure it's very obvious to most of us, but the way we ploughed on with this rapid rollout was calling it a transitional cycleway network, with these two projects popping as a priority, and then so light bump sticks and paint, effectively changing the road conditions and giving back mode shift opportunities for cyclists and micromobility. And then coming behind that is the transformational program, which is the lion's share of that 320 million over 10 years. That's led by Paul Parker's team, and he's backing up, for example, the transitional cycleway we've put up Brooklyn Hill, currently designing that as full build-out long-term asset. So there's two teams working in unison, one rolling out the rapid stuff, which is Claire's team, and then Paul Parker coming in designing that long-term 50 to X amount of year asset to actually do and correct some of these long-term cycleways in a more with more longevity in mind.
Yeah, and I'd say we're actually probably doing the opposite of closing our options off. We're keeping them open. So using the materials and working in this way, we can adapt, and we've shown that with the Mean Street Ridderford design. We can make changes because of the way that we're working. So I think it's kind of keeping our options open.
Yeah, and in the longer term, of course, has a better long-term sustainable asset, because we know it's been proofed and tested, and when we go and build it out long-term, we know we won't have to make any tweaks or changes as based on user feedback, or indeed less.
I guess the problem is that the businesses that are sort of like effectively the guinea pigs in this may well be gone by the time we actually rethink and retweak, and I guess that was something I thought we were going to try to avoid.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see in the report that preliminary data that we've got in terms of economic impacts isn't showing any concerning trends at this stage. So I guess we do need more time to be able to monitor and evaluate that, but we aren't expecting significant impacts.
Did you see that feedback that came through from one of the business owners? I think, Councillor Calvert, you circulated it?
With the table?
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, I did. And when I looked through that, quite a lot of those numbers were projected or predicted impacts rather than actual impacts. So I think we need to interrogate some of the underlying data from that table. And if businesses are willing to kind of open their books to us to help do that with them, we'd be really open to a more granular level assessment as well.
Okay. Paragraph 36 of the paper talks about the U-turn closest to the Basin Reserve and open to investigating, leaving or opening that. And I was wondering, yeah, I mean, it seems to be the strategy is to actually close it off, but if the transitional sort of testing, if you like, suggests that that's not a good idea, then we could be minded to reopen it in some description. I mean, is there any scope to leave it open as it is and then to run that? Because that could certainly settle a few people.
Yeah, we've talked at length about the potential to do this, and it comes back to what the Mayor just asked around the permanent work to make that safe. When you introduce a new bi-directional cycleway, it's quite risky to have vehicles travelling across it, particularly right at the beginning when you open it, because cars are only used to looking to their left and not to their right, and so that's quite a common crash. So we're very I guess, committed to starting off to minimise risk in that opening stages of the bi-directional, and then we'll have a chance to monitor the impact on the network and can make kind of next steps decisions from there.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Claire, can you just clarify the safety audits as to, are they the typical Waka Kotahi templated versions?
Yeah, they follow the road safety auditing guidelines.
Okay, so they're not novel?
No.
They're not novel at all. Okay, yeah, that's the first question. And obviously they're public documents.
They are. In fact, they're on the website. Yeah.
They are on the website. Okay, that's the first question. Second question is, the emergency services, what's the feedback been from ambulance, fire in particular?
Yeah, so we work quite closely with the emergency service providers, and they are supportive of the changes with more bus lanes and dedicated bus facilities. It actually allows them to get and respond to emergencies a lot quicker by able to use those bus lanes to avoid the traffic. We've worked closely with the fire station on Kent Terrace out at the waterfront to determine additional safety measures for allowing them to exit and enter their building there better, and also talk to the Newtown fire station, and they also are in support of the additional bus lanes.
So that this is, I'm specifically talking about the Newtown hospital area. They're comfortable with it.
Yeah, and we work closely with Wellington Hospital and the ambulances, and the same concepts apply. The bus lanes are a benefit to them.
They've had some feedback about Mean Street, I think, the emergency services, and the Newtown fire station has given us feedback about the design that's existing with the Mean Redford Street intersection, but feel that what we've proposed, the change we've proposed, will be better.
Okay, just the last question. You mentioned yesterday, and I had to go, sorry, so I couldn't ask the question, but there was 1,875 submissions by the Survey Monkey.
Yeah.
Okay, 67% supported and 30-odd% opposed, correct? You mentioned that there was other feedback like emails and our oral submission process. Can you explain some of the data and the stats behind those?
So I think it was 176 submissions that were made by email and paper form, and those ones don't go into that statistic around support and don't support. And the reason for that is it's not always clear whether, and there's a sort of discomfort with interpreting whether people support support or don't support. And even if they say, I oppose this, they might then say, but I support this aspect of it. And so it's kind of difficult to interpret one way or another. So those ones are excluded from the statistic, around 67 and 30%.
Yeah, that's a. So why do they email if they're discounted?
So, sorry, they're not, the whole submission is still considered. The feedback goes into the design feedback and the themes. It's just it doesn't contribute to that percentage of support or oppose.
Okay. Yep. And what about other feedback?
That was the three forms that was the three ways we got it.
Oral.
Oh, sorry, yes, and then the oral hearings. I'm not sure if we have an analysis of percentage of support or opposed, do you know?
Yeah, the same thing. We don't, we have a summary in the report, attached to the report, which does put the comments into, support, oppose and neutral. But yeah, that's just based on comments, not based on the person itself, because again, it's hard to see if they overall are supportive or not.
Yeah, and that's attachment 4 of the report is the summary of orals.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, this is probably a question for Liam, but we've recently had an announcement about government funding for the missing bit. What stage have we got to with that? Because to me it's relevant because this is part of a bigger picture.
Through Madam Chair, yes, we have. That has just, I think, commenced consultation. I think is that right, Claire? I understand we're
Early engagement started.
Engagement, yeah.
Consultation isn't planned till next year. But we're just starting to have, 1 or 2 conversations with key stakeholders like the hospital, and but that project is the one that is expected to be done by June 2024.
That's funding has definitely been confirmed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I just ask? Oh, sorry. Have you finished? Can I just ask for double assurance for the disabled community? Thomas Bryan has sent through another email that I know you've done a lot of work, a lot of accessibility audits, but that you can meet his concerns.
You want to talk that one?
Yeah, so we have met with Thomas on a few occasions around the bus stops, and like he noted that we have discussed some adjustments to the platforms that they are in support of. There has been a bit of a delay in getting those installed due to our contractors being tied up with slips and also the rain. They weren't able to do the road markings, but they have been done on one platform now, and we will continue to make those adjustments to the other platforms and the further ones, and continue to work with Thomas and the disability and blind community on these designs.
There are a few pieces of feedback that we've had that we have been able to tweak with this existing platform, and there are some pieces of feedback that we are able to tweak on future platforms, and there are a few comments that we want to continue kind of monitoring, like one around the levelness of the platform. So the platform is designed to still be at the same level of the curb, so the way the bus ramps down is still the same, and the camber of the platform, I guess it's slightly subjective. It seems pretty flat to us, but I think that if you're in a wheelchair and things, you can feel the camber of it because it follows the road and needs to allow for drainage. But that sort of stuff we'll continue to monitor, but it still meets the kind of camber standards of a footpath.
Okay. I just would say, even as a sighted person, it did feel a bit odd. Like I wasn't quite sure what to do about these platforms, so some education will be
absolutely
helpful. And then just the other thing, the email we got today saying we're doing it cheaply and making compromises, that is an assertion that, or some arguments that you don't agree with. You feel you've done as much as you can to meet the concerns?
Yeah, I think I know what you may be talking about. That some of those concerns, I guess, are acknowledging the areas that we also feel need to be improved by more permanent upgrades, and they require curb work and some of this more civil changes, and that's why those areas, probably the two that are really highlighted in the email, where we are highlighting to the targeted improvements package at Let's Get Wellington Moving, these are top priorities to do better in.
But it will still be safe to use, even without these improvements.
It won't be any less safe than it is today.
Hopefully it will be more safe.
Yeah, but there are a couple of pinch areas where I guess we aren't able to make big jumps.
Okay, so I've heard you say that. All right, okay, thank you. Any other questions? Great, okay. Thank you so much for all of your very hard work, and this was a heck of a lot of work to come back to. Yeah, so
to Renee.
Deeply grateful to you, thank you. Right, well, kia ora, colleagues. I will be doing a brief introduction. We're going to have a short break at 4 o'clock, but let's just get this on. Sorry?
I just want to go on.
Sorry, that was a process point. We have got, I just want to make sure all the amendments are sorted. Yeah, so should we just take a 5-minute break to sort amendments out? Anyone who's got amendments, can you just come up and talk to us just to make sure that we're in the right order? Yeah, okay, that would be helpful.
Yeah, we're going to be... No, I'm going to defend the reputation of this fine body. Right, look. No. Okay. Oh, God. Right, colleagues, look. So today, the third paper where we put another building block, creating a sustainable transport system. So I very much welcome this, and obviously no one should be surprised that I would be. Making it better for bikes and buses. I'd like to give a big thanks to the staff. They have done an enormous amount of work. When you look at all the responses to all the claims made by or points made by submitters. And I'd like, of course, to thank the submitters who have done an amazing job of engaging with us, even when they haven't been very happy. And good on you. Always take us to court if there's a necessity to do it. No, got to be accountable. So I am grateful to everyone. It has been difficult and divisive, and I regret that. Unfortunately, change isn't always easy. Look, basically, I do consider this a major public health initiative to keep people alive, free from serious injury and from serious health conditions. And Dr. David Tripp's point, we don't have a pill this good, is very compelling to me. And that we are looking after the well-being of people is absolutely critical rather than looking after their illness. Getting a sustainable transport system in place is always also a healthy one. And I hope that this will be the start of making sure that the land use around this area is utilised more effectively. More bikes, walkers, housing and green space is my personal vision. We have agreed to this, so in a sense, last September, it's not permanent, but it has been signalled, and of course we've been talking about Newtown connections for 8 years. Look, we've got pretty widespread support, 67%. And I think officers have tried to respond to all the concerns around the economic conditions, which I'm sure we will continue to get more data on, looking at options to support patients and others who really do need parking. If we can get more staff to use other modes, there will be more space. The shared paths, I have an amendment which officers have accepted just to look at alternatives because I'm a little bit concerned around bikes on the waterfront. It's not ideal at all. And I think officers have tried to find parking needs where possible. And also just to say to some of my constituents, I do accept the reasoning around the Kent and Cambridge U-turns. It's not because I'm not listening, I just agree with it, that it will be better for pedestrians and cyclists. So great pleasure in moving this. Councillor Paul, I'm now going to ask you to take over moving this and just chairing it on. I will be back very soon. So if you can, just make sure that everyone has a chance to have a look at the amendments, and then maybe people could ask questions of them. That's awesome.
But we're going to start with Councillor Calvert's amendments.
And then, sorry, Councillor Paul,
After
was the second, is seconding, are you going to speak now or wait?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Get it out of the way. Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge, start by acknowledging the public participants. It was a real great time chairing the hearings last week, and I wanted to give a special shout out to the Ronald McDonald House for some of the solutions that they came up with, and also the Wellington College Environmental Club, who provided a really cool, really compelling submission. So shout out to them, and hopefully they're watching this debate today. I want to acknowledge that this is uncharted territory that we're going into, and that we don't have a history of doing transport projects in this way in Aotearoa. So in many ways this has never been done before, and that's tactical urbanism, and I think the officers provided a really good explanation of that in the question and answers before. But that's the method of trialling street changes and working with the community to make tweaks to ensure the street changes serve as many people as possible before putting in the permanent street changes. This would not be possible without the awesome team working on this. Claire, you're an excellent communicator, i te reo Pākehā, me te reo Māori hoki, so kia ora. And I think communities really appreciate your earnest approach, because you acknowledge that people living in the community have valuable lived experience to contribute, and that can make the projects even better. And to Renee and Vida as well, a big mihi to them, and to Beth too. I'm sure Pāneke Pōneke will be keeping you very busy over the next few years. I just want to quickly acknowledge some of the challenges that Claire raised in the officer introduction, particularly the pace of change. We've asked staff to deliver this network in 3 years. we have as councillors, and when it comes to climate action, this is the decade of investment, so we need to transform the way that we move around our city this decade. We want to become a carbon zero city by 2050, and I was going to say something cheeky about the Greens, but I won't now that I'm the chair. I also wanted to acknowledge that that point that you raised, Claire, that no one is ever fully satisfied with this process, which I can imagine is really frustrating given the amount of mahi that is going into this to find compromise. Some people say it's too much money, some people say it's not enough money, and you can't really ever win that argument. And I just wanted to finally acknowledge that the network isn't perfect and that there are some accessibility issues that we need to work through, because we don't want to further disable people who are already excluded from moving around our city confidently and independently. So finally, I'll just say, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it, but easy in this case is actually not easy in the long term when our population grows and our climate changes. And I think that Pōneke in 10 years will thank us for this future thinking. So I actually need a seconder. Deputy Mayor Free, you can second it, but would you be able to speak later on, and so we can put the amendments up? Okay, so now I'm gonna. She's left the room. Yeah, so I'm now moving it, but she'll resume that, I think, when she comes back. But we'll
Hopefully
put
we'll
some
get through the vote
amendments
before
up.
she gets back, and then we might get.
Hey, we can. That is up to you. That's in your hands. So, Councillor Calvert, do you want to introduce your amendments, and then we'll take questions from officers?
Yep. I'll keep things very brief. You might just want to put them up. Look, we've heard from a lot of different submitters. And I appreciate how busy the officers have been in cramming in quite a bit of feedback over the 3 weeks that the traffic resolution was open for. There was a lot of difficulty in people being able to make a simple submission the way the website was set up. But nevertheless, those submissions closed at the end of August. We heard oral submissions last week. Officers produced the paper on Monday evening, and now we're debating it. And it's quite complex, and I really think that it would do. We'd have a much more sustainable solution going forward if we allowed the officers to just take a little bit more time to look at those suggestions, work with the local businesses and organisations in working through a bit more of a compromise. I'm not saying everyone will be happy, because we all know that no one will be happy all the time, but I think there's certainly room for some improvement. And given, if we actually back in April had actually then allowed a bit more time, we may not have been in this position now. It could the construction would have been well underway. So and also we are very close to the end of the triennium, and really for a sustainable solution, I think it would be ideal if we could give the officers permission to spend some more time in working with the submitters, but also to give us the confidence that this is, even in a transitional route, an optimal design, given all the different factors, that we do seek an independent peer review. And I'm not talking about a safety audit, I'm talking about a broader review to that. And I would envisage something like this would probably take a couple of months. So I'm moving that, and I think Councillor Wolf is seconding it.
Yeah,
Would you like to speak now?
Actually,
no, we should get questions, if you want questions.
Cool. Does anybody have any questions of officers on the amendments? Thank you. Thank you. Anybody? Wow, is that no questions on the amendments? Okay, yep, Mayor Foster.
Can you just give us a bit of a feel, officers, as to your understanding of the scope of the three things which are being asked to be done in terms of work? Just give us a bit of a feel for what you think that they would mean. Hey.
So the first one is full consideration of submitted pedestrian improvements to the proposed design.
Sarah's going to try and help you so you see it a bit closer.
Yeah. So I think our feeling on this is that we have given full consideration of the submitted pedestrian improvements, and we've got them to the best state that we can. I guess that's our feeling on that one. The full consideration of safety concerns, I think we also feel that we have given that full consideration. And supporting further discussions with local businesses to minimise impact of transitional changes. I think, I guess the same comment goes for all three of them, as I think that we feel like we've taken all those conversations as far as we can to get the tweaks that can be made whilst maintaining the design integrity. So I'm not sure how long it would take, because I'm not sure what else we would do.
So, and when I raised questions with you earlier, there were a couple of things, particularly around the businesses, that you said, yep, you'd be okay doing that.
Is that things like signage for side streets?
Parking,
I think that one thing about this approach is it never ends, really, I guess. So once it's in, if there's a business that says, hey, it would be helpful for us if you'd put a sign up to this off-street parking, there's no kind of finish date. We can definitely always continue to consider and install recommendations based on the experience, and in fact, that's the very purpose of the approach. But it doesn't need to, I guess, delay the decision here.
Okay, and in terms of the issues that have been raised by, Mike Miller in particular, but also I think Thomas raised them as well around the pedestrian improvements. Do you think you've dealt with those?
Our feeling is we've got them as best as we can in the holistic picture of all the modes in the constrained spaces, but the areas that we aren't satisfied with are the ones that we're prioritising more permanent improvements with Let's Get Wellington Moving, and they need curb work, they need bigger civil works.
And just sort of spell that out a little bit more.
So for instance, at the corner of Adelaide and Rugby Street, we need to rework the curb and the island there.
Yeah, got that, okay. No, that was the only one.
The other one is actually from Kent Terrace crossing to the waterfront. We need to make that a toucan crossing so that it's both pedestrians and cyclists and it's wider. So that's the other one we're talking to them about.
Okay.
Any other questions on the amendments? Great, all right. So, Councillor Wolfe, do you wish to speak? Cool. Who have we got to speak to this amendment? Councillor Condi.
Kia ora, thank you. I think that the view I hold, I agree with the view of the officers that all of this has already been done in terms of a full consideration. Full consideration has been given to all of these suggestions, but within the confines and the scope of a transitional program, we have reached all of the compromises that we can. And the reality with a project like this, when you're talking about traffic, as much as you might want to do co-design or neighbourhood planning and engaging with those groups, at the end there are safety bottom lines, and we do have to draw the line and take engineering advice. And some compromises are not going to be practicable. And that's the advice that we've had from staff, is that they have listened, and I thank you very much for how much listening you've done and how many pieces of feedback you've considered, and the fact that you've found every tweak and every compromise that you believe is safe and retains the integrity of the design. Furthermore, I will not be supporting 2 because I believe that we have already had sufficient independent peer review. We've heard from officers that independent safety audits have taken place that were provided by external consultants who are different from the ones who designed it in the first place, and that we have assurance that the design is going to be safer than it is now. And that is the priority, and the point of this is to be able to roll out designs quickly that are not going to be perfect, but they are going to be better. And I'm very confident that this is better and it is going to be safer. And I do not support any further delays to this project, however potentially well-intentioned they might be.
Any other speakers?
Okay, I'm supporting Councillor Calvert fully on this, but largely on safety concerns. And while this is transitional, not a lot of you were here when Island Bay took place, and I doubt that any of you have actually looked at the templated audit safety reports, because they are templated, and Claire was good enough to tell us that they weren't novel. the design is novel, but when you actually have a look at these templates, they're very basic. So I really believe that to seek a peer review is very important. And it is with respect to you all as well, just in case you have read one of those reports. But I believe that this is something new and different and unique, and any safety audit reports have to undertake that they are. It's the difference that causes the problem with something that is templated. So I'm only going to speak on that part at the moment, but I very much agree with Councillor Calvert's sentiments, and you'd be all so surprised by that.
Mayor Foster?
Yeah, thanks. Look, I'm listening to the discussion. I think what I might do is foreshadow, as part of this debate, my proposed amendment, because it goes to some of the details which have been raised and kind of maybe puts a bit of context around what kind of work I certainly think that officers could do with various different stakeholders, which some of it you may say, yep, agree with that, some of it you may say don't agree with it, but I think if we do that, it might be helpful to this discussion. So I guess there's always the suspicion that when people move to delay something, that they're moving that because they don't agree with it. So I'm going to say I do agree with the need for a comprehensive bike and bus solution along this corridor. It is the corridor where we are clearly going to see change over time, and we know it is the corridor where mass transit is proposed to go, whatever that is going to look like. So this corridor is going to change, and I think Councillor Pannett, you mentioned at the start also, it's going to change not only in the road but on the sides of the road in terms of the buildings there and the intensification that we want. So I'm going to be quite clear that I do support doing something there. The question is, are there some tweaks that we can make to what's being proposed that at least give people some comfort? I guess for me, the transitional approach, in some ways I think that we've been done a favour having to bring it back and do some more thinking about it in through the traffic resolution rather than the transitional process. So I'm grateful for that, because obviously there have been some changes as a result of that, and I think some improvements as a result of that process, particularly the Mean Street end, which I think was clearly getting people very confused and the possibility of being quite dangerous with bikes and cars going across each other. We clearly need more people cycling, using public transport and walking. And I guess for me the question is, which is where I'm going to go to my proposed amendments, is whether there are some things which we can do to try and make it more of a win-win solution. So what are the kind of things that we've heard about? Well, the first one of those is we've heard from people who are accessing the hospital that they clearly feel that they have lost some access there by the loss of those parking spaces that have been along Ridderford Street for many, many years. We've also just passed the resolutions around, or the paper around travel demand management, and the example we were given there was the hospital of having 1,500 car parks on site, of which 1,000 or roughly are being used by their staff. Obviously, if we're trying to get more of those staff to go on bus and bike, which is of course what this proposal should deliver, if it doesn't deliver it for the hospital staff, then it's failing. And then there was no point in doing it. So let's say it does deliver for the hospital staff. It should be freeing up some spaces on the hospital site. And so the first one there is to say to officers, look, can you work with the hospital to see if we can get some spaces for people who are going for emergency reasons, for urgent reasons, to particularly the emergency end of the hospital. I'm looking at people looking a bit puzzled.
We're just a bit confused about
which is why I'm foreshadowing it within the context. Well, I'm saying it in the context of Diane's amendment then.
Okay, all right. Order.
I'm saying it in the context because I think it's helpful.
Mayor Foster, just stick to the amendment and we can talk about your amendments later.
So that to me is part of Diane's C, which is Councillor Calvert's C, which is supporting further discussions with local businesses and organisations along the route. So the hospital is a business or organisation along the route. So there we go. The second one of those is around the safety concerns, which is just asking to have another think about the bus stop design. I am concerned about that. I am concerned about how the interface between, because at the moment the way the bus stop works. If the bus is there, the bike's got to stop. And if they don't stop, they're going straight through the bus passengers. And if you brought the bus into the curb and the bike goes around the outside, at least you've got the choice of either stopping or not stopping, and you're still outside, away from the traffic lane. So I think there's some more work that could be done there. There's clearly issues which the disability sector have raised and the walking sector have raised, and those go to the pedestrian improvements, which Councillor Calvert's raised in her little A. And then she's also raised issues around businesses, and I just think, and which is the question I asked of the staff, is, look, can we do some more work with the businesses around things like the parking that already exists off-street? Maybe it's the back of their buildings. Maybe it's signing those. Maybe it's just giving them a little bit more ability for their customers to be able to get in there and support those businesses. And then the last two in my area are around the Cambridge Terrace components, which I'm not convinced that we've got right. And the final bit is the way in which we cross Cambridge Terrace. So that's where I've come from. I think we do need to do some more thinking about this, but I'd prefer it if we were a bit more directive than Councillor Calvert's amendment is at the moment. In other words, we're quite specific about where we see the opportunities to improve the design.
Okay, does anybody else have any debate on Councillor Calvert's amendments? Councillor Rush?
Yeah, I guess what's become clear through this process is the original approval of the bike network was perhaps a little bit different to how I understood it, and it the description of the rollout of using the transitional approach actually is the playbook of tactical urbanism, which if you've done any reading on that, you will know that the idea is to roll things out rapidly, and one of the opportunities is to eliminate noisy opponents. And certainly we've found some of those along the way. I have to say I didn't realise just how the extent, I suppose, of interest in opposition, not just from businesses, but heard from some cyclists too, and other members of the community we don't normally hear from. I'm still keen to see a route from that links with Island Bay. I think the route that's been chosen is problematic for a number of reasons, particularly the businesses. So I would certainly support another look that took into account a lot of the information we've picked up along the way.
Okay, and did anyone else want to speak to Councillor Calvert's amendments? I feel like those have been lost a little bit in that debate, but a right of reply, and then let's vote. Oh, Councillor Foon.
I just want to say I do not support these amendments. I think what we are doing in an indecisive state is not helping people get on with their business. So I would like to see this move on, please.
Anybody else? Cool, Councillor Calvert, right of reply.
Thank you, and you'll be pleased to know I know what I'm right on topic. Look, I spoke also before officers addressed questions, and I just want to say they said that full consideration had been given. I don't believe that justice has been given to full consideration, especially.
Point of order, disrespectful.
No, it's not disrespectful. It's not a point. It's not, okay. But it's not. It's not disrespectful. I'm making a comment.
I'm going to say that that's not a point of order, but just be careful of the way that you're criticising the staff's work.
No, I'm not criticising. I don't believe the full Can I just finish? I don't believe full consideration can be given when we've been given information in the last couple of days that seems that is important, and in fact, it forms the basis of a lot of the amendments for this paper. So. So in terms of that, it's not just a few tweaks, and I think we've got to remember that these businesses and organisations, it's all very well for us to sit here and make judgment about how it might well impact those businesses, but if we've got to remember that if we don't sort this out properly in the first place, there could be significant impacts on those businesses. So we at least owe it to them to make sure we've done what we can do. And while I appreciate it's transitional, we're not just down a country lane here, we're down a major route. And thank you, Mayor Foster, because yes, and for acknowledging that we do need a comprehensive cycle route down this way, because yes, we do. So why do we try and repeat Island Bay again? I just don't understand. We just need to make sure that concerns can be addressed. Now, we won't get full agreement, but it's about the issues that have been raised and whether we can seek some sort of compromise, even if it is transitional or temporary. And officers talked about putting in some signage, and I don't think that's the level of aspects that others are wanting, or the submitters are necessarily wanting, and it does actually belittle the feedback that we've had. So I ask for your support, because this is something that officers could go away with. And what it will mean is that we can then, with assurance, be able to go ahead and agree that there should be a cycleway route and put a cycleway in. And thank you, Mayor Foster, for your points, because as you can see, if you go through them, they very much relate to the recommended or the amendments in number 1, A, B, and C. So I look forward to your support.
Okay. All right, so we're going to vote on these. Does anyone want to take anything separately?
And can we have a division?
Like a division, yep. On the 2. Okay, so should we take 1 and 2? Yep, cool. And so if these fail, then we will introduce Mayor Foster's. Cool, okay. And Councillor Penner can resume the chair.
Can I have the numbers shared with me on screen as well, the motions? Thank you.
This is for 1, which includes A, B, and C. And that fails. Sorry. With 8 against. Mistake. So that fails with 9 against.
It's a genuine mistake.
And 5 for. Photo, great. Okay, and now we're going to vote on number 2. And that fails 10 against, 4 for, Calvert, Rush, Wolf and Young. So now we'll invite Councillor Pennant to resume the chair. Thanks, mate.
Right, Mayor Foster, you wanting to speak next?
Yeah, look, I will just briefly. So what I've got there in terms of the amendment seems to me to pick up the areas of there's a degree of detail around those areas, but none of those stop the work going ahead. The first one of them is around the issues which I already raised. I'm not sure if you were in the room at that point, around hospital access for people seeking emergency treatment or urgent treatment. Obviously, the hospital's got a lot of car parks there. Many of them are used by their staff at the moment, or most of them are used by their staff at the moment, and freeing some of that up should allow some ability for those people who raised that in submissions to us. Second one is about bus stop design, which I've already talked to. And walking and disability groups, and I've already talked to the business one. On Kent and Cambridge Terrace, on Cambridge Terrace, I should say, I'm not convinced that we've got the design right, but I just think that some more conversation is probably useful. It might avoid us having another legal stoush, and I'd much prefer to do that way. The turning bay. If we were going to put a turning bay in there, I think one of the reasons it's been ruled out at the moment is because it would need some more permanent infrastructure. But I think when you're spending $4-something million on the route anyway, putting a ramp in there can't be that difficult and that expensive. So it's a possibility, not a definite there. And the final one is just I'm not. And I know we're still getting information all the way through this, but the northern end of the cycleway was certainly raised as an issue. And that because it's crossing that busy intersection between Courtney Place and Marjorie Banks Street and across Kent and Cambridge Terrace, putting an extra phase in there is clearly going to cause delay. I acknowledge that the proposal as it stands would only have 1 traffic lane along Cambridge Terrace, and I suspect it just adds to congestion on the network. So I think it's probably better to have a look at what was originally their option A, which is to go onto the other side and stay on Cambridge Terrace all the way through. And look, for me, I'm just trying to find a way of taking people with us. I take Diane's point about, when we went with Island Bay, officers said this is the right way to go, and it bit us very severely and has bitten us very severely for many, many years. I'd rather try and take people with us and try and make it stick. And the other part of making it stick, of course, is, as Councillor Young would regularly remind us, is what I don't want to do is see that another council comes in a few weeks' time with a different balance and then takes it all out again. So, I think trying to at least get some positive progress around some of these things and try and find some solutions working with the community is the way to go to me.
Have you got a seconder? Councillor Rush, yes, we will have questions, definitely. So Councillor Condie and then Fitzsimons, thank you.
Thank you. I guess I'm just going to start with number 13 and just can we get some officer advice about number 13 and what the safety implications are of that and practicality implications are of enabling cyclists to pass around a stopped bus?
Yeah, I guess that's just not what the best practice design says to do. So I'd probably need a technical expert in this area to speak to it, but we know we wouldn't be following best practice design guidance if we did that.
Madam Chair, just to expedite a few things, we managed to provide some feedback to His Worship, but officers don't support 13, 15, 16, sorry, 6, yeah, I'll start again. Officers don't support, and I'm not reading off yeah, they've changed the numbers, so sorry, I'm going to go in. So officers don't support 12, but we will be happy with mentioning the hospital's travel management plan. I don't think it's up to officers to dictate how the hospital uses its parking. 13 is not supported by officers, and Claire just gave an example why. 14, we would just like to add the last, we're happy with that, outside of can it be following installation. Yep.
You're doing it anyway, right?
We're doing it anyway. That would be my opening point. But 16, with some amendments, we can support that. But again, it's up to council. Willing businesses we'll always talk to, and I would say that this is something we'd do anyway. And I think Claire has explained that as well. You'd like to?
Just sorry, this is 15. You were talking to
15,
right now.
Sorry.
Yep.
16. So Cambridge Terrace do not support. 17 do not support, and 18 do not support.
Liam, could we make that shorter by saying officers support 14 only?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, with the
14 and 15.
15, we've suggested a few wording tweaks around working with willing businesses to investigate signage to off-street parking.
But no disrespect, Your Worship, I mean, that's going to happen anyway, so it's perhaps superfluous, but it's up to you entirely.
Sometimes the messages are worth sending anyway. But,
yes.
Sorry, can I just also say that none of these are dictating to anybody?
I would argue, Your Worship, that what this does is puts officers in a difficult position if we're held to account on some of these matters, in particular if the words are holding us to account. So that's why we can't support a lot of them.
Okay, so yeah, but anyway, you can't just ask questions. Right, Councillor Condie, have you finished?
I guess my question then is probably to the mover, which is, are you happy to accept on 14 and 15 whatever changes the officers are recommending to the wording?
I haven't seen those, but have you sent those to me?
With you now.
Okay, probably.
Can you just, yeah.
I guess just following up on probably a number of these about why officers might not support them, a number of these seem like they would go beyond the scope of a transitional program and would require kind of more permanent changes. Is that the context for why officers don't support them, or are there other reasons?
So for the one around opportunities to retain median car parking. That's a situation where I guess through the design process we feel like we've exhausted that. Similarly, the southern turning bay has gone through extensive investigations, which isn't to say future work with Let's Get Wellington Moving and permanent improvements couldn't come later. It actually, we think, involves moving the signalised intersection as well, so that's why it's significant. And the final one, that one we, as I mentioned, was our option to start with, that we ran into a dead-end kind of fatal flaw with and had to move, so that's why we wouldn't support going back to that idea again.
The fatal flaw being the same thing, though?
Yeah, probably a pedestrianised or some kind of signalised crossing required, which is out of scope for this.
That's all? Jenny? Yeah, okay. Can I just ask about 18, because I obviously put up an amendment which got officer support. So you're basically happy with that it looks at alternatives for using the waterfront route, but I take your point that Wakefield Street is really, really tricky, right? Because it's so hostile at the moment for cyclists.
Yeah, the routes have been confirmed through Pāneki Pōneki, so we can look at ways to, I guess, reduce pressure on the waterfront, work with Let's Get Wellington Moving on the alternative routes. Yeah, but are those routes absolutely fixed in stone? Is there, like, if there was a need to change a route a little bit, would that be possible? Yeah, probably. They were kind of committed through a traffic resolution, so a strategic traffic resolution, but you can always make another tweak to a traffic resolution.
Okay. I mean, I'm happy with it, but just to make sure the detail. All right, and thank you for answering that question around the median parking. And then the turning bay, that's a bit drastic, accompanied by a ramp, right? So that would be quite major infrastructure.
Yeah, that's what
just following on from.
Yeah, that was just what I was mentioning in terms of we've looked at that significantly. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free.
Yes, so just for absolute certainty, there was an amendment floating around which we had a lot of discussion about. Is that included now? That was the one that sort of tried to address some of Living Street's concerns about the section between Cable Street and the waterfront.
There are a number in the substantive, yes.
Ah, right. I'm sorry, I can't see it all at once. Yeah. But that one, Claire, is in there? Yeah, okay.
I think it's about working with
yes,
permanent upgrades, yeah.
Okay. Right. Debate. Have we had enough questions? Yeah, just on Mayor Foster's now. I did say I was hoping to get you out by 4:30, so let's keep it moving now. Right, so would your seconder like to speak now? Oh, sorry, you need to introduce, you need to move them.
Confirmation that whether you've made the changes to the wording?
I've made all the changes except that there was a strike through which was suggested, and I don't understand why we would not want to understand better the impacts on businesses, so I'm not agreeing with that. The bit you struck through there was that we would continue to work with the businesses which are on that route to understand the financial impact of the positive or negative on them.
Through you,
I don't understand why we would want to do that.
Well, I think it's because there's a resolution already that does that. Does it not?
Where? In the substantive.
In the substantive.
Right. Let's go back to the substantive.
So we're monitoring the economic impacts.
In the substantive, number 7.
Okay, no, that's fine. Take it out then. Yep.
Okay, so what are you moving now, just to be...
I'm moving them with the tweaks that the officers have recommended, but I'm still sticking with the ones...
All of them, okay, right, okay.
Yep.
So just before we debate, can I just confirm that therefore officer advice is that you only support 14? Well, no, you're not making the changes to the word. Oh, you did. Okay, sorry, that was what I was trying to get to. Okay.
So thank you. Obviously, can make up their own minds whether they agree with that. Right. No, that is very appropriate. Right. Okay. So, Councillor Rush.
Yes, Madam Chair.
You don't have to speak, but
I reserve my right.
Okay. Does anyone wish to? I think we've had a response from officers which might reflect some of our views, okay? So you don't really need a right of reply. Do people want to take them separately? Because actually I want to vote differently on some of them. Yes, sorry. Okay,
If
so,
I've reserved my right, should I speak now?
well, otherwise we're going to vote.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have much to say other than I just respect what the Mayor's trying to do here and to try and be more, I suppose, inclusive as best we can and mitigate, some deleterious effects. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. Right, okay, so we're going to take these separately and we will take a division on them just because some of them are a little bit contentious. Right, okay, so number 12 first, please. Right, well, guess where I'll be casting my particular vote. So, no, yeah, it's lost. Right, okay, number 13. Oh, did you? Okay, so that's lost with 5 in favour. Did you mean to do that, Councillor Payne? Yeah. We're starting to lose the water lip, right? Okay, we're in that space. Okay, number 14, please. Yeah, we do need. We need plants and we need windows, opening windows. 14. Yes. Good on you for being principled. Right, that passes with 1 opposed. Yes, no, it's fine. You don't have to justify. Right, okay, number 15. So that passes. Yep. So that's for number 15. Number 16. Right, and that fails with 4 in favour. Right, and sorry, number 17. Right, and that fails too with 5 in favour. And number 18, finally. So we're voting number 18. Please vote in silence. We're nearly there. Right, and that fails with 4 in favour. Thank you very much. Right, are there any other... Please don't bring any more amendments. You may ask a question of officers. Well, is it
awaiting?
We are in debate. Is there something that's...
Just awaiting. Sorry, it says here awaiting confirmation. I thought I had officers.
Oh, right, for your amendments. Oh, no, they're all been accepted.
Yeah.
They've all
7 through
sorry, that was
11?
that was just a note.
7 through
sorry,
11
Councillor.
on the
Sorry, no, it was perfectly legitimate to ask a question. Sorry about that. Thank you. Right, any other speakers? I'm going late. And I will not be exercising my right of reply. Does anyone need to take anything separately?
Yep.
If we could just put it back on the... Oh, sorry, Councillor Phone. No, you go. But you're one of the ward councillors. Yeah.
I will. I know.
Yep.
Kia ora. Just want to really I know that we've thanked submitters, but I really want all of them to know how much this has helped us make the best decision we can today. That's for those that we're in favour and not. It's really important that you've done what you've done. I want to thank our officers for their detailed work and acknowledge what you've done to make sure that all of those parking and accommodations have been made, and that we're working with partners along the main route to make sure that there is parking available for those that need it. I do want to say I'm really sorry for the businesses along the route that are feeling that they are and are impacted at the moment. I understand that this is change and it's very hard and it will have an impact, but I want you to know that I just really want you to invite us to join us to be one of the willing businesses so that we can work alongside you and encourage you along the transition that we are making. We are making a change to bring more people, to make this area more vibrant and a place that people want to visit. Just want to acknowledge the safety. 30 accidents in the last 5 years. That's 6 a year, and that's 2 a month. Every 2 months. And actually, I don't really want to be the councillor of the ward that has got to face that. And actually, some of those accidents, potential accidents, feel like they could be so many people I see that are using that route every day. And I highly believe that we have to move fast and do it as quickly as possible. So I am all in favour of this route. Thank you for the understanding more about the shared bus platforms. It is really important that as a city we encourage the behaviour we need and that we communicate about that loudly, because this is the one thing where I don't feel comfortable and a lot of our users don't. So we need to really get that behaviour in place and own it, and as soon as possible. And I've said this before, but I've been cycling and busing on this route for over 25 years, particularly on Adelaide Road. It is the most dull, boring, unsafe, unfriendly, uninspiring street in Wellington, and this is our chance to make it vibrant, full of vitality, and reclaim the street for people. So thank you everyone for the work, and I'm really looking forward to the transition.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you. I have had a long history with this, growing up in Newtown and then in Island Bay and trying to ride my bike. It was just too scary. I gave it up in the end. And just in terms of behaviour change, the reason I got back on a bike was when somebody actually came with me and rode in front of me and showed me how to do it. So, but this Kent Terrace, when I started coming to council, this Kent Terrace was frightening. So you start off on the, one side of the road, but if you're going south, as I was at the time, you had to then cross over with the traffic and also have parked cars to contend with. So we got a little ramp put in where you could actually go up onto the footpath, and that was a tiny wee improvement that made it better. But it was frustrating that it wasn't safer. My son, when he was 13, decided to ride to Wellington High School, and every time I said goodbye to him, I honestly never knew whether I'd see him alive again. It was that scary. And so that other bit of the black spot that we need to address is the middle bit. We will get a lot of take up here. There's going to be a heap of people riding. This bike lane is going to be full. But when we get that missing link, which is really incredibly scary, then we'll really see the benefits. I am a little bit nervous. I'm a nervous sort of person. Everyone knows that by now. I'm very nervous about change, but I do know when we're basically doing the right thing, and we're basically doing the right thing here. We may have to come back and have a look at it, because there might be some things that we'll learn. I'm sure there will be. But that's the whole point about this being transitional and being, it's safe as it is, but it's not necessarily optimal until we actually find out what we don't know, because this is change. We don't know what we don't know yet. We're going to find out. And the other hard thing about this is and this is something I reflect on a lot as a councillor, when you make the best decision, when you've listened to the consultation and you make the best decision you can, you're not actually 100% pleasing anybody. So we are hearing from the walkers who think they've had to compromise a bit. We're going to hear from the cyclists who still think this is a little bit of a compromise. We're going to hear from the bus users and all sorts of people, because we have not been able to totally please one group. Because if we did that, we would not actually be sitting in the place where we're trying to do the very best we can by everybody. The final point I want to make is a lot of the street space now has been dedicated to a bus lane, and there are plans to actually make that 24/7, and that is my challenge to the Regional Council. If any of you are listening, please, we are giving over space and it's coming at the expense of other road users. It's worth doing, but only if we've got those buses actually using it. It's going to really stick in people's craw if they are crawling along in one traffic lane, watching an empty bus lane beside them. So that bus lane needs to be filled with buses so that people are out of the cars, so this whole thing is balanced and is actually working as we hope it will.
You and Councillor Fitzsimons.
Just very briefly, I just want to say this has been a long time coming in Newtown, ever since I've been on council and before, and I did want to acknowledge the contribution of Councillor Foon, because I remember at a candidates meeting when we ran in 2019, it was the next one. What one was that? 19. Anyway, that you proposed doing some cycleway trials, and it was quite a new concept then, and it wasn't something that was totally mainstream. And I remember feeling an immediate sense of relief at the idea, because I thought that's actually a way that you might be able to get the community on board, and we might be able to show to people the uptake that we hope to see. And I also want to acknowledge Deputy Mayor Free, who has always taken a very principled and pragmatic approach to trying to address the concerns in the community when we're trying to put cycleways in. And finally, I did want to acknowledge Claire Pascoe, because Claire has an incredibly, as I think Councillor Paul said, earnest approach, but she also is able to manage the dynamic of listening and being respectful to opponents without conceding anything. And I think that is exactly what we need to do. We need to listen, we need to respect people, we need to understand where they're coming from. But that doesn't mean that we concede the whole purpose and core of what we're trying to do. But to me, that's exactly the kind of attitude and temperament and approach that we are going to need as a council if we're going to see the whole network implemented. I also, to be honest, think the litigation was probably quite helpful. We hadn't got the process quite right, and it gave us just a bit of breathing space and a bit of time to go back and talk to people. So I think I would bear that in mind for the future, and it did give us, I think, some lessons about how we engage with the community. And as we've said, this is an iterative process, and we're always learning. But yeah, I'm very pleased to be supporting this, and I welcome the approach and the change it will deliver.
Fantastic. Any other speakers? And apologies, Councillor Paul, you're actually have the right of reply, not me. So do you want to make a right of reply? Oh, sorry, Councillor Rush, you still want to speak?
So I was just thinking about whether to say anything, I suppose. I guess I do think that there's an opportunity being lost here. Councillor Foon, you mentioned about Adelaide Road being the least sort of attractive, but take a look at Hanson Street in Tasman, and it's mostly a lot of it's on one side is the War Memorial and the park there, and so there's very little businesses to be affected or residents. There's the old BGI building there where I used to do gymnastics a long time ago, and it really does need some love, and it actually does bring you out at the Basin Reserve. So I thought I had high hopes that we could have used that and done some really good things there. I am very concerned about the businesses. Businesses tend to have leases for 5, 10, 15 years. I doubt very much many of those will be renewing those leases, but time will tell, and maybe I'll be wrong, and I hope I am. So anyway, but I will not be supporting the motion.
Sorry, anyone else wanting to speak? Okay. No. Councillor Paul? No. Right, thank you. Does anyone wish to take anything separately? Okay, so we'll make sure everyone's got those recommendations in front of them. Are we going to do 1, 2 and 3?
We can have a division, please.
Yes, no, that's fine. Sorry, so you want to do 1, 2 and 3 as a block, Councillor? Okay. Right. Okay. So are you sure? 1, 2 and 3, the ones you want to take? Okay. Okay, all right, okay. So if we can vote 1, 2 and 3, thank you. So that's unanimous, thank you. Now 4, do people want to take that separately or just in a block? It was 4 as a block, okay. So we'll take 4 as a block. So that passes with 4 opposed, thank you. Number 5, 5 to 11. Does anyone want to take anything separately there?
Ones with Mayor Foster's, sorry. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's quite a lot of them. Okay. So 5 to 11, if we could vote now.
No, you don't want that.
Oh, all right. You don't need to have a consultation now. We're voting. Right, and that passes with 5 opposed. Thank you very much. Right, and now we're doing, these are the last of the Mayor Fosters. So we're just going to take those separately because I'm going to vote different ways. So if we could vote on 12. See, you can tell me. You can explain to the Deputy Mayor. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't quite say that. Yeah, at the moment. Yeah. It's private. It's not a public street. I'm going to plant a garden where I've got another car park too. Okay, and it's a strange, anyway, that goes through with two opposed. Okay, because it's not. Yeah, I voted in the way that I was intending to. Right. We just had different reasons, Councillor. We don't need to interrogate each other's reasons. Right. Councillor Paul, would you like to come forward because we've got the present distribution time now? Want to do the karakia first? Okay, right. So, e2 for the karakia. Una here, ki te uru tapanui. Kia wātea, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua. E te ara tuakatu, koe ara e rongo. Whakaeria ka kike ronga. Kia wātea, ai rā kua wātea. Kia ora. Thank you so much, everyone. 5